call Tony to tell him to stop calling shows with something. Right. Anyways, we get it. Yeah. What are your thoughts, dude?
I mean, that was pretty funny. We got some pretty funny people in the comments.
Yeah.
Tony is ridiculous. Yeah. As usual. I don't think that happened.
No, not a chance, dude. There's so many stories that are going to come back, and people are dissecting them as we speak, dude, of Tony just lying.
Okay.
And this is how it all starts, dude. Next thing you know, there's a Chang's knocking on his door, dude. Getting wartime CEOs, CEOs in charge of it, hire that's when they're calling him stupid and small, you know.
Right. That's a Tony coming soon.
Yeah, right. I mean, if that's something you guys want, please. I don't know how much longer I can do 10 minutes of other comedians, but
I mean, he's bigger. He's almost bigger than Shop now, right?
A million % he's bigger than Shop.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So yeah, could have. I'm surprised there's not a "We're going to kill Tony" subreddit. But are they fans?
Yeah, he has an army of just ridiculous supporters, dude. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. I love shit on David Lucas. Don't know who to axe. It's called Wartime CEO dropping Kalwani from being banned on the Venetian Vegas. Not bad for a little web show, I say. See you Friday.
Whoa, congrats, dude. That's awesome for you, dude. How did having a show go? Appreciate it.
How did driving around Vegas go, dude?
He'd probably be happier, Harold Hawani, though, if he could, like, he can't do that now. And that's something that he'll have to live with. These a little empty.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that Papa drop where he's like, "Grow man, wish we could be friends. Sucks. We're not. It's all good. What else you got, Chin?"
Yeah.
I love Harold Hawani, dude. I'm not even that much into fighting with him talk for days.
He's a good broadcast.
Let's see here. This one's posted by Important Jeweler 67. Big name. The comments on the Insta giveaway post are Chef's Kiss. Congrats, can you replace the smushed hat you sent me now? Yours came in a bag all smushed up too. Shake my head. 100% sent message on here and to customer service with a big butt crickets. Yeah, super cheap shit. So, do you want to say your story with the hat?
I mean, look at it right now. Does this look smushed? That's a painted narrative. This is the best hat I've ever owned.
Are you being 100% for real?
It's a shitty hat.
I mean, I've been seeing you wear it all the time.
I wear it to work and when I'm talking to my staff because I want them to respect me.
Yeah.
But no, really, it's not very good quality. Nothing we've ever worn from Shop is good quality.
Wow.
You know, it's kind of shit stuff.
Dude, let's not do that on the podcast, right? That's my fucking North Star. Like, you talking shit about.
Okay, I'm sorry to hit you with that trophy all the time.
Yeah, dude, the truth can fucking go out the front door right now, dude. That's not the truth, dude.
You're right.
If you're like, dude, come on. Are you the fucking bluest Korean on the sharper? You know what I mean? You're not the smartest tool in the shed, so I wouldn't be taking it.
This shirt from Diet Stars Monday also sucks ass.
Oh, go, dude. Just chill, dude. Chill.
The only thing good on me right now is this fucking necklace I made. I didn't make it.
You're like, shut up, my girlfriend. Let's see here. More comments. Is it just me, or did he not sound that happy? I've been through the roof. Talking about the guy that won the truck.
Yeah.
Got a hat. I'll never wear it. Better quality at Dollar Tree. Money wasted. Will not into the next one. Fraud. Paid actor. He seems like he's real excited. You know, let's get the fuck out. All right.
Just we're about to know. I have tried uploading like a lot, and it doesn't work. And so I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to at least break it up. Maybe I don't know. Technology sucks, and I want to improve it. I want to improve defaults for people. I want to improve quality assurance. Things should work, and I don't understand why they don't. And I don't understand why we don't have a leader in society who's willing to improve it.
Well, I have to say, I do our 30s and I go to our 40s. And this is a really great opportunity for me. I really, in my heart, did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? No. I thought there's a chance that I would have made my first million by the time I was 30. When I was a child, adolescents are always figuring. And then I thought maybe I could be a millionaire by 40. That's what I did. But I really think that that could happen by the time I'm 50. Man, I think I could be a trillionaire. I think that's how much confidence I have. Number Benson, I'm watching this. I want you to be like, yeah, that's what I'm my person. And they're going to play maybe the first person on earth. Maybe time come the wealthiest person. But money doesn't matter to me. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. And I'd like to see although I'm comfortable right now, I'd like to be able to explore more. That said, another thing, even more important than money, far more important, that there might be a chance that I might have a family now. I was anticipating prior to I building this story that I've created. And I don't. And I'm okay with that. You were to ask any of my friends when I was a young adult, I would tell them I don't want to get married until I'm well established and I don't care even under 50 years old. And they would like that. Nobody talked like that. And I just knew uphill battle having nothing left. Just a fight. And I didn't want to do it until I could have that. I had secure generational wealth, not just for a few generations, for as long as it's necessary. I'm uploading this like a lot, and I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to. Wow, everyone look there, it's Frosty Cheetah. Oh. are studying Kabbalah. And as of right now, I haven't posted it. However, I feel like I've read if I never have children, God forbid, why should I never be able to study now? I really feel like I'm just saying this like a camera. I say it with as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life. I would be the greatest Kabbalistic. And I really think that I wouldn't say it, but it's true. Or it would be true. Any Kabbalistic knowledge. But I shouldn't have it. I've done an excellent job of avoiding any Kabbalistic study. Study Gemara, study Chumash, but I have stayed away from Kabbalah as much as I really could. But I think it's time. And so I may watch this video in the future, midterm somehow, and I'm going to work every single day for the rest of my life. Let's study just something with Kabbalah, whether it's watching a documentary or podcast, or reading a course, or even just learning one new thing about Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. If I do that for the rest of my life, I'll meet everybody. I'll meet Sachs, I'll meet Rabbi Feinstein, I'll meet Rabbi Miller, I'll meet Chaim, I'll meet the I'll meet all the Lubavitchers, meet all the Breslows. It's not a competition. Because I know who win. I know far less than all of them than they all did. You know, I remember I read this book. So, out of kind of my life, I was in my medical articles. And I have already written, comes out better way probably Franklin, the largest rabbinical biography in world history. Now it is longer than the Talmud. It's an encyclopedia, like collection of simply rabbinical biographies. And only Orthodox rabbis. And I did this more than a decade ago. And I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was there's some extreme powerful rabbis. Some of the most powerful rabbis I was before them. And we were talking about some of my studies related to my education, specifically my medical education. And I said that, I've always been curious as to what the most common name, first name of a rabbi is. And I looked at it stuff that I know I have stuff that. And so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that I made because I compiled essentially every rabbi going back to everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them were, some Moshe, perhaps. And I was very proud that like this was not a thing that was known, but that all of Judaism over at that time, 5,700 years of our history. Nobody had compiled this. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names of all of the rabbis. And it depends because I even told them it depends how strict you're going to be on how you define the first name. Like, do they have to always spell exactly right? Or would Moshe and Moses be, or would Abraham, be or Yaakov and Jacob? And if you took all of the derivations of the major, all of the names of every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived to any extent, we're talking about some famous individuals, but also just individuals perhaps in a small shade of Eastern Europe at some point. What would be the most popular name? And again, I'm perfectly imperfect. And I just misspoke. I know I misspoke. Okay. I will do this. Perfectly imperfect. I said shade on my step. The rabbi or referencing of a small shtem, his wife, or shade. And I have a, I don't want to call it learning disability by any means because I think it's something that everybody knows. And I use words, I confuse words. And as I say this, I know that it will be funny what I just said. Nobody's laughing. I'm somewhat embarrassed of it. But it will be very funny. And if you're like, you confuse Stedel and Shagel, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time it happened.
Yeah, just watching this, I see. I said Aharon Rabbeinu. Of course, I mean Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, perfectly imperfect. But even I, who figured out this immense riddle within Judaism, what is the most common Hebrew name of a rabbi in the history of Judaism, make mistakes. That one, was perhaps in Hashem's divine plan for the world to see. Even I, who's like talking about the subject, can make mistakes, and perhaps in the future, this is all a learning lesson. Why I say the things that I say.
Wow, she's more beautiful. Oh my.
All right, so I just said, like, of course I meant Moshe Rabbeinu. I didn't though. I meant Aharon Rabbeinu, but nobody really references him as that. No one references him as Aharon Cohen Gadol either. I don't know. These are all accurate statements. So even I meant to say Aharon Rabbeinu, but it's not referenced. He's not referenced that way usually. Perhaps usually it's Aharon HaKohen, but he's really Aharon Cohen Gadol. Aharon HaKohen Gadol. These are things we're going to figure out. They're not really figure out. That's Greek. That's limit. It's just not is unique, and I'm unique. I'm coming to the rabbinate. The rabbinate. I've come to the rabbinate. Unique. So if these are not things that perhaps have heard in the past, it doesn't mean it's not correct. Aharon was a teacher. Rabbeinu means our teacher, our master. Aharon was a teacher. He was the first Kohen Gadol. Somehow, somewhere, I don't know.
I've done it before. And I'm okay with being imperfect. Though I strive for perfection. So, as I was saying, I was like some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. And I pulled up this chart after they gave all these incorrect answers. All of their answers were incorrect. And it's a bar graph and a pie chart. And I explained to them that use all the derivations of the most famous rabbis. Everyone from the most famous rabbis is just rabbis who had just barely made an impact on society. I think I did it up until the 20th century, something like that. Like, not necessarily. I didn't. I think it was something like that. Like I had a time table. I asked them, so what do you think it is? And they didn't know. And I said, it's pizza. And they looked at themselves and I handed them my chart and they were looking it over. And one of them said, that makes sense. That you have a father who have a child that eats out, and that child might have another child, Yaakov. That Yaakov wouldn't want to name necessarily his child after its
What the fuck? Roberto, I have tried uploading this like
Absolutely know that. I had secure generational wealth, not just for a few generations, but for as long as it's necessary.
Roberto, I have tried uploading
Secure generational wealth, not just for a few generations, but that said, for as long as it's necessary. I'd like to be able, even though I don't have money to time, the poorest person on earth, their own way. That's what Rabbi. It's why I think I could be a 40. I thought maybe I could be a billionaire by 40. That's for as long as it's necessary. That was the first. And then I thought maybe I could be a billionaire and by 40. I just knew the uphill battle I would be facing just in my and I didn't want to do it until I could absolutely know that by 30 I had wealth, not just a few generations, but for as long as it's necessary. And I think I could be in trouble. Don't feel it. I'd like to clean. Money would be able to. I'd like to be able to explore the world. That's far more important because prior to my friends until they don't. I could absolutely know that. Whereas I had my friends. Not just for a few generations, but for as long as it's necessary. Well established, and I don't care. And they would like talk like that. And I just knew uphill battle that we faced. I didn't want to do it until I could. I had secure generational, not just for a few generations, but for as long as it's necessary. And I why should I never be able to study Kabbalah? I really feel like I'm just saying this into the camera. I say it with as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life. I think I would be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. And I really think I wouldn't say if that is true or it would be true. And it's going to take me a long time. Kabbalistic knowledge, but I should have. I've done an excellent job of avoiding any Kabbalistic study. Study Kamash, but I have stayed Kamash as much as I really could. But I think it's time. And so I may watch this video in the future. And I'm going to work every single day for the rest of my life. Instead of just something with Kabbalah, whether it's watching a documentary or a podcast, reading a course, even just learning one new thing about Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. If I can do that for the rest of my life, I'll meet everybody. I'll meet Rabbi Sachs. I'll meet Rabbi Feinstein. I'll meet Rabbi Miller. I'll meet the Chofetz Chaim. I'll meet I'll meet all the Lavengers. I'll meet all the Breslows. It's not a competition. Because I know I'm going to win. rabbinical rabbis, and only Orthodox rabbis. And I did this more than half a decade ago, and I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was there's some extreme, the most powerful rabbis, some of the most powerful rabbis I for them. And we were talking about some of my studies related to my education, specifically my rabbinical education. And I said to them, I've always been curious as to what the most common name, first name of a rabbi is. They looked at each other, and I had stumped them. I know I had stumped them. And so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that because I compiled essentially every rabbi going back to Aharon Rabbeinu. Everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them were, some emotional, perhaps. And I was very proud that, like, this was not a thing that was known within all of Judaism. Over, at that time, 5,700 years of our history. Nobody had compiled this. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names of all of the rabbis. And it depends because I even told them it depends how strict you're going to be on how you define a first name. Like, do they have to always spell exactly right? Or would Moshe and Moses mean, or would Abraham be, or Yaakov and Jacob? And if you took all of the derivations of the major, well, all of the names of every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived to any extent, we're talking about some famous individuals, but also like just individuals perhaps in a small shade of Eastern Europe and something like that. What would be the most popular name? And again, I'm perfectly imperfect. And I just misspoke. I know I misspoke. Okay. And I will do this. I'm perfectly imperfect. I said Shadle, I meant Shtetl. Perhaps the rabbi are referencing of the small Shtetl, his wife, or Shadle. And I have a thing. I don't want to call it learning discipline by any means because I think it's something that is I use word association. I confuse shtetl and shtetl. Yeah, it will be the first time perhaps we've been class. I've done it before. And I'm okay with I strive for perfection. So, as I was saying, when some of the most powerful rabbis in the world, I pull out this chart after all these incorrect answers. All the answers are incorrect. And there's a bar graph pie chart. And I explained to them that use all the derivations of most famous rabbis. Everyone from most famous rabbis, just rabbis who had just barely made an impact in society. I think I did up until the 20th century, something like that. As I said, I think it was something like that.
Pizza and pepperoni, black olives and green peppers and sausage. Can we eat this now? Click your heels 3 times to get a pizza. Yeah.
I asked them, so who do you think it is? And they didn't know. And I said, it's easy. And they looked at themselves. I handed them my chart, and they were looking it over. And one of them said, "Now that makes sense. That you have a father and the name Abraham, have a child named Isaac, and that child might have another child, Yaakov. That Yaakov wouldn't want to name necessarily his child after its father, perhaps in Ashkenazi tradition, after himself. So he might name him after his father, who died, might be Yitzhak. And then that child would have the option of perhaps naming their child anything, but it just came down to the fact that since kind of surmising Yitzhak character in Jewish history, but also the fact that he sits in the middle between Abraham and Yaakov, that became a very common name of rabbis throughout Judaism, and no one else knows this except those rabbis. And like very few discovered one of the great mysteries of all of Judaism. What is the most common name for a rabbi? That's like a simple question that people knew the answer to, and I did. So with that being said, Kabbalah is next. Oh, I should say, I want to be the great. I've said this previously. I want to be the greatest rabbinical biographer already. It's very important. I've said it in writing. I've said it publicly. But I'd also like to be the Kabbalistic stage of all time. I've said that it's fun. But there's a lot to do before. But that being said, I'm going to do everything I can to study Kabbalah a little bit every day. And that's everything from the tree of life to the 72 names of Hashem to Madonna or that red string. I've been to Kabbalistic centers by Shabbat and Beverly Hills and I'm going to this Kabbalistic stage in history because recently married a friend. She learned we live in a shtetl. There's the Chumagas. Perhaps many shtetls, but I'm going to be the greatest Kabbalistic scholar in the world. Well, say, no, that nigga all the time. And this is really in my heart.
In my heart.
Did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? No. Chance that I would have accomplished the time and watched my previous. To things. What's your name? Hello, I'm Billy. How are you? Hey, for $1, you ready? Name a Christmas song that.
I love that too. Sneaky Pablo.
Excuse me? What you're interviewing? About all kinds of things. What's your name? Hello, I'm Billy.
Just
How are you?
grand.
Hey, for $1, you ready? Name a Christmas song that doesn't exist. As I watched my previous video, and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan, that there are many mistakes in the way that I did, because a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's some people who find that a lot of the mistakes that they make are made by everyone. And that's when I talk about my story, where it's a compilation of things that I would recognize that were not that different. As I watched my previous video, watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan, that there are as I watch my previous video, and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan, that there are many mistakes related, because a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's so people find that in their own lives, the mistakes that they make are made by him. I say this when I talk about my story references, compilation thing, that I want the whole world to recognize that we're not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA, no matter where you are. And I think the two most distantly related people anywhere in the world are still something like around like 26-degree cousins or something like that. It's not that wild, no much more related than we are, no matter what you have. As I watched the previous video that I had, I get embarrassed by making mistakes. I think everybody does, and I do so publicly. But I recognize that it's part of life, and as you can probably tell, my Yiddish isn't what I meant to be, but that's another thing I think great linguists of Yiddish and what pillars of Yiddishkeit in global history. I mean, I'm hard on myself. Like, I use the word association with two words. I mean, the Yiddish to which I was exposed, my life has been lived. But it still exists. And my family, even going back to when I was a little child, used Yiddish. And we used other languages as well, Yiddish that we use. And the more exposed to it, the more important it becomes to me that one day I'd like to speak primarily Yiddish. And I really look at my life and think, wow, a normal person where I am. Not that halftime folks. So this might be my own halftime speech I give to myself that I really need to improve in all my languages. English, certainly Hebrew, certainly Yiddish, certainly Aramaic, and my reading proficiency, speaking proficiency, and my writing proficiency. Rashi script down. I would like to be a sofer of my own Torah. That's something. It's one of the 613 mitzvot. And I would like to be able to dial in not just an Ashkenazi, but also some take up a lot of money. I haven't been able to study as much as I once did, or take classes as much as I once did. I really mean this. The most.
Zoot, I can't talk right now. I'm doing something. Zoot, I can't talk right now. I'm doing something.
You're boring.
All right, well, you don't have to be insulting.
We're not supposed to count, but pretty darn near 666 straight days of shul attendance. You're not supposed to count, but entirely prior to the pandemic. In all of Yiddishkeit, in all of the most active participant in the entire world prior to the pandemic. In all of Yiddishkeit, in all of Judaism, we're not supposed to count, but pretty darn near 666 straight days of shul attendance. You're not supposed to count, but
One going so I can, let's get the second one going so I can have that loud car. Okay, this is a real big one right here. Johnny Hollywood. Yeah. I like the name Johnny Hollywood. Like that. WOULD. That's pretty dope. Best brains. The truck is getting sold ASAP. I would sell that truck. Dude owns a fabrication shop in your home state. Dicey. Oh, too far. Seems like a setup. Probably one of Brendan's friends from Colorado. What a coincidence. The winner is from his home state. He was just a big old gimmick to sell more merch. He doesn't seem stoked. A guy who owns a fabrication shop and also raced in the mint. I mean, the evidence is mounting against him. Yeah, there's a lot of pages of evidence in this one. Yeah. Any other thoughts? There's a chance that it was some sort of, flubbing up the giveaway. It's a scam, right? I still think it could be a scam, but I don't know. I never know anything would change, as always. I mean, it's both ways. You know why I think it might be a scam? Because he never really talks about lawyers and stuff until he's trying to get away with something. You know what I mean? Front-loaded all the hate by being we got a lawyer doing this stuff and this and that. And the amount of times he says it makes me think I don't feel like you're doing it that way. Yeah, I mean, saying it at all is kind of weird, right? When's the last time you heard of a giveaway where the announcing is someone talking about how they hired a lawyer to make sure everything is right? Yeah, all you hear is about the winner. Yeah. Who? Because, who would be? I've honestly never thought of a giveaway as a scam until I'm sure there are plenty that are scams, but that's something I've never really considered. And I think that I could put out this job. And he talks about it on Sunday. I pray it wasn't a scam, but if it was, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I was happy with that. I'm glad I have it. He would have bought that regardless. So, no harm, no foul. I was going to try to figure out how to fuck that up, but it's hard. This one's called It's a Problem. Posted by It's Your Boy Original. Soon announcing the winner. 6 days ago. Man, that's not even like a day. I wasn't even sure to bring that one on the show, but I did. This one's posted by Rain Nerky. Feels like a slur. It's called Looks and Got Hit by the Old Shop Shutdown. So I'm not quite sure this here, but these are the hidden by your comments. Jimmy X looks like a Mad Max Jason James 11. Can I please get my order? I ordered a shirt on July 8th. To receive it, I have sent emails to Lex. Wow. But I have yet to hear anything back. These things are really hard for them to type. Yeah, story. Well, they're probably just steal a kid's iPad. Big boy's iPad desk? Yeah, I think so. Trucks, iPads, dude. Okay, so this was posted by Busy Middle 8108. This has to be up there with the most agreed. Papa has ever told Water, even if he did race the bar 500 race, you know full well it'd be plastered all over his socials, seeing as he runs his social medias himself now, and there would be a 7-minute video on Toontown about it. Look at this pathological line. Let's see here.
I know you do want it for car parts. It's dicey as fuck.
You think that's where the line starts? Yeah, he didn't. There's not a chance he crosses the border without a camera on.
Well, there's not a chance he does that anyways. But like, but you're yes, definitely did. But when I was just like, as he was saying that, my live meter was like, ding, like when it starts, it just starts right there.
Oh, I wish you had the cowbell so you could hit it every time you lies.
The cowbell's in there.
I drove to Tijuana for car parts. It's dicey as fuck. Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There were 3 dead guys on the course. Straight to get going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And finally, a local's like, hey, this is cartel territory. This is every morning. We let the truck come through. So they had to reroute everything to go around the Also, go to Hawaii. Dealing with the cartel must be so annoying.
So he's saying that when he was driving the race, he saw a dead body
On the track, yeah. Wow, yeah. No, Poison the Redacted Dead.
Yeah, or Stand By Me. Just no, yeah, that's wild. I don't think he raced it. I don't think he went to Tijuana. A lot of this episode is like,
If he didn't record a trip to Tijuana, he was going to Hong Kong. Dude, let's be honest, right? Yeah, let's see.
He was going to get a rub and tug.
Yeah. At the famous Rub and Tug Club. Let's see, this one's Confidence Surge 8648. It's called Timeline. I didn't watch it. I was intrigued by this.
Gas. Is either by just an entry, $5, or buying any merch, or walk in with the merch, with the website, ultimate badass truck. If you like Raptors, Raptor R's, that's cool. This is one-on-one. You won't see another.
Supposed to count. I haven't been able to study as much as I wanted to. I took classes as much as I could. I was one. I want to say I attended class attendance and Reds notes. You all are gonna say no. And maybe I'm not. I think about this and I'm we're not supposed to count, but I was attendance. Active participant. That's okay. I can at least try. I need to work harder. These live shoots take up a lot of my life. I have able to study as much as I once did, or take classes as much as I once did. I was once, I really mean this, the most active participant in the entire world prior to the pandemic, in all of Yiddish, in all of Judaism. We're not supposed to count, but I was pretty darn near 666 straight days of shul attendance. We're not supposed to count, but nobody was mean. We're not supposed to count, but I was close to close to triple digits in continuous Shabbat attendance, and perhaps over. We're not supposed to count. And I never miss a Chumash class. Absolutely do everything I can to never miss a Gemara class. And none of my peers were there. It was just really much old. Because younger people have families and they're doing things, and I understand that. But my education is weak. That's okay. I don't think I ever had your way. I kind of feel like, well, I was talking in a previous video about I was reading a book and then I went into I'm the greatest rabbinical biography scholar of all time. And I'm not yet, but I think about this and I'm like, okay. I times in my life have been, I feel, and maybe I'm not so great at this stuff, but the Rebbe's notes, you all are going to say, no, go on and tell me. I was, and I'm still in my heart, the most dedicated children in my children's and my I attended shul more in a gated fashion than anyone I'd ever done. I can tell you that I've been extremely diligent at times where other times, I've been in my life or whatever, but I do everything that I can to just absorb Judaism as much as possible.
Hey, can you pass me the topper? It has to be the topper.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's supposed to be
Just a
helping.
little distracted.
DJ play a Christmas song. I wanna go dancing all night long. Yes, yeah. DJ play a Christmas song. I wanna go dancing all night long. Yes. I will ask a series of questions about the holidays. How would they party?
recall the last time I saw you? Yes, actually. It's been a little while, and I've been wanting to tell you this story. I saw you at an after party this year after you hosted the Oscars. Yes. It was, this is going to be a very name-droppy story, but there's no other way to do it. Those are the most fun ones. They are. And so this was Madonna's after party, right? Which goes very late, kind of starts at midnight. And I walk in, and, a lot of famous people there, obviously, and the first people I see standing in the center of the party are Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, right? Yes. You guys heard of them? Silent as ever, man, when someone said Taylor Swift. Why did they in that house? This is crazy. Yeah, so they were there. Yeah, they were there. I don't know them at all, so I don't say anything, but I mean, I noticed, right? Okay. And so then I'm standing around, mingling at the party, and then all of a sudden I feel a very strong, throwy, pat on my back. That was me, right? No, it was not you. It was a masculine man. I turn around and I'm 6'3", right? So I'm not used to looking up at people. Actors are pretty short. And so I turn around and I feel this pat on my back, and I turn around and it's Travis Kelce. Okay, so now for many years, people may know I've been hosting a show called Billy on the Street, right? Thank you. So I turn around, it's Travis Kelce, and in a very loud, booming voice, in a house full of the most famous people in the world, Travis Kelce looks at me and goes, "Jimmy on the mother street, I love you, man." It's literally happened. And he's beaming. He's so happy to see me. And it's Travis Kelce, who I'm not expecting that he would know who I am at all. Yeah, right. And he says, "Jimmy on the street, I love you." And he said it with such confidence that I could not bring myself to correct him. Yeah, you couldn't, but I devastated him. No, and he looked so happy to see me. I could tell he was a fan. Because Travis Kelce, he's huge. He's standing there with Taylor Swift. Yeah. I didn't know what to do. And then throughout the night, he kept seeing me. We kept crisscrossing each other, and he kept fist bumping me. Right? Now, I don't want to stereotype gay men, but I don't ordinarily communicate via fist bump. You don't. So, but I kept doing it, You have one of the chipmunks or something like that. And but he was lovely. And then I kind of turned around after he said that to me, and I saw you standing in the hallway, and you were there with Holly, and I thought, well, maybe he had seen you or something. Got the names confused. Yeah, I don't think he talked to me at all. Yeah, no, I don't think I did talk to him. Well, I do want to say though, he has an open invitation to appear with me on Jimmy on the Street. Okay, that's great. And me too. You join us. Yes, exactly. We can really confuse him. Yeah, and I said he was with Taylor. I didn't get to say hi to her. She was talking to someone, but it would have been funny if I turned to her and said, "Oh my God, Sarah Bareilles, I love it." She probably would have been complimented. They're both very talented. That's all the last.
office or not, but I've asked about colleagues who are just rabbis but they're lawyers as well, and they've said to me, I pointed out these errors on the Chabad website still to this day. Last I checked, the person who wrote that page wasn't a lawyer, like and it's a really, 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 really important page, and it makes me want to email Chabad about it, but it's super important. It's like the most important page in my opinion. It's so important. And there's an error on it, or an inconsistency, or some kind of issue. There's an issue. What you said. Anyway, I read this other rabbi's book one time that I wanted to use the same diligence that I read the previous. I was like the time I read the book right after that. And there were so many errors in this book I couldn't even keep track of. This guy put in this newspaper so out of here to look over. I mean, there were too many errors. There's small errors, but to count. And it made me realize, like, even the best rabbis who have published editors, they make mistakes. If they make mistakes. And I read other books, and some of them are very good. I've read books written by rabbis, and they're pretty close to as perfect as I can make. But they're few and far between. I recognize most every rabbis make mistakes, and even those rabbis, I know things that they've done, and they are far from perfect. Far from. So I recognize we're all in. All right, well, I was reading this one book on, and I was not reading this book. I actually read this book, and I made a chart of all the words that I did. And from Sport in Cordova, and like his mother died during childbirth. Like I remember, I haven't like delved into his life, but I remember a lot about it. And I wrote a lot about him. He's very Rambam is really important to me. He should be really important. He wasn't just a rabbi. He was a doctor. He was a scholar. He was an incredibly talented man. He was an inspiration to me. I want to be just a rabbi. I want to be as much as I can. I want to be a doctor myself. I want to be a cardiologist. I want to be a gynecologist. I want to at least have that knowledge. I want to know everything. Just a passion. I know. Perhaps this might be how ever in the future with some type of brain computer interface or mind coding or something. But as of right now, that's a lot of work. But I know. But as of right now, that's a lot of work.
Hey, can you boss me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm sorry. It's a little distracted here. Sorry.
What? Hey, can you boss me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm sorry. It's a little distracted here. Sorry.
What? Hey, can you boss me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm sorry. It's a little distracted here. Sorry.
What? Hey, can you boss me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm sorry. It's a little distracted here. Sorry.
What? Hey, can you boss me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm sorry. It's a little distracted here. Sorry.
What? Hey, can you pass me the topper? Pass me the topper.
I'm I'm sorry. It's a little distracting here. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's a little distracting. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's a little distracting here. Sorry.
To win this election, and I think that
I'm sorry. It's a little
Hey, shut
distracting here.
up.
Sorry.
Who the fuck knows you that?
these
Stop.
what this election is about, and so I wanted to find a joyful way of expressing that, and we came out right then for I've worked with the left for years, and we have 40. Hey guys, it's Billy back out here on the street with the one and only Billy on the street and Elena. It's so important. Election day is coming up Tuesday, November 5th. You can now tell people what the issues are that matter the most to you. It says vote. No, I know, but okay. And any thoughts on Donald Trump you want to share with people who might be considering voting for him or not voting at all?
He's a felon, a rapist, a liar, a creep. He's hideous. He's a robber. He is the most disgusting person in the United States, and he's scary.
That's right. So tell everyone out there that they have to go vote.
You have to vote. I can't believe people don't vote. You got to vote.
Yeah, exactly. People died for our right to vote.
Yes, Americans are stupid. Most of them.
Okay.
You have to vote for Kamala. She will make a fabulous president.
Absolutely. You know, the Wall Street Journal, The Economist, these are not liberal publications. They're saying that Kamala's plan for the economy will help improve things, and Trump is going to destroy the economy. Even Goldman Sachs says that.
He doesn't have a plan.
Exactly. No plan.
He talks about golfers, guy.
Yeah, that golf guy talked about penis.
Oh,
I know, it's disgusting. Why are you talking about that? People have real problems. No one wants to talk about that person's huge penis.
Billy,
Okay.
Shut up.
Well, thank you, Elena. Thanks for helping us get out the vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to volunteer, go to votesamerica.com. If you want to volunteer, go to swingleft.org. And if you want to find out where to vote, how to vote, where your polling location is, go to iwillvote.com.
Oh, my God.
Hey guys, it's Billy. I am back on the street with the one and only Will Ferrell, and we are out here today to represent a very important voting. Hey everyone, it's Billy. I don't post videos like this often, but I will regret it if I don't. It's 2 weeks till the election. I do know this. This is true. Northwestern is one of my favorite places in the world. And the time. You're excited about Madonna?
Absolutely.
Yes, what's your favorite Madonna song?
Material Girl.
Oh, that's a good one. You excited about Madonna?
So excited.
Yeah. Who's better, Madonna or Lady Gaga?
Madonna.
Thank you.
Classic.
Yes, thank you. Kids, you excited about Madonna?
I'm so excited.
Yes, me too.
Can't wait to see what she has in store.
Be great.
Yeah, so.
Did you already get any Coke? Okay, sorry. You're excited about Madonna?
Absolutely.
Yes, what's your favorite Madonna song? Madonna?
I'm so excited.
Yes, me too.
Can't wait to see what she has in store.
Be great.
Yeah, so.
Did you already get any Coke? Okay, sorry. Excuse me?
What you're interviewing?
You're excited about all kinds of things. What's her name?
Memphis Rubel.
Oh, I'm Billy. How are you?
Just crying.
Just grand.
Guys, it's Billy Eichner, and I'm here with a very special Billy on the street. It seems to me that these days the world could use a bit more. What's her name? I left the cinema, and this is how good I think this film. Rose Road.
billboard is insane. Hey guys, it's Billy. Today is the day. Bros opens in over 3,000 movie theaters all over North America. Street people, listen up. Hey guys, it's Billy. I'm out here with Billy on the street legend Elena, ready to talk to people about my new movie Bros opening September 30th. Are you ready, Elena?
Yes.
Let's go. Excuse me. Me and Elena want you to go see my movie Bros. Oh, really? September 30th, yeah.
Elena and I.
Whatever. It opens September 30th. It's a great new comedy produced by Judd Apatow. He made Bride. Hey guys, it's Billy. I'm out here with Billy on the street legend Elena, ready to talk to people about my new movie Bros opening September 30th. Are you ready, Elena?
Yes.
Let's go. Excuse me. Me and Elena want you to go see my movie Bros. Oh, really? September 30th, yeah.
Elena and I.
Whatever. It opens September 30th. It's a great new comedy produced by Judd Apatow. He made Bridesmaids and Knocked Up and Trainwreck. It's hilarious.
But I know, like, I can't be too hard on myself. My show attendance, top when under normal circumstances, it's like my Discord.
What the fuck?
And I can tell you, when I do that, I've read many books written by rabbis, and I find their errors, their grammatical errors, their continuity errors. I did it in the book. I gave it to a rabbinical colleague, and I said, there are 3 errors in this book, and I know exactly where they are. And he's like, oh, really? Yeah. I showed it to him. My reference is right there. And I remember showed him the first one. He's like, okay. It's like, it's slow. The second one, he's like, I know the very first. It's a pretty great movie. Right now, wait, that's different. And it makes sense. They looked at some of their, I know, like, they're few and far, and they are far from her. Man, like, his mother died during childbirth. Like, I remember, I haven't, like, delved into his life in a long time, but I remember a lot of psychologists. I want to be an orthopedics surgeon and stuff. And I want to know everything there is. Just a passion. And I know full attendance, top work, your face, mind of booking or something. But as of right now, that's a lot of work. But I know, like, I can't be too hard on myself. My shul attendance, top when under normal circumstances, it's like my Discord usage. Not the number 1%. It's not the 0.01. It's not the 0.1%. It's 0.01%. I bet if I could get statistics, who does more Discord than I do? Who does more YouTube? Like, if I can invest in it, it's recently, but really perhaps as much as Rambam is Rabbi Akiva, and so word for word. This is hard to do. Computers. It gives me a lot of. There's another word that works. Is that Rabbi Akiva did not start his Hebraic education until he was years old. And so here I can say to myself, well, I know if you just, at least at the diaspora, I would say I know Hebrew better than of the diaspora. At least 50% of Jews, Yiddish is better than 50% of Jews. And you have probably closer to 90% of Jews, maybe 95% of Jews. In some ways, you know, Aramaic, like, I'm in the top majority of all Jews. I studied this, and I just got started. I've had to manage all these other things in my life. I don't really focus on these things. I never grew up in Israeli city. I never grew up in New York City, so I had to make Israel wherever I am. I continue to make it wherever I go. So Rabbi Akiva was 4 years old when he began his undertaking. I'm in a good spot. And I hope Hashem guides me so that I can achieve all of my goals. Because that's where I am personally. Fuck. It didn't say. Fuck. Fuck. It didn't say.
Smash. I don't know, Jim. Okay, fair enough. Smash. Romo definitely has a type, and respectfully, I'm taking her over Jessica Simpson double smash. It's a 7-4 smash, meaning I'm taking her all the way up to the 7-4, and I'm going to drop my drawers and let her see my third leg. Pass. Smash. Smash. Maybe a double because talking about a Broncos legend here, respectfully. Now, something ain't right here, but neither am I. Smash. Now, here's a guy whose wife wants some Mahomes magic through the mattress. Smash. Pass. It's like a 20-year-old playing Little League. It's not fair to the competition. It's a triple, at least a broadcast booth beatdown, respectfully. Pass. Out of respect for bro, but when you take her looks and his talent, you get the next generation of sideline smashes, respectfully. This is Jerry Jones' daughter, Smash. This is Troy Aikman's ex-wife, who is a dynasty Smash. I don't know how you fumble a franchise player like this, Troy, but since I think of ex-wives, let me just say, from black belt to box ring, I'm taking Giselle down some jiu-jitsu shit. He's no longer with the broadcast team, and it might be too early, but I'll never pass up a chance to stab at it. Respectfully, Smash. Smash. Oh, Jim.
Hey guys, it's Billy. I'm out here with Billy on the Street legend Elena, ready to talk to people about my new movie Bros, opening September.
Billy on the street. What you were doing right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go. Excuse me. see my movie Bros.
Oh, it's real.
It's September
Just
30th.
say
Yeah.
Elena and I.
Whatever. It opens September 30th. It's a great new comedy produced by Judd Apatow. He made Bridesmaids and Knocked Up and Trainwreck. It's hilarious.
Oh, where can I see it?
In theaters, movie theaters.
September 30th.
September 30th.
Open.
Yeah, everywhere.
You'll see. It's going to be a huge movie.
Yeah.
Bros, I'll take a look at it.
All right.
You never saw Billy on the Street, which we're doing right now. You never saw it.
I don't think I have, though.
Oh, wow.
Are you from this planet?
Okay, let's go. Miss, me and Elena want you to go see Bros.
Bros?
Yeah, my new movie is really funny. It's the guy who made Bridesmaids and Trainwreck. This is his new movie.
Oh, okay. It's going to open September 30th.
Yeah. All over the country. Not Broadway. No, it's not theater. It's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie.
It's a movie.
I think it's Broadway.
Let's go. She saw a gay person. She thinks it's Broadway. Miss, me and Elena want to let you know about my movie Bros.
I can't wait.
It's September 30th.
I'm buying tickets right now.
Yes, it's the...
What do you want to say about it?
Oh,
It's going to be pretty funny. Really funny.
thank you, Elena.
I can't wait.
Yep, the whole cast is LGBTQ.
I love it. Inclusion.
That's right.
Ally.
Oh, good. You're not an ally unless you go see Bros.
I'll order my ticket right now.
Right, you better.
You're going to like it.
Yeah.
I think.
You want to go see it with Elena?
Yeah, I think you live in my building, actually.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay, bye.
I see you all the time. I've never seen her in my life.
Miss, me and Elena want you to see Bros, my new movie Bros.
Okay.
September 30th. You got to go with all your friends.
Amazing.
You like to laugh in a movie theater?
I do.
It's a very magical experience.
Okay, I like depressing movies.
Okay, well, there's a shock.
That corner is where we met.
We met
No,
We
the
met
subway's on
by
the
past the BBQ on the other side.
No, we met on the corner because I was taking the subway.
You were getting on that subway, yes.
Yeah, and I think there should be a plaque there.
Where you and I met.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yes. They tore this building down as usual. It's hideous.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Elena.
Bros, read up.
Hey everybody, Chris Evans here. So I just got...
Hey guys, it's Billy. I met her on the streets of Hollywood with...
I imagine you have a few thoughts on this. In other movies where gay...
Bro, me and these lesbians want you to see Bros. You're gonna go see Bros. September 40th.
I'm watching that shit. Because, bro, I don't know. They play Cardi in there? They play Playboy Cardi in there?
What?
You know Playboy Cardi?
Yeah.
Nah, you don't know who that is.
I know who that is.
So name one song by him.
I can't name a song. Name one song by Barbra Streisand, bitch. Hey guys, it's Billy. I'm out here back on the street with famous and beloved street man Paul Rudd. Hey guys, it's Billy. What's up, MTV? Hey guys. Miss, I'm so sorry. What does it feel like to... You're so proud of... So you're following me on TikTok? Why? So you're following me on TikTok?
Just...
So, and what's your least favorite thing about life?
Republicans.
Okay. And what's your least favorite thing about life?
Republicans.
Okay. And what's your least favorite thing about life?
Republicans.
Okay. And what's your least favorite thing about life?
Republicans.
Okay. And what's...
insane. Fuck. Well, I mean, insane on all that other shit. Yo, babies. I was thinking about one of the videos that I made recently, and I was busy thinking of fun stuff. So it didn't say.
Final fucking shit's over. This sucks. I did that. Yo, what's up, Pilly?
What's up, Billy?
Pilly, can you hear me, big dog?
I can hear you, Abby.
What's good, son? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good, son? What'd you do?
I'll do something right now.
Okay, what are you sending
I'm
me?
working on. I want to send you this one so you check it out when I work.
Okay, well, why don't you just finish it and then send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it right away. I'm working on my computer already.
Okay, we just do whatever.
It didn't say. Because we're about to know, so I have tried to. Because we're about to know, so I have tried uploading this like a lot, and it didn't say.
rather what? They didn't know which death penalty, which means that what? When the agent gave him a straw, what Hasra did they give him? There has to be a straw, because he came on something that a straw. So what happens? They went up to him and said, Ruben, the coach H, stop doing what you're cease and desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here that proper Hasral does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, the coaches shall rush Shaisa. Don't bring a raya from the coaches. Don't bring a raya. Right? We'll say, do not bring a raya from the coaches. Why? The coaches was an exception. Rosh Shah means there was Yotzim Laklau. Yotzim Laklau, halacha might again, literally because they did not know what to do with it. This was the first time this happened, but not the norm. The norm is when agent give hasra for a death penalty, halacha might say they have to say explicitly which death penalty you're liable to. The coaches is an exception to the rule. Incredible. Well, let's go back there. That was today, by the way. Halacha might say.
Yo, Billy, send me whatever you want to send me, but I gotta get some sleep, big dog.
You know what? We'll see about that.
Okie doke. Damn, my friend, send it to me. I'll look at it in the morning. Bye.
They just need to be able to do it. If you do this, you are going to be liable to be suspects. Incredible. Let's go back there. And it's still a bit of stopping. So let's remember again. So then of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, hasra for a more chomer form of risa, by definition, it works for a more kal form of risa. After that, then the problem just is the devil's in the details. So again, which form of risa is more chomer, which form of risa is more kal? Okay, so that the Mishnah had a machlokas. So the Gemara says as follows. So Mishnah, let's go and let's drop it. So I'll say if you have a group of people who are chayiv sreifa, who get mixed in with a group of people chayiv skila. I will say now, the assumption the Gemara is working is like this: the lashon of hanisrafim in this color means the majority of people in this group are chayiv skila, and a minority of people who are chayiv sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? When Rishon says, you're doing the skila. Sreifa kamura. When Rishon says, it should be judged as skila. Why?
Yo, dog.
Because out of skila and sreifa, so sreifa is the more.
What is Kabbalah even fucking mean?
Give
a perception. Fred Bolitnikov? Why? I don't fucking know. Bullshit, in my opinion, man. What? I don't know. I think gotta be so fucking complicated. Can't Hashem just have one fuck name? Why you gotta have 72 fucking names?
Ultimately, again, that sreifa is more chomer. There's a simple reason.
What does it mean? We gotta learn something every fucking day. You just made a bunch of fucking videos that said that.
You have a minority of misrafim who get mixed in with a majority of misskalim. Right?
Receive tradition in Hebrew, derived from the root meaning to receive. Like Fred Bolitnikov. Told you. All right, are you going to bed? Because this is the worst. This is the worst. Shit.
Don't say that. Don't even have to.
Man. Dog, you gotta do that one. You gotta do that one. You know you gotta do that one. Why? I remember when I was a kid, well, younger, it's like 20 years ago, I saw this happen, like, that's so.
For me, I'm 40. I'm not a kid, right? So where are we at?
Come on, you little bitch.
Man, I'm 40.
This is the worst. Come on, quit sucking dick. Yo, dog. I bet this fucking thing froze. Worst. I'm a man. I'm 40. No, dude, you didn't say it like a man.
I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man.
Dude, it fucking crashed, didn't it? Zuckerberg, your shit's so lame.
Where are we at in society today? Come after me.
Zuckerberg's the worst. His shit is so bad. Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg, you are just the worst. Your shit sucks.
If anybody hasn't read this, I'm 40. Man, I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. 40.
I'm a man. Fuck, I was just doing it.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm 40.
No, you didn't say it quickly enough.
I'm a man. I'm a man.
Fuck.
I'm 40.
I'm a man. I'm 40. Oh, that just sounds
I'm a man.
terrible.
I'm 40. I'm a man. 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 I'm 40. I'm a man.
There you go. That's it. That's the winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Why? I mean, no, this bitch can get it.
More minutes. To you right now, and then as we head throughout.
I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man.
I've been waiting to do that for like 18 fucking years.
I'm 40.
All right. Well, that was fun. Now you can take off your little fucking elf hat, put on your robber hat. Look at this athleticism. Hey, Sway, let's do, babe.
How should we frame this case? And it's come and been instructed. So the better way to frame it is a minority of the scholar get mixed in with the majority of the scholar.
What happened here? Thing sucks.
Get mixed in with the majority of
Oops, something went wrong. Dog. Not interested. Tell us what you think. Worst app ever.
Even though the Skillet are the minority, but still the group should be judged with Skila because Skila is more
Oh, not this bitch. She's. So what did we learn today about Kabbalah? It means
If I wanted, I'd flip it. I'd find a way to flip
to
it.
receive.
Honestly, I think I would risk my life to flip it. Like, I'd film it and I'd try to do
Receive
it.
tradition.
But I would.
It means receive tradition. Like Fred Bullitt.
Actually being in the truck, I'd pay or figure out a way to do it.
And it means reception. It's an esoteric method. Nobody knows what the fuck that means. I barely know what that means. Look at this episode, though, folks. Really impressed that we've been able to witness such wars of 40 years. Come on. That's right. Look at this athleticism. Oh man, I'm 40.
He doesn't know that it's outside the game. For all the support. This is good. I thought. Less than 2 weeks. Try fast all gas. I'm super cool. Freaking truck, dude. The next one we do. The tickets, winner of the truck will be announced this week. Was it Thursday? We gotta have the goddamn name. It's a third party law firm that selects it. So we're waiting. Those calls right here, Colorado boy. Well, you won the truck.
Number one, generally so. If you see something that's never something precious, you go ahead and do something to someone else. But behind stuff, sometimes if you see something, it's important to think.
I don't know. It's not the same I've always been. Okay. Well, let's see what this is about. This is a hashtag. Finally. Oh shit, we got it in the post. Post, whatever. However, see it. Blame the law firm.
We'll have an announcement. We got the winner. Finally, I know. Trust me, I see it. Where's the winner? Where's the winner? We got it. The law firm finally got back to us. We got the freaking winner. So I'm sure by the time this comes out, we'll have a winner or something. That's the winner. So the dude who won it. Well, now it's up to podcast right now.
It's so funny to say that at the end of your show. Like, it has nothing to do when you say the fighter and the kid or like something else. And you say drive from rehearsing you just made. That's what you say at the end. Hilarious. Oh man, I'm still waiting to see Pickies in the wild. I want to see it. Not online. I want to see it myself. Period. You know what I mean? I want to see Drive Fast Podcast, Calabasas Fight Club. Is that real? No, if I can pay. Okay. That's pretty good. I still want to see it, dude. Okay, so this is going up near the air last week for your little flub. It's CJK 610. This the Cage Side Contradiction combo. First clip credit, Manchester. Second clip credit, Busy Middle Ring. Thank you for your service. Let's see.
And it came in. But he's sitting, well, I don't know, we're right behind Joe Rogan and Michael Bisping and John Atkins. So that's good. It just depends. Can you see it right there? It's good. That's a very good because listen, it's fun to say Cage Side and Joseph Rogan's our buddy behind him. They did spoil the thing here. The best things are not there. Just you have the pillars. You have a lock in front of you. You usually want to be if you're slow and stuff, but you want to be kind of in the first, like, not first row, but we're just
above, so your eyesight. For us, I would say that close. My son, for my son too. So on bed, he's getting engaged and fighting. I'll tell you right now, though, after seeing let's be when in the stadium, and be glad I'm on the outside because it's protocol.
And this is how the pasuk is. The son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing. So it's like, so that is codified in the Kabbalah. Again, remember,
I think, well, maybe it's a little bit different from what I thought last time, but I think Jen is saying that because he's like, wait, you said before it was hard to see, so he's just checking, like a friend, like, oh, your case study, was it hard to see though? He's just, I don't think he's trying to like check him or anything. I just think he wants to know, like, was this time different? You know, honestly, I don't think he's doing anything. But Brennan is ridiculous. Yes, he just says whatever the bid is in his mind, he does it. And then there's no accounting for the future where he's going to do the opposite. Dude, there's malintent when he does it. When he's like trying to be like, he's like, that's been. He's trying to make it worse. Yes, but then what is the experience? He's like, okay. Yeah, no, that's I agree with that. I think it's like, to him the bid is, you know, like his humor, kind of like what Mark said in the original interview, that his humor is just like, you're dumb. Like, you actually suck. I don't even think you mean to suck. I think humor. You're gay. But it doesn't matter. It's like when you come back from work, you're like, oh, stop by looking at the big screen on this disgusting. That is the worst thing. Yeah, no, that's something good. Analogy. Alright, so some shit sick about me is called Papa's confident incorrectness gets produced by the whole staff and don't like it. Let's see.
Isn't like the whole point of the sphere is like it's a giant wall of like LED TVs, right? Isn't it kind of weird for fighters not having cameras inside?
There's the distraction. Like, what's going on when they're fighting? It's like just black, is it?
And how weird only to get sound from like one side. I don't know. Oh, it is? Okay. I don't think it's
fear, right?
round.
Fear in his eyes. And he's trying to make sure that his fear is circle.
And how weird only to get sound from like one side. I don't know. Oh, it is? Okay.
Our annual commentary the touching pay 5785. Those who talk about so we're dedicating all the children this year as is this from the Solar Stavos and Israel. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar about the Torah carrying Zin and loving Nomi of Hari Khan, Sweet, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zib Zeb Shua Ben Yisrael's Rochana. That will be sponsored for today. Adam Ponko, in memory of Ben Amram. His yard is today on Zion. Dedication and we have the opportunity and privilege to use the beautiful Torah to those that you can the merit of our commentary. All of those who are going together with call the holy and the control of the meditation bring us to his own beautiful Maaseh Yidei. Let's do that. Let us begin from that side of us today. Today's that is page 80. We're up at the Mishnah on test. Sorry, actually. Oh no, test 79. Just orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah is a very interesting case. Those people are a murderer who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally again. The group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakh said, who knows who is? Everyone is Potter. Everyone is Potter. comes on a Yehuda says, no, what do? Close and people, we go ahead and we bring them over into an enclosure, a closed space. Rashi points out, feed them barley, allow their stomachs to explode, essentially kill them passively. Kill them passively, which the Gemara asks the very simple question, Manachir, what exactly is the case? We understand that there's movement, right? And so we can't identify who movement because if we're able to identify him, then halacha l'maaseh we don't have this problem. But the shiloh here, who are the Achirim? Reuben's getting mixed into a group. Who is this group? She'ilei ma'achirim she'ilin sochita. If you tell me that we're talking about that, Reuben gets mixed into a group of just regular Reuben is a Rotzeach, which means he's a condemned killer. He's going ahead and he is getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just shaded, just people. And literally, we don't know who Reuben is. Of course, it's going to come and make sense. It's going to come everybody's pocket. So what are you going to do? What are your options over there? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, that's the only one to death. So still, the holding of the Yehuda, closeness with people. Furthermore, again, let's analyze this about a scenario of where one person is everyone else is an innocent person. Is that Yehuda going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together? You're going to keep everyone together. Again, like in a jail cell. Or whatever, incarcerate everyone together and just feed them until their stomachs explode to know the majority of people in the super innocent doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotzeach Shenis Alei Dachir? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? What is that case? Says the Gemara, there you go, already about Amishtiel. Havas, Rotzeach Shalom Nigmar Dino, Shenis Alei Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben, right? Reuben is an individual who is Rotzeach, a murderer, but Shalom Nigmar Dino. Nigmar means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't concluded. So basically knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Basically knew that they were going to find him guilty. They did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself. Right? That's another way. Remember couldn't adjudicate them that same day. Remember what we got? You have to sleep on it. So you very easily have a case where it's good. But they didn't get around to issuing judgment yet. And what happens? He escapes. He gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. And I go through it and big might be done. So Reuben himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that so we don't know who's who. What do we do in this kind of scenario? So that's this. Rabbanan Tzadzi is going to do it for other Torah. So far, who wants to do it? The Rabbanan hold law. Cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone, unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, say it differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention. So because the defendant is not there, therefore, Jason is unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because they're going to pass the verdict, what's going on with that? What do you do? I go, fuck it. If you can't remember, number one, you're going to have a presentation. If they can't pass the verdict in abstention. Number two, you don't know who Reuben is in the context of the case. So what are we supposed to do? Now, again, so we know everyone in this group, by the way, everyone in this group is murder. Everyone's been murder, right? Everyone else besides Reuben already has a verdict cast against him. Reuben didn't get finalized verdict. He can't pass the extension. So the problem is stuck. So stuck. So therefore, the kind of combination is allow everyone to go free. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, thoroughly becoming non-Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, no. cannot allow everyone to be part for one reason. What do we know about this guy? What do we know about them? It's all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, you can't actively execute them now. Why not? Now, remember, we're going to believe that even Ruben, right, he did not have verdict passed against him. That's a technicality. Right? Disney didn't get a chance to test the verdict in front of you. But Clemens, it's not like this is suffix about his status. We know how to rule. So you literally have a several others. So what do you do? So let you the Marino Gaminanilo, give a note to me. Really said this. Let everybody go free. You can't do that because the murderers. They'll talk, constant also the people. Therefore, look, what do you do? You go ahead and you put them in exposure, essentially incarcerate them, feed them barley and their stomachs. To kill them passively. So this is the first picture. So, and therefore it turns out that Halacha myself, what it comes down to is pass the verdict in extension. So because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have either essentially quote unquote not guilty. Because you have a not guilty mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties, and we don't know who, there's no choice but to sound like the federal. Rabbi Huda says absolutely not. And you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. They're all murderers. What do you do? Kill them passively by keeping them in closure and feeding them by. Rish Lakish says no. Adam I don't know if this. So Rish Lakish says it's a case. If we're actually talking about a person who's a murderer, right? And got mixed in with the whole other federal. Everyone would agree that he's going to be really fucking why. This is Rashi. Only the odds below Nick Martino. Ain't no Karayu was first over the show. Like all of this, so Rabbi says that is simply not true. Like Rabbi says like this. Halacha myself, everyone agrees that verdict cannot be passed in extension. Like, and the lack of a Gemar din, definition is mostly like in halacha, even one of two states, either chayiv or your patra, like your milkins or your facius, right? There's no power of learning. There's no other place in right where I've always said like this, of a Gemar din, by definition says patra, which means therefore when it's a Ruben getting mixed in with the whole federal. And Ruben doesn't have the Gemar din. Everyone else has the Gemar din. So we of course the federal is going to cover because you can't execute the federal when you know the innocent party mixed in there. And you know, Halacha, the shor shenai mikmer, shenis ari the shor. Fascinating. He also says the case of nothing to do with people, instead what does he have to do with? Oxen. The case ultimately again of oxen. So I love the nice you have an ox, Shimon Nigmadino. So I have a glorying ox, right? Sure, not fun. I have a glorying ox. The ox is going to keep them right. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens to get mixed in with other shrines and make my dinon. Okay, so that's the halacha. Then the ox right are picked. And then the seven of oxen and the ox that is not taken has margin got mixed in. Here we go. Rabbanan Sabi, so Rabbanan saying, Nisas Chayim, Nisas Hachar. So Rabbanan say what you've seen before. The judgment of the ox is reflecting of the judgment of the owner. Namely what? When it comes to the Rabbanan say like this, and so we see this because the judgment of the ox is the judgment of the bow of the owner, and therefore the halacha will be like this. In the same way, the owner cannot have the Gemar din in extension, so the shark cannot have the Gemar din in extension. Therefore, if a shark that doesn't have the Gemar din gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemar din, you have an innocent shark mixed in with a guilty shvarim, and there's only two, which is what? So go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay, so the Gemara says, that's Rabban. That's not such a thing. Come to your social other before. To last line, but you discover. You know what it says over that. Because halacha l'maisa again, they're all guilty. They're all guilty. The fact that halacha l'maisa is a technicality, that one of the sharm didn't have his United doesn't change the fact that all of them are exactly, and therefore you can't collectively, but you can kill them passively. They will say, so fundamental machlokas, underdog to Rabbi Abo, and the Shlokish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Abo, saying that halacha l'maisa, this is considering a person. Reuben was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from this, and somehow before his verdict got delivered, he got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. We don't know who is who. The Rabbanan are saying can't convict the person in absentia. Reuben doesn't have the Gemara din. Chris doesn't have the Gemara din. Effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So if an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers, there's only one person with the group which is what? It's not rape everyone. But Reuben says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone. Like on myself, you have a circle, kill them passively, bring them into the kippah, eat them barley, let their stomachs explode. And Shlokish, no, this is not a person. This is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would be a Rabbanos. Rather, this is the case of Shar, and the din of Shar is like the din of Torah. Good. Some of the says it's like, what's the top of 88? Ihoki. I know the Tanya Allah. I'm going to do Abba Khalafka B'neihem. So listen to this. So therefore, Rabbi says this makes sense. Because remember again, it was a statement about Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Khalafka is a great sabbath, like even if Abba Khalafka was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? Look at the Tafra. You have the Tanya Allah. Even the Reish Lakish came to Shmuel.
The post is called Brennan showing us
Being
all
Shmuel.
his 32
Kamosit. See how he died of Achirim. The Mastisim Jerosim. The higher section is Arev Bohoka or the Basofin is Arev Kamar. The kind of the vice the section is Arev Achirim Kulak Turin. Under the section, Abba Khalafka B'neihem. Kulak Turin. So Maya feel it come up. So say, so listen to this. So the Gemara says, now Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Khalafka. Now, what Rabbi Yossi is saying was like this. So it will say, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group is like Abba Khalafka. You can't say, even if the person, everybody was murdered except for one person. Even we don't know who's who. Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in with Khalafka, still the halacha was. Now, that seems to be strange. You say to yourself, well, obviously, Abba Khalafka is not the murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says, this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Khalafka was mixed in. So you must say, what does that mean? Who does that apply to? Rava says, Haki Kala, this is what it means to say. Shnayim Shem Omnim to this, V'yatza Chutz Mivineihem, V'hara. Sorry, V'yatza Chutz Mivineihem, V'hara, Shnei P'tur. Alright, so what's this? Rabbi, where do you bring the case a little bit? Listen to this. You have two people standing together, right? Reuben and Shimon standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now the arrow went and killed someone. But we don't know. Was it Reuben or was it Shimon who shot the arrow? Now we know with absolute certainty the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. You might have said, both are going to be Rabbi Yossi, but not supposed to now the same as Rabbi Yossi. Afilu Abba Khalafka B'neihem. Rabbi Yossi says, even if one of the two guys was Abba Khalafka, in other words, I don't know like this. If it's Reuben and Abba Khalafka, and from within the group, someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. To be tempted to say, oh, this is so Reuben. Can't be Abba Khalafka. Like Abba Khalafka would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Khalafka, ultimately pulls that hunter. Since we do not know its definition, who went ahead and shot the arrow, therefore by definition we have no choice but to examine it. I will say, this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what the Rabbanan are saying in Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, halacha is reticent to execute anyway. Halachas come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous. You just can't carry through. Even in a case, two guys living out of halakha, halakha is a good dog. They're standing together. An arrow shoots forth from between them, kills Shimon. You become to say logically. Who's the killer? Gotta be moving at Abachalachta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. Look at Joshua this morning. Amarava, Shalom on the Beijing Kamar, Kiko Shnayim Omdin, Yatsa Beijing Binair. Two people are standing right and an arrow shot forth from between them. Then Yodin Isam and Zarko, I don't know who shot it. Turin. Sorry, Turin, both are present. The Abachalachta Binair, Shako Yodin Shukhasim. Although Zarko, from the height of the Dak Mishim Ayachayaka, Ubaha to the Yehuda Moda, the Yehuda Gamma Commission of Kipa, but Allah, quite a lot of time, I'm not sure that's right, but who's the Paki Katani, the Church might be a process of the place of the place, and I love the right song, even as the Yehuda would agree with this, everybody is going to be part of it. Listen, what is interesting also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't you say that Abachalach is content, right? What's the logic? So obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, you have no choice but one. There's also something else that's interesting. You might know the Rishik Yahweh says, "Hakamin ba'atzim ha'yom mosa." You do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because the person does be easily misunderstood. Of course, you should believe in yourself. The person should believe in themselves each and every day. So isn't that how time matters? What I say is the person should never think that they are incapable of performing any idea. You know, sometimes like you're like, oh, well, I would never perform that. Don't say that. Because you can form almost any idea. Anywhere somehow a natural proclivity to do it. If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, you wouldn't have to answer it. So there's this place because like even Abachalachta was one of the two guys. Even Abachalachta is not incapable of shooting and killing someone. She might be still because sometimes I'm a little bit too hurt and a little bit too about things that we would call never do. And let's say in our own lives. If you look at our lives, I would imagine that there are betas that I have done that I thought I would never do. So never did. I thought they would be beyond me. And so, well, Hashem, I found you homeless. I dug deep. Right then, I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves trying to trespass in lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that we should be given the opportunity. I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves by crossing those lines. Incredible yourself. The Gemara was like, the church of imagination is Irish Ramakiris. Now again, going back, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring to, right? Rabbi Yossi in the Brisa, when he said, even if Abachalach were one of the two people, that was a different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them. The arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, they're Padra. Even if one of the guys is mamish like a Dagla does, and say, of course, what's the Padra? What's the other guy? No, there's identity and duty, and therefore both ultimately again will be Padra. Now circle back. The Shosh is by Dino, she is Ari the Shar of David. If you have to have a Shar, and the Shar ultimately again had its Gemara, and it got mixed with other. So the Gemara says, other innocent life. So a shar that was condemned to death got mixed in with what's the halacha? Sold ultimately again, sold all of them. So the Gemara says, now obviously this is by animals. Right? This is by animals, this is not by people. So stole all of them. And the Yehuda says, no, constant stuff. And the Yehuda says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what to kill them? You can borrow the ultimately die by animals, don't feed them at all. and the body. I but I about we learn a lot. She said that I can't love that. Is that true? That's true. Yeah. This is a reverse of what we were saying before. Sounds like now what Gemara suggesting is even if anybody who does, whenever you have a case of potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to kill anyone. You can't. I was the case of Machnising also with people. That's the case of a shar. If you have a shar, ultimately again that killed someone, and it got mixed in with the innocent shivarim. So the Yehuda will Tanakama says, kill everything. Kill everything. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, Machnising also with people. So the Gemara says, is that true? But I listen to this. Parashem Yisrael, let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. Imagine if the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is mutter. The offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, but if it only gave birth after the Gemara, the offspring is supposed to be also this Ari Bachid. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case where the offspring was prohibited. Let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows, and then the group gets put mixed together. Constant also and in that case, again, we put all of the suffix cows into a pond together and split them down like that. Those are Machine Omar, Median also the base. And the Suffer son, those Machine says, no, we go ahead and we bring it to the Din, the group isn't, and we stone the group. Omar Mar, imagine the Gemara, Yola, Lodam Mutars, let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to its offspring, gave birth to its cow, before the Gemara, and ultimately the offspring is permitted. If we're talking about the before the Gemara, what does that mean? That means that it's pregnant at the time that the cow born. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, yet Rava says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that born, both the cow and its offspring are going to be also why? Because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of glory. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. In which the words similarly, Vlad and your boss, Aser, he Vlada near them. So meaning again, if you have a pregnant cow, and the pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and the offspring are right? Why? You both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. It's interesting enough. So what you see here, you see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of a growing cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet the mother makes the distinction. It sounds like everything depending on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara did. But in reality, this is not about the Gemara did. Which the Gemara says, Ema, actually, Nigmar Dina Ibra, Bloodamot. I don't know what it means like this. If before the Gemara Dina was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mutter. The same thing to us. Pregnancy happens after the event. After the event. The pregnancy happens, the mother born. Then the Gemara says like this: if the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara did, before that it was delayed, right? It was delayed. Then the offspring is mutter. In Shemini Mardi, but if Allah again, the offspring. Sorry, in Shemini Mardi, if after the verdict occurred, when the cow became pregnant and gave birth, blood also. So ultimately, the aim is also. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Let's talk about this just a second. So if you have this piece over here of cow, right? That was of glory, right? For that matter, again, a cow was sodomized. It doesn't even matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted. Right? The mother has the same status. Now we're saying the mother is going to Gordon. Right? The mother went ahead and Gordon married Cal. So now we're saying is as follows. If after they act Gordon, the mother became pregnant and birth, so then the offspring is mother. If the mother became pregnant and right, either became pregnant and birth after the verdict, or even before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be offspring. So regardless of the birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? Right. But obviously, in order for the mother, right, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father, right? So the Lamaisa, now the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha, we call this zeh. Two forces creating one product. So this is interesting. So now you're automatically under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by whom? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mother. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense according to the opinion that says Zegolei Asa. Right? Then when you know you have two forces, you have a mother cause, a father cause. The mother's guilty. The father's cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes is the word, but as long as one of the garment.
If I got like super jacked, or like really
contributing forces, right? In order, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, then that liability is passed down to the offspring. Then this whole thing makes sense. It makes sense. You must other days will say, "Hello, the man comes that golden mutar like there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is when you have two contributing forces. One of them is innocent, one of them is guilty. One of them is guilty. The offspring, there's the guilt of the guilty contributing force. What is going to say? Michael Neyman, the heart which is the Ahad Martin, Latin with the Dagama, Admin Asakar, the heads of the Garbu, so again, if you hold so this whole thing makes sense if you don't Zagorin partner. But if you don't Zagorin winter, then the Maisa, why should the offspring automatically be offspring? Which means Allah says in actual nigma ibra yoga lada mu. In actual nigma ibra, which nigma yoga lada asa. Ubar yaref. Right. Let's read this a little bit. In actual nigma, if the verdict has been passed, right, and what? Actual nigma ibra yoga. So if the verdict is not passed, yes, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mother. Now listen, this is in line with the idea, very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After marriage. After marriage, since you know the mother already committed the act of quarrel. But again, you're not liable until this marriage. Say if halacha ma'isa, so pretend like this. The mother gored, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the marriage. Again, the offspring is totally mutter. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, in Abshalonic Magdun, Ibra, which is Nikmagdun and Yalda, but let's say again, goring, right, pregnant, Magdun, birth, in that case, the halacha is Vlada Asa. That case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be Asa. But what about Zed goring, mutter? Very different over here. Ubar, Yarech, there's another piece. A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is trying to give margin is passed, so that the margin falls on the entirety of the mother. The reckoned as will the identity of the mother, and therefore for myself, going to share things incredible. So like I said, there are a number of important topics that which is first of all, number one, in a case, so let's look at these cases very quickly. In a case where I love the life of you have a murder, you got mixed in, right? Let's say it's not gonna be a vote. Like alone Nick might you know, you got mixed in with other people's votes doing that. Right, so let's say you made a basement was gonna rule in a certain way, but basement didn't get the opportunity to literally ask him on his verdict. And he gets mixed in with the whole crap of actual murders. So what's the hell? So it's like a message we passed in, which you cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how it's going. Right? You can't convert it to an extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that Kebra exonerates all of them. Exonerates all of them. So that indeed ends up having really like okay, fine. So let's say, so without the case, we'll leave for now. Let's go back. So let's say, so the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, in part one of it, you had someone who may be guilty, but his marriage wasn't passed, mixing with the rest of the parties. The next case of Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties all mixed in together. So the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's halacha? First of all, what do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire family. Now, what was that problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more lenient form of death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Generally, you see from here is Muslim Davar Hamar and a Muslim Davar Kal. Here's what's fascinating about this. What's fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of victim murders, all right, get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different ways and different verdicts. Every one of these people that you can execute them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So let's just think about that. In order to go into what you need asra. That asra is the very form of death with which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty and ultimately you didn't give them asra for that death penalty? It's still a very important result, which is Musr Davar Hamar, having Musr Davar Kal. Asra for something more hammer, more stringent. By definition, works to administer something more lenient. Okay, it works. So in other words, once you receive Hasra of a hammer death penalty, it automatically makes you warn for a lesser death penalty. I'm not really half an asking. What's the issue here? We know the issue about stamp. Interestingly, the Uriah says maybe the case over here is where the agent warns the person's stamp. In other words, they said, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. We went from the high time of which respect the following. We share the Torah in the also elevate them. For any kind of reason. For any kind of that kind of reason. For an action goes out to be a section right across the nation, try to quickly make this one of our sacrifices, right? Macy's, that's the one who incites to worship at Zara. He is the exception to the entire. Everyone else uses Hasra, and Macy's does not require Hasra. Because Allah essentially the book at Macy's. So we just everyone else, check having in the Mason also number one, you can only adjudicate in the case in the division of 20 feet. That's number one. Number two, they didn't also need this is the Hasra. And I love what I said. So we'll say this is based in 101. You know, or I should say research in 101. Or if someone, number one, they have to be judged in the days of 23 some number two, they have to be number two, they have to be Asra. And let's say that the ad should say it in and come home. Furthermore, what do they even have to say? They just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by this. They don't have to say what type of use has to be. They just have to say use has to be. If he says no, if you go, actual people, there is a no
Let's see here.
we just
Okay,
said
so we watched this
not
on the
true.
live stream.
Just to say
Stream
generic,
today if you're
when we put this
It's called
like this,
Million
he
Losers
just
Will
says
Let You Up.
you have to articulate
Posted by
what
Jabro
type of
Fi.
research
Jabro
based in moving is going to be
Yeah.
viable to.
Yeah.
So what's the point of research? So what's it? By the way, research, I just want to point out, big my focus. Fundamental focus nature of Hasra. Tanakama says, what we even have to say is, even if you do this, will be liable to death penalty. But Yudah says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. Gemara says, Tanakama yells negotiate. So Tanakama learned negotiate. They both say, interestingly, what happens in the negotiation? Keep on referencing back in the negotiation. What happened? Who's the negotiation? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. That was, and I remember it happened in the negotiation. They put him in jail because they did not know what to do. We saw yesterday that they didn't know which death penalty, which means that what when the agent gave what has was the beginning. Then he started. So what happens? Negotiation. Stop doing what you're cease and desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know. So time comes and what do you see from there? You see from there that proper hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, Rabbi Yudah says, no, the Koshish and Rosh Hashanah. Don't bring her out in the Koshish. Don't bring her raya. Right? Why? Koshish was an exception. Rosh Hashanah means it was Yotzim Lakal. Yotzim Lakal, again, literally because they did not know what to do with it. This is the first time this happened. But this is not the norm. The norm is when agents give Hasra for a death penalty, Allah they have to explicitly use death penalty with liable to. Koshish is an exception to the rule. Incredible. No, that's the right. That wasn't it, by the way. Allah that's how he passed it. That Hasra does not have to be Nisa specific. Right? You do not have to say, even if you do this, you're going to be subject to skila, straight. Even if you do this, you're liable to Nisa space. Incredible. That's the right. And it's 10 minutes. So then, of course, after the principle that by definition Hasra for a more somber form of Nisa, by definition you can work for a more calm form of Nisa. After that, then the problem just is devils in the details. So again, which form of Nisa is more common, which form of Nisa is more calm. Okay, so that petition had a process. So the man says as follows. So Mishnah, let's come and stop it. Masnu al-Knes, the line of gray, and it's dropping in its color. So you have a group of people who are Sreifas who get mixed in with a group of people Chayev Skila. I will say now, something in my working is like this. The Lashon of and the Srafin in this color means the majority of people in this group are Chayev Skila, and a minority of people who are Chayev Sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? The Shimon says, Yaduna B'Skila, Shaseva Kamura. The Rishon says they should be judged with Skila. Why? Because that it's Skila and Sveifa, so Sveifa is the more Hammer, Skila is the more cow, and whenever you have a mixture of people, Chayim, so you always minister the more cow, the more cow. Remember Yehuda, Abba, goes to Messiah. So Yehuda says to his father and Shem, Father, don't pass me that way. I don't have to do it that way. For one reason, my area of the Seifa Kamura. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that Seifa is more common. There's a simple reason. People play, nobody's coming in. So watch that over here. Right, so the case of the beginning, you have a minority of misrafins who get mixed in with a majority of right? So minority of people get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayev Skila. The thing says, everyone needs that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more calm than straight off. Comes around Rabbi Shimon and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chayev get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? Because So the majority of the group gets the majority of the group are misspelled. That's why they should get skila. How should we frame this case? And it's common to misspell. So the better way to frame it is a minority of misspelling get mixed in with the majority of misrafim. A minority of people that get mixed in with the majority of people that and the Shimon says this now makes more sense. Shimon says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even though the misspelling are the minority, the group should be judged with skila because skila is more powerful than streifa. Okay. The aim of Seifa, come the funny say, that doing the Seifa, Shaskila Chamura. The funny say, no, they should be judged with Seifa because the funny say that Seifa is more powerful than Skila is more powerful. So they proclaim the movement is Rafi Nidhi. The Garzabana is even simpler. We're talking about a minority mixed into the majority of this stuff. We're giving Seifa nothing to do with what's more powerful, because the role. Which reminds us, Hassam, that one who this is Rabbanan talking to Rabbi Shimon. Lidita, the Amish Chamura, reminds us, how do you Rabbi Shimon, you hold that Seifa is more powerful? And we say, no, Skila is more powerful. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, I'm going to focus about now. We'll see the Rambam next week about the actual hierarchy. Once we get through the Nisos Bezdin, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. But we'll say interesting change. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, I will say, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That if Shimon said the halacha l'maisa, skila, right, the group ultimately again Restream gets mixed in with the misspelling. So the majority of skila, the minority of shreifa. But if Shimon says give the group skila, why? Because shreifa is more common than skila. But if Shimon his son said, Father, don't say that. That was his lesson. Father, don't say that. Don't say that. Because you came to death sprinters, you just use road. So that's this. I'm going to make Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel says to Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon. Shimon, sharp one. Right, Rabbi Yehuda. Papa Pe Aleph. Lo Tima Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father that way? The Lord says, we're going to see over here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda's task. Now Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. The Lord says, there's a number of Number one, the general you say, if you see something, say something. If you see someone say something, that it's never something hush. Go ahead and discipline someone else's kids. Right? But Lamaisa, sometimes if you see something, it's important to point it out. The Lord says that I want to point out over here, so it's interesting how he points it out. Do you notice that Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Moser doesn't say what's the matter with you. He doesn't say punish, right? And give him a crash. Guys, he doesn't give him better. What does he say? Shmuel, Rabbi Yehuda, you're coming talking. You're saying to come talking. So sometimes the best way to give Moser is not by constructing people. But it's by building them up. This is the Iron Coach. Right? The Iron Coach to Muslim was not who are you? Why do you Iron Coach go ahead and show someone how great they were and right and give it to themselves? Then they understand that certain behaviors are in fact being sold over here. Shmuel is very shocked with the way that Yehuda spoke by the Shimon. But how does he call to task? The meaning of task. By saying to him, Yehuda, you are sharp, you are smart, you are Tamifachim, you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to come out sharp and to cut them down. So the truth is also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure you all, it usually doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, oh, now that I've been beaten down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Right? Generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. Or you throw people off. Right? You're great. You're fantastic.
obviously wrong thing to
You're
prove,
amazing.
but Mr.
But let's
Officer,
talk about
pretty
this thing
safety
that
says
just
before
occurred.
the box.
So suddenly now you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you. I think you're fantastic. And that's why you could
I
be
bet I got a
better
shot up my
than this
ass.
particular behavior. So what was the problem? What's the capital pay Alex? So the Gemara says, you can't really, so Shmuel says, you can't really speak this way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, the Sanya, Harishaya over Adivay Torah. Let's say I see my father violating Divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo Yomer Lo Abba, Abarta Divrei Torah. Son never sees my father. You violated that. And the Omer Lo Abba, Kach Tasif Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Israel says, isn't that the same thing? So, right? So the father says, Father, it says in the Torah,
Casino and Resort in
isn't that the
Kansas
same
City.
thing? Okay, so I'm not saying Father don't need to be better. He's not saying, again, Father doesn't start to be better. He says, Ella, Omer Lo Abba,
In New Hampshire, and Ontario,
rather than
respect
saying,
to
Father,
expire
there's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is. In other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing. So as I said, that is the way you get it. And by the way, that is Torah and Shulchan Aruch. Again, remember, if the son sees the father doing something wrong, the son is pointed out. Okay, but a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be incorrect. What's that? Just want to end off with something very important. Look where he ends. At the Mishnah, perfectly in line with that. You know, it's in our daf journeys, there are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. Same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. And we're just busts of the dumb. She give us tremendous physical how this person runs the world as well. A lot of times when we see things day to day, we're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say, if we can make it where we need to make it to, as busts of the dumb, human beings every single week, Allah has kind of accomplished, strengthen our becoming up for this life. But the devotion will also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreographed to depend on what we need to choreograph. At some point, at some time, pieces drop and everything comes together. What's that?
You look like a human version of Yoshinoya. Joe Rogan laughs, dude. He sucks, yeah. He is the worst taste in comedy that there is. Man, you must be gay then. Fucking gay. You're fat. Man, you gay like you gay like a dude that kisses Ben over there. You're fat like a guy that eats a lot of sandwiches. So that's what the whole thing is, over and over again. And people like that? Out of control, dude.
You look like the type of nigga that'll sit on the Venus flytrap, bitch.
He's the type of person that sits on a Venus flytrap. No, he's grasping for his straws by now, dude. Does that make you, he's saying that makes you gay? I don't know. I really don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah, sitting on a Venus flytrap, I'm assuming that you're just gonna, if he sits on a Venus flytrap, then there's no more Venus flytrap. You know what I mean? You look like a motherfucker that be putting his asshole on quicksand. Did you notice your favorite comedians here? Man, it's the worst of the worst. Your favorite. Man, yo, bruh, David Lucas was fire on that show, bruh. That line about how he was gay like a dude that drinks Bud Light, bruh. Savage. Fire. That either was a nigga. I think they're just in front of a lot of people and they're trying to be funny. Stole Christmas isn't because it's like a racist thing. Probably, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you made it make sense. Yeah, you made it make sense. I never thought it made sense. I feel better now that it took me a while to get that. Because if I understood it right away, there might be a problem. Yeah, you're not on the same frequency, dude. Yeah. You need to take off a break. Maybe these guys are just hammered drunk and we're being too hard. Like, if we might think that Rhinoceros Booty was funny.
You said on a Venus flytrap, motherfucker. Over mine, that just doesn't get. Not good look for Shane, dude.
No, but he's got. I mean, it's like a very popular show. He's just like soaking in the fucking whatever you get from this.
Yeah, but he's laughing.
I mean, you have to sort of kind of laugh at this thing, right? Just to be polite. I love Tony's like, and you find seconds of he does like the fucking Johnny Carson laugh. Mm-hmm. It's out of control. What's going on?
Yeah, greatness.
Man,
Greatness.
fuck. Mm-hmm. That made me angry, kind of.
Are you gonna quit comedy?
No.
Oh man, that made me quit comedy.
It's just gonna make me podcast that much harder. Looking like a motherfucker. Looking like a.
Yeah.
That's all they say.
Yeah.
And it's never anything that clever.
No.
There are some things that are funny. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I've definitely heard some very funny look like.
Yeah. Like what? What do I look like, dude?
Looking like a fucking Gerald ass fucking. See, I'm not good. I can't do it.
Yeah, you looking like a red hat wearing green shirt, having beach.
Oh, I see you're doing David Lucas. I see. Looking like a motherfucker guy that be sitting up in a red shirt.
You look like you got shorts on, Gabe.
Anything that we do, yeah, it's like, well, that we're gay. That's the punch. Oh, headphones in your ass gay.
Yeah, you look like the kind of guy that brings Diet Cokes home from work every day.
You know what that is.
I'm gay. I got inside information you do.
Bro, it's so funny to say people look gay, though. Like David Lucas breaks down how to do comedy with James Lipton. What is your favorite curse word? Gay?
David Lipton looking like a gay Roger, what's his name? Roger Ebert.
Roger Ebert as gay, dude. That's so clever, David. That's so funny. Students, if you ever wanted to see a brilliant mastermind at work, please do yourself the favor of watching Kill Tony, where a young David's first appearance and says that Tony is gay. Oh, cheetah on the man with a cock out. God damn it.
It's good though because it feels redacted when you did David Lucas.
I know.
Pretty good there.
The funny, if you want to see the best I've done with David Lucas, check out the Patreon because I think that the thing right. I forget how I say it exactly.
Trump as a gay man doing David Lucas.
Yeah, Trump as a gay man doing an impersonation of David Lucas.
Yes.
I think I did pretty good there.
Yeah. Solid shit. Let's see here. This one's called Batty Sent Me This Dealbreaker B, posted by Environment OK6384. Matched with the baddies on Hinge. Matched with the baddie on Hinge. Moved over to text and sent me a pic of her apartment. I can't swim in these deep waters.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, I can't take that ride.
It looks like a nice place, but then there's that.
Yeah. I like the candles. Candles are nice.
Stuff's gonna go wrong with a chick like with a chick like this.
Yeah. Cable management's good, which makes me think like it maybe just. Come on, we're producer daddy. They got artwork on the walls. Nice little what's it called? This fourth wall here has a different color, so it's like a what is it called? What is it called? When you paint like a color wall, what is it called? Like I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? Interior design and shit, but you can.
I mean, the thing is, you'd be getting with this girl, and she takes her shirt off, and then she's got a life ribbons tattoo somewhere. You know,
a CD on her neck.
It says DS's deity, or whatever Dilly had made women tattoo themselves with.
You're inside of her, and she's like, "Can you call me baby?"
I have to call my daddy real quick. Hey, yo, dude, what's going on? I'm with this guy about a fucking can you put it on?
Why does she sound like Tony Hinchcliffe?
I don't know, I'm making everything because Tony Hinchcliffe sounds like a woman. Can you put it on speakerphone? How old are you again? Put him on the phone. Let you know about dolphins and how they fuck people. I'm drunk. Daddy's drunk. He never drink a day in his life, but he just started drinking. That was me that did that. That was me. I did that.
Let's see, this one's called Be a Part of the MADFAG Movement, only $66, posted by Toxoplasmosis, Black Belt in Marketing. As you can see, it's Fast Trucks Freedom, make America drive fast, all gas.
So stupid. beyond stupid. And almost I'm on behalf of Trump. Trump doesn't want this loser on his brand. Yeah. Trump won one of the presidencies. I don't know Brendan Schaub. Trump is going to come out. Trump says he's never heard of Project. What is it called? Project 2025. Project 2025. I don't know Brendan Schaub. I've never heard of it. I don't know who he is. There's these thick boys online. I don't know them. Thick boy. I'm in shape. Brendan. I barely know. He's a UFC fighter. He's so stupid. They tell me I'm very smart. Fast tracks freedom. What's that? Sounds kind of gay.
Yeah. Also, Make America Great Again is so aggressive. Like, can we change it to Convince America? You know what I mean? Instead of making us do anything. I don't want to drive a cat. I like my hybrid, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can't all drive trucks, Brenda.
Convince America to drive fast under the speed limit ish, Again.
Make good merch once.
Make good merch again.
Yeah, once.
Once at least.
How about again?
I mean, look at that shirt you got on, dude.
This is wag.
Fast Trucks and Freedom Bundle, white and blue, $66. That's so expensive for a shirt.
Yeah, no way.
I bought merch this last weekend for Buddy Guy. Went to a concert, Buddy Guy, great guy, never met him. And it was $40. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Come on,
He's that money, dude.
And then he called me gay.
Got me his grandchildren.
Another Ozempic claim here. Posted by Ryan. I can give a fuck about his grandchildren. His grandchildren should learn how to play guitar. If you want money, dude. It's called Papa, I don't take Ozempic, I take peptides from Transcend. Posted by Ryan Pilskin. Semaglutide is Ozempic. Fluids and Fluids B. Semaglutide, is that Ozempic?
I have no idea, dude. I look like a doctor to you?
Yeah, you look like you all motherfucking Ozempic, bro. Looking lean, brother. What's the new diet/program? Lots of running, keeping up with the kiddos, good protein and peptides. So it's the same thing we just read. But here it says that this is Transcend HRT. Starting now, 25% off all GLP-1. I don't know anything about glutapeptides, shit like that, dude.
I don't know what any of that stuff is, but I know that Brendan Schaub, if he's taking it, I don't want to take it because he's so stupid. I'm worried that it affects your mind.
Yeah.
Like, it's not making him operate on a high level.
Also, they had 35 likes in 2 hours, dude. Like, that should tell you something.
Yeah, they're not getting a lot of likes.
They're not getting a lot of engagement. Let's see here.
They need somebody in their company to ask how socials are going.
It is not good. This one's posted by CJK610 called New Merch Drop CTE. Los Angeles Motor Company Drive Fast Talk Gas Ozempic. Semaglutide injections. So I think the accusation from the last one was that he's taking something Ozempic related.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I figured. It's funny when something goes on and change, they kind of flood the market, like politicians do. Like if Trump wanted to nail home that Kamala had a fake accent, Kamala Harris wants to, and the Democrats want to nail home that Trump wants to do Project 2025,
And he lies all the time.
and then fucking Papa or the Changs wants to you will not go away from Changs. Not realizing that Papa's on Ozempic. It's like a political fucking drop.
Yeah, motherfucker. This one's posted by Busy Middle 8108. Clint knew exactly what he was doing with this line of questioning about Papa's one champ appearance. What do you think Clint's gonna say?
No idea.
It's packed in there, dude. Packed. It was a fun time. Where we sitting at?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Cage side. Cool. Was it easy to see stuff, or was it? No, it's great. Fucking great. Yeah, it was great.
That's so funny.
They only give it to people that are really cool.
I don't think you understand what's happening here. Oh. I'm gonna give you some time. Do you realize?
They knew exactly what I was doing with this line of questioning about Papa's one champ appearance. I thought it was saying you have to be cool or
Do you remember him talking shit about everyone going to UFC events?
Oh fuck!
He talked shit about people sitting ringside.
So Chin is trying to make him look bad, is what they're saying?
No, he's. So when people go to UFC events, Papa's talked about how it sucks to sit ringside. Yeah. So Chin's just basically saying like it was pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. It's like they trying to. Are they saying they're trying to make it look bad?
I wouldn't make that assertion. It's just, I mean, I would do that to you if we're friends. I wouldn't try to make it look bad. I'll just be like, and it wasn't that right. Without you realizing, it'd be like pretty cool.
Oh,
yeah. So he's not trying to make it look bad. He's just trying to help, putting it in his face like, you talk shit about these people all the time.
And Chin is trying to get him to say like, oh, and by the way, I said before it was fucking lame to be front side seats or cage seats, but now I realize I was Blockbuster. It's actually a great time. I apologize. Thank you, Chin. No, I don't think that's what's going on.
No, I think for sure Chin knows that he talks shit about Brian Count. That just happened with me 6 rows back. So I think Chin's just sitting in the sidelines being like, oh, what did I do?
So Chin is working for Chase.
I'm not making that assertion at all. If you were to do something like that, I would still questioning and make you contradict yourself on earwaves, and it's funny to me.
See, that's why you're just as disloyal as Chin, because they're saying that Chin is.
That's
keep
not
my eyes on you.
No, because then you'll go to the comments later and be like, I'm so stupid, dude.
That's true. I would just obviously be like, oh, my mistake.
Let's see here. There's not a chance that Papa's gonna fucking realize. Let's see. And I'm giving Chins a lot of credit by thinking he's smart enough to think so. Alert Spirit 2453 posted this called Toe Brogan attempting to create an everlasting joke for years. Let's see.
But what's it like to bomb? That must be like me. Did anybody ever ask you that?
Obviously, it's like sucking 1,000 bucks in front of your mother.
That's the best way to describe it. But the problem is, I have that kind of time. Maybe that's a lot. What you real quick? I'm not saying to climax. You can get through 10 in a short period of time if you got a good head movement. One of the best things that can happen to a comedian is bombing. When you bomb, that feeling is so bad. I always describe it as like sucking 1,000 bucks in front of your mother. But the difference is that there's probably someone out there who would enjoy sucking 1,000 bucks in front of their mother, but nobody enjoys bombing. So it's probably worse than that. You have to have something wrong with you to want to be a comic, because there's a brutal, emotional battle. Yeah, bomb so often, particularly in the beginning. Bombing is devastating. I bet it is the worst. I mean, I described it as it's like sucking 1,000 bucks in front of your mother. But I think there's probably a person out there that wants to suck 1,000 bucks in front of their mother. Doubt there's a person who wants to bomb. Bombing should be enough to force anybody out of the business. I would say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 bucks in front of your mother, but I think that's not true, because there's got to be a guy out there who would like to suck 1,000 bucks. There's got to be a guy out there who like, see this one, 999, this one for you, raise you wrong. But no one wants to bomb. I would say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. The problem is there's a guy out there that would like sucking 1,000. I do. Number 99. Look at your baby just sucking them down. This is like bombing in comedy, like in depression. Bombing is the like salad. I would say it's like something that's so funny that he's like, thank God I can do my bombing bit.
They're setting him up for this. Kind of like what has been unburdened by what has been, or whatever. Yeah. What is the thing that Kamala keeps saying? This reminds me of that. But at least with her, there's nobody until now telling her that it's lame. Where people have just been humoring him the whole time, just laughing at this. And maybe we've just been too nice to Rogan. Everyone is too nice to him. Somebody should have been like, nah, that's not funny. Or like made fun of him. Like, what are you talking about? Sucking 1,000 dicks?
Is that what we do?
Yes.
I say let him cook, dude.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's onto something here.
Okay.
But the thing is, I love bombing. Do you like bombing or not?
No.
I'm just kidding. I like bombing sometimes. Not all the time, obviously. It would be hard for me to bomb every time,
Right. No, I mean, bombing sucks. I always say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 down. I just like, it's just not funny. I'm sucking 1,000 dicks.
Yeah, no, this is not funny though. Yeah, no, all that's not even what I'm saying. I enjoy bombing when it happens, especially when it's random, or you think you have it in the bag, and then you bomb, and afterwards you're like, God damn, I really thought I fucking had that one, dude.
Why, when you're continuously saying that you like bombing in this context, it does sound like you're saying that you want to suck 1,000 dicks in front of your mom.
No, but that's also I don't give credit to this guy, dude. No, I fuck this guy. He doesn't even know how to do stand-up comedy.
I don't think you do, but it does sound like that.
Right. Yeah, because you're a fucking homeless man with a cat's profile picture. And he doesn't know what you're saying, dude.
Right. You shouldn't pay attention to me because I am those things. I'm homeless and I'm a cat.
But yeah, dude, give bombing a try, dude. He's put it too bad. Dude, bombing has me down bad. You know what I mean? Slurping a couple dudes afterwards.
It's not as bad as ratio in front of your mother.
No,
I don't see that.
Bombing, getting the wrong order at McDonald's, you're like, God, fucking it. You know? It's like, I wanted 2 McDoubles, I got 3 large fries. You're like, well, I'll just eat the fries and go home.
It's worse than that because you get fries and then you just got the wrong order.
Yeah, but when you bomb, you got stage time. Stage time is valuable, dude. You know what I mean?
Give me the fries.
1,000 in front of your mother. But I think there's someone there's someone out there that probably likes sucking 1,000. Mom, like, I do this because of you, Mom. 99. No one likes bombing. No one likes that hard. It's just it's a tricky thing because it seems like you're just talking, but there's a lot going on. It's very complicated. It's hypnosis in a way. You're hypnotizing people. You're dragging them into thinking you're funny. And the way you think about things. I would say stage is like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. I think somewhere out there is a guy who wants to suck 1,000 in front of his mom. You know, someone you watching, Mom?
Oh my God. The only thing that would make that clip funny is if well, the clip itself is funny, well cut together and you're just saying the same thing over and over again. But if it was in front of more intellectual guests, I don't know what constant kiss, but if it was like fucking
I think Chuck Palahniuk which is one of them.
That's one of them.
He's a good guy to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
To see his reaction, yeah.
Because it's kind of like his writing.
Scientists. Oh, you mean because he does
he writes that sexual stuff like Snuts or whatever, Snuff or something like that, whatever that book was.
Yeah, there's all sexual stuff in this books.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this one is something we watched in the live. This is the clip that's more, what is it called? It gets in one. It's posted by Bright Bread, called number 249 of 250 comedians universally KOT. What is the O for? Kill Tony, I think. It's just KT. Yeah, Hall of Fame roaster versus 17-year-old podcaster, I think. Some context, this is halfway through a 40-minute podcast, can't handle being trolled. He literally resorts to the tactics of a 5-year-old. This was also the 4th time he tried to control the podcast. Apparently, Sam Hyde, who was not a podcast, set up Lucas saying they get $10,000. The interviewer, Matan Evan, is like, what are you talking about? I never text you. So up to this point, Lucas has been apparently calling goons to the studio. I highly recommend watching and posting your favorite clips because there are so many. This was just something I thought had a bit of everything in the interview. I'm still finishing it, but had to get the fryers ready.
I feel like y'all can spend some more money on the fucking.
This is an awesome set.
Later.
You have a podcast, right?
I got a couple.
You use even less money on the film in the lake.
In the lake.
The fishing?
The fishing?
Correct.
Oh.
Sound like him.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get him, boy. I'm sweating too, nigga.
Put a sentence together that makes sense. What now? Say something.
Oh, them shoes hard though.
Don't forget to read jazz and make them smell it. No Reeboks. Huh?
The Reeboks.
Reebok. Well, what is your workout routine?
A couple of white bitches a week.
I thought you said you were in a relationship.
You almost broke your phone. You standing?
Yeah!
The table's about to collapse. I gotta back up from this.
Wait. I'm about to fart in this nigga face. That's gonna be different.
So you almost hurt yourself.
I will say you and David Lucas know as much about fucking mic arms.
That's so funny. What I think is funny about this clip is like, okay, when they pan out and it's the dude, his face looking through the thing, and then the terrorist, like it's so that is just funny because if you're when it just cuts to that, that's a hilarious picture, but it's. When they pan out and it shows all of those people, right now it's not like Kamala Harris, but when they pan out and it shows all of those people, right?
Unburdened by what has been.
I'm totally unburdened by what has been right now. They're supposed to be like ridiculous, the trolls, right? Because there's a crazy guy looking at us around a terrorist, but even they're like weirded out by what Lucas is doing. Because Lucas, he's so out of control and unfunny and stupid that they're like, oh fuck, it's not gonna work with our bit. But then it is going to work with our bit because he's just bad. That's the whole bit. Make the person look stupid. They're set up to win in this, and Lucas is set up to lose. And Lucas is like, oh my bear, I'm going to lose the party. I'm going to get up on the table, make a bunch of bad jokes, and make myself look bad, even though you're trolling me. Like a long-winded way of me saying basically that
He's the next Patrice O'Neal.
He's an idiot. It's so easy to troll him that when they're trolling him, he comes off looking even worse. This is the worst he could possibly look, and he did it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does make a lot more sense than I make of it. When I was watching it, I'm like, it's good for nobody. People are like big Matan, but it's just like a weird thing to do to people.
I don't know the show really. I'm only vaguely familiar with his bit, but the whole thing is that they're trolling, right? They're trolling the guest, and Lucas is a moron, so he doesn't pick up on it. He doesn't play along with it well. He just gets mad and does whatever that was that he just did. But it ends up looking funny for them because they're just like, they turn back into their like actual character, like legitimate straight man character. They're like, because he's standing on his phone, or like, what is your workout routine? Like, that's just a funny random thing to say to a fat guy.
Yeah. But it's just very weird and lazy, in my opinion. They don't have red chairs. They don't have internet anywhere on the set, unless it's like behind the camera, which is acceptable. You know what I mean? Right. They don't have, I don't see a single wire, honestly.
Is that good cabling?
This is not a living room, okay? We're doing a podcast.
Okay, fair enough.
You need bad cabling for a good podcast.
Right.
Hot Rule 8 is 17, dude. And they don't have rain energy anywhere on set. So,
well, I want to see you have a time. I want to see how you do. Like, a podcaster murdered by other podcasters. They killed Matan.
Oh, what?
You can think
The black people?
I said, all right,
I did it, your chair.
you really walk when you did it the chair. That's actually crazy. How much do you weigh?
356.
Is that actually the number?
so bad, dude. So bad.
Yeah, not a good look for Lucas.
Any other thoughts on it?
No, I mean, this is the downfall of Lucas, I think.
It's been happening.
Yeah, it's part of it. Is part of anyone's downfall now if a minor celebrity is going to be going on Matan.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'll be on Matan next week. So this is posted by You My Ninja. It's called I Can Prove That I'm Actually Straight.
Is that gay you? We done followed Tony for a long way to human headshot, and now we've been seeing how he gets his way through Hollywood.
Random girl. Oh my God. She goes is an old school player. That looks. He kind of looks like those inside baseball. He kind of looks like Boone Shakalaka.
Oh yeah, he does.
A little bit of a Boone vibe to him. Those are the fucking early days of Tony, I guess.
2011, it said.
But you could say, yeah, it's wow, a long time ago. You can see though, he even had the comedy shots back then, dude. He went, first thing he's on camera, first thing he does is, just like rogue with the ball. Yeah. That's the funniest he did, right? So, I mean, I'm not gonna fire shots at the king.
No, I'm the best roaster.
So, I'm a good maker funner of people. I'm gonna make out my girlfriend to prove I'm not gay.
Get over here, Nestor. Is it true that you go both ways?
Get over here, just some random girl. I love you, girlfriend.
Oh, this is
Random and disgusting. He goes right back to blowing the other guy.
This one's posted by Mr. Eisenman. It's called BCEO and Luke going back and forth cooking up a tasty dish for Chang.
Yeah, dude, don't you disparage me. Reef is where it's at. Shout out. How much money I'm spending? The Ballot place in Vegas near Fremont, near where all the homeless are, like just streets lined up with it, where they have this outdoor place where they have a live comedian. They got some food trucks, and you can buy J's, smoke them right there, and you can get cannabis-infused cocktails right there.
I'm gonna guess those comedians. They probably have podcasts that are also.
Yeah, they're quite. It's a little much. We're just having fun with Reddit there. No one got hurt. Nothing I really couldn't figure out. Indeed. Let's keep it going with the PM.
The Think Boy Network.
That's so funny, dude. We're trying to get on the Think Boy Network.
Yeah, dude. So, I mean, cool BC.
We love to be on, dude.
Yeah. This one's posted by Toxoplasmosis. It's called Clint totally not A, being inebriated, B, waving a loaded firearm around a campsite. This song might get fucking finished.
Oh, yeah.
Bite a watermelon, puff a ciggy. Crazy.
Great artists have their demons, dude. I mean, he's a really good musician. He sings really well. He's not Waylon Jennings or fucking Charlie Daniels or something like that.
Yeah, Johnny Cash.
Who's the other?
Wheeler Walker Jr.
Wheeler Walker Jr. Yes. Who's that really old guy? A really old famous country. Hank Williams.
Oh, Adam Sandler. Yeah, Hank Williams.
He's basically Hank Williams Jr. Chin.
Yeah, Woody Guthrie had a baby with Hank Williams, and Buddy Guy came out of his chin.
He's a little crazy right now. He's an outlaw. So, sorry if that offended you.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. He was Baja mode.
This one's posted by Chin's Second Balcony. Good to see him back. It's called Papa Describes Himself.
It's weird to me, like, I'll post my drink or something, people like, oh, my TRX or my Raptor beat the shit out of you or something. You did Henry Ford? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Did you did Henry Ford? I'm sorry, did you build the truck? Yeah. Oh, no. You just paid a mechanic to do it. Yeah. I don't care. This is it. You better Google it. This is it. Do we have to do it? Dodge Stevens up. Do we have to do it? Was it 1,200 horsepower? Yeah, it's tuned. And that's really correct. No. My Dodge Stevens will beat it, and I'm actually going to race. That's adorable. No one knows better. Okay. No, he's a living doing it. But he's one of the best. Yeah. What is he doing? Wave your arm. Maybe he's got food on his arm.
He probably got mustard on it or something.
I think that though, what I like most about that clip is that a new line is born. Like now we can drop whatever we want. If we're going back to each other, we can go, is your dad Henry Ford? Deliver it like that. That's a good line. So remember that. Don't forget it.
Yeah, 1 second.
Did you spill some hot Cheetos on your arm or something like that?
Coming to you, dude. We already watched this. This one. This one's middle 8108. It's called Schnoz was on the good shit on the podcast today. So basically the earlier clip we watched. Let's see. this is what here it goes. Yeah, it goes on. Oh, it's different when he's actual stand-up. Also, that Cam Patterson guy, I saw him yesterday with Nick.
Oh, he's so funny.
So Nick got me tickets to him, his girlfriend, and Kev from Golden Arm. So we went there and we saw Cam Patterson. I saw him also just do little clips. You know, Tony. So I was like, okay, his trumpet. But his actual headline thing is good. It's like really good.
The racial clips he does.
Oh, yeah.
Because he looked at this guy and he's like, look, homie, I like you. You're good with me. We're friends. If I told you right now, you got a 30-second pass, you can say the N-word. Go for it.
Don't do it.
And the guy looked at him and he goes, I don't want to do it. It's good because I can kill you. And he walked away. And people were just dying.
Yeah, David's the man.
Wrong.
Yeah. I also bumped into Bobby Lee last night. Oh, you did? Yeah, Kim Big Hug. Dude, Cam Patterson stole one of my jokes.
I don't ever want Shanaz to describe me like that.
No.
He's so raw.
Be cool, Shanaz. I wanted to bring some attention to just one thing right here, dude. Brian Callen's living the fucking life right now, dude. Oh, cool story, bro. You're saying something. I'm gonna take my magic mind real quick. What the hell? Ooh, you saw that little bumpy thing?
Yeah, we want a Magic Mind sponsorship, dude.
Yeah.
If it can help Brian Callen, dude.
Look at this.
Look at how good he feels.
Ooh, it's a fucking electric shock. Yeah, it's a good life. It's a good life.
Yeah, man. Look at these. Yeah, like he looks really happy after that.
Yeah.
Magic Mind might be worth something.
Damn, dude, we gotta get on this shit.
Daddy, call us up, Magic Mind. Well,
is your dad Henry Ford? Okay, this one's Lumbamba Zero. It's called Skits and Bits. Let's see.
Not saying it's a bad thing. I guess I'm just trying to get you to tell me, how did we get from there to here? What's your best guess?
Some of that is, in hindsight, how Dana talked about him at times. I know Dana right now is saying a lot of things like, I always stood up for him. I don't know if that was always the case, right? I think sometimes when it comes from the top like that, you sort of go, okay, this guy's great, but how many chicks you fuck, How many so to speak. But it makes sense perfectly. But how many chicks you fuck? Who's watching? How many pay-per-views can you sell? So to speak.
That's so good, dude.
It's like either one of us, when one of us thinks the other one is being serious, and then we drop it, we're like, it's about how well you can sneak it in, right? Because sometimes it's overkill, and just like constantly saying, I've heard of it. But then, like, every once in a while, you don't see it coming. Like earlier in the show, when you're like, and I checked in, it was actually, I'm absolutely right. Like, I did not see that coming. Dude, it's an art, We're learning, we're trying.
Speaking of art, we got an old fucking clip back in the chef, dude. When I was talking more easy. Back in the chef. This is posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Talking About a Nordstrom Rack Mechanic Bee. What's up, fam? He's slowly turning into the Island Boys, dude. What's up, fam?
Dude, we gotta start doing vlogs where we started like that. What's up, fam? It's hot out here. I got my chain on. I'm an island chop
on Ozempic.
What's up, fam? Out here in the streets doing the Lord's work on this Humvee. It is so goddamn hot. Anyway, we're getting a million questions. When will the winner be selected for the Raptor Art Killer? It's soon. It's super soon. We're going to use a third-party source. A law firm selects the winner. They go through everything, make sure there's no funny business. Someone can't win. The base dance can't win. Anybody who has connection to me can't win. Thank God. Brian Callen can't win. He doesn't know what he's doing. They said 5 to 7 business days. It's not in my hands. We had a holiday on Mondays. There's about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Hit the weekend. Monday, Tuesday. So early next week. The winner will be notified. And good luck to everybody. Can't thank you guys enough. We're already starting on the next giveaway. This thing's even more crazy. So we'll have some news for you soon. But whoever wins this drop, I will see you soon.
Oh my God, threatening, right?
That was a threat. Yeah, he's gonna kill me.
Oh, fuck. No, so, I don't think we're connected to him. No, right?
I hope not, because I want to win the truck. Real bad beat. You know what that clip here?
probably remember. Do you know 30 Eccentrics?
No, what it reminded me of was the Tito Ortiz through Thursday, 12 day. It doesn't make any sense. And then Bob, he's like, so that's a Monday, that's a business day.
So in Australia time, we'll fucking get you a truck beat.
He's like, carry the one, it's like a few days. Then you subtract by 5.
I'm an island chop. Truck giveaway. I like the island chop, dude.
That's a good bit.
Let's see here. This was posted by Zach Mangus. It's called Pot Savagely Roasts Kettle.
Where there's egos involved, they pull out cars, trying to figure out, the fastest quarter mile. I'll post my jerky, some people like, oh, my TRX or my Raptor beat the shit out of here. So I'm like,
oh, this is probably
His face is funny too.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Is your dad Henry Ford? I'm sorry. Did you build the truck? Yeah. Oh, no. You just paid a mechanic to do it? Yeah. I don't care. This is Henry. This is Chris. This is vintage TV.
That's fine. Any more thoughts on the Henry Ford thing?
No, I mean, it's a great line, and I'll try to remember it, but just at the very end, throwing your greatest hits is Chris. Like Diggs.
Yeah, Diggs. This one is posted by Competitive Use 7107. No title needed. Deport Californians make Austin great again. Outside of an HEB, dude. See this? Thank him. Right?
Yeah.
This next one is another reheat posted by Confident Search 8648. He really was bad at comedy.
I would think showing Brendan's vagina on this podcast would demonetize. Don't you think YouTube's going to demonetize that we show the vagina? I don't think so. It's kind of a woke movement. You don't know my pronouns. Yeah. All right.
The silence, dude. Just the complete silence.
Oh, it's so funny.
But the vagina, I don't think so. It's kind of a woke movement. You don't know my pronouns.
This guy doesn't move at all for so long.
He looks like one Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. How many Mississippis before?
Do you want to see?
Man, you don't know my pronouns.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Yeah. Who says yeah?
The guy next to him.
Okay. He's trying to help it.
Yeah.
I always like, nah.
Oh, good. I would look at
Sometimes silence is the best.
Yeah. For a comedian, dude, it's the only back, dude. When somebody's trying to be funny and you're silent, it hurts my feelings, dude.
Right? Yeah, like just utter silence and disgust.
That's why the live streams are so rough sometimes. You know, there's just no silence. Nobody's putting like 8 inches in the chat, something else or anything like that.
Right? Yeah, we need a lot of that in the live chat.
Yeah. All right, so this is posted by Demogorgo. It's called That Was Like 7 Years Ago.
I was smoking weed one time, and I was watching like UFC Fight Pass. I didn't realize that it wasn't fucking. I thought it was live, right? So I started tweeting about some fucking fight, right? I'm hashtagging UFC 160. So the next day, I wake it up, and I'm like, I was texting a British. I'm like, dude, that fight was fucking crazy, right? Like, that was like 7 years ago. And I look on Twitter and somebody replied, oh man, I've been hiding. I call
Living his best life, dude.
Yeah, he's going through it, obviously. This is the last one for the day, dude, posted by your boy.
Oh, it's me.
10 minutes of shop. It's called The Brining. As you can see, got the axe coming in here with a toe hold on. And it's Brian Callen, daddy.
Yeah, I got that from, there's a ring on me where she's like, the Australian dancer or whatever, she's coming through. And I thought, idea. What do you think of this? I mean, I made it. I actually talked about it.
It's solid. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very funny. Here's Brian. You know?
Yeah, Yeah, dude, the toe hold, that's what got me. I was like, what if I put a sandal?
He would have done so much like a year ago, probably.
Probably. What I did was I like was going through face. I did one face, and then I asked my girlfriend, which faces do you think? She was like,
Yeah, she's like, stop asking me questions about memes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy that people enjoyed it. I can think of more memes.
Well, that's it for this week, dude.
All right, see you next week. Bye.
On Netflix, come to my truck. Milk me my baddie. Walk me to the end. Tomorrow must be your life. It's now on Netflix. My troubled way.
When I first saw you with your sweaty pity, my dick was juiced up. My drug was over. It was a special time, waiting for the two-time. Now that you're here, the time is here. At last.
It's now on Netflix. Walk to my truck. Come with me, buddy. Milk me tonight. Oh, must be your life. It's now on Netflix. My trouble away.
What's it?
It's time of my favorite time of the week. When you get near, Papa, try to speak. Release surprises today. You better watch 10 minutes of show.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon. We watched Chris D'Elia's new special, Grow or Die.
Allegedly.
Yeah. It's a secret. Keep it a secret.
Yeah.
Join if you want to see it, because it is behind a paywall. Ever heard of it?
Yeah.
But that's really not why they're here, though, right?
No, not really. I don't think so.
We also do lives on Wednesday.
Wednesday at 8 p.m. Join us for a live. We recently did Joe Rogan's comedians tier list.
Oh, yeah. That's where we took all the comedians, or most of the comedians that have been on Joe Rogan, the JRE experience, and we put them on a tier list.
Tier
list, yeah. But anyways, that's not why they're here.
No, not a chance.
They're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the timer. Play the chain clip.
Alrighty. Hopefully this episode don't go too long, but you know how we do it over here. We go Baja mode, daddy. Turn on some traction control and buckle the fuck in. Or what do they say? Strap the fuck in.
Yeah, strap the. There's a lot of dishes, what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of dishes. The first one here is posted by Ryan Rudd, 85. It's called "Oh, Little Toe Got Angry." So Elephant Graveyard made this video about burning the boats, and it got taken down for like a couple days.
Oh fuck!
And then it got reinstated now.
Oh, I missed that. I mean, that video, that was savage.
Fire.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. That's crazy. So you got it taken down by what? Pixels?
I'm assuming.
See, that's so lame.
Yeah.
That's the opposite. He's all like free speech. I mean, everyone else says this, but he's very free speech or whatever. But then he gets criticized a little bit for his terrible special, and then it's a different story, right?
That's what you took away.
That's my narrative.
Yeah, that's your narrative. People should stop talking shit about Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna keep you busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because of that.
Well, I'm not saying it, but you know what I mean,
right?
It's one of the funniest things. I'm laughing just thinking about it. Sorry, I can't.
Now that you're saying and me realizing that our stuff can be taken down in the same way, I mean, we're even smaller. Now I see that Joe Rogan did the greatest special.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Netflix.
You can't take anything of ours down, dude. Not a chance, dude.
He wouldn't know yet. Yeah. Ours doesn't matter.
This is like 3 million views.
Okay.
We're over here pushing 50 if we're lucky.
I'm not a numbers guy, so I thought we were at 50 million. I wasn't even listening
every week. Like one of those is like millions.
I just listen to what you do. I'm so stupid I can't read on YouTube views.
You don't speak YouTube. This next one, I put these at the beginning. Dana White White's mom posted this. It was getting Gringo Poppy numbers. Comedians are the most sensitive people on the internet at 0.4 mil. Oh, comedians are the most sensitive people on the internet? Well, fuck you, Dana White's mom. You fucking, I'm not sensitive, you fucking bastard. You heard me. What if somebody sends just you saying fuck his mom to Dana White? Oh, yeah. He's like, who the hell are you? What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, I mean, that would be good for us if Dana White got mad. Yeah. We're not trying to get into UFC. Yeah, please come on the show and choke out Brendan. Yeah, please do. Okay, so this one is, posted by Ryan Rudd 85. What/who killed the drunk Schwab era? Before I start, I do not condone or support alcoholism, but I've been thinking about this special time in the Bopaverse recently. We had the 9 a.m. quiz Calabasas mornings, the failed Shui Vasa attempts, the extended pinky when he sips on that sweet, sweet nectar, Tiger Thick. Great times with some great content to look back at, but who/what really forced Papa to make the change? You want to make any assertions? Paid interest, first of all. Yes. I mean, that's a really good question. I'm going to go, I know you guys, you probably want me to make fun of Shop. I'm going to say it's Shop. I think he took accountability, he bet on himself, and he was like, look at me. He watched these clips, and he finally was like, I said Chris morning, I look like I'm fucking so drunk, you know? It looks like someone who's at a bar very late at night, but it's at 9 a.m. or whatever, or after the rub and tug. This is like those movies where there's like an alien invasion happening, and then it shows a shot of the bar, and everyone's looking at the TV like, you know? And one guy's just like, fuck them. He's like, fuck it, they're here. Rogan warned us about them. All right, he said the aliens are coming. Nobody listen to him. And I can't do anything. All I got is fucking, we got an alien problem, y'all. Or this is like him about to take the drink that he ordered. Being like, wait a minute, there's a better way to do this. You know? Yeah, don't need he just saw a shoe and he's getting the shoe. That reminded me, I think of another scenario is he's that at the bar when the aliens are invading because he thinks it's all on him. I'm like, he's like, fuck it, the last one, we gotta do it to feed the aliens. Just like at the Starbucks guy. Make my cappuccino, bitch. We make fun of Shop, but then one day he's gonna save us all, dude. Yeah, true. Let's see.
Good morning, here. Let's begin.
Here we go.
All of our sponsors for this way here today. Our annual conference sponsor for Talk Shin Video. Hosting Bopaverse. So, we dedicated all the streams to the host of Solos Tolos on this show. Habari Tova, Stephen Tarizin, and Father Dr. Harry Kanish. Then Yosef Hakoin, on the occasion of his 12th yard site, and for the families and members of Williams, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. The filming sponsors for today is Mel and Ram.
We've had to, because things are cool that are out of control. Nothing more than this guy that talks like
all of those who were listeners should have a talk to your hostages. The Holy Soldier should be successful with all of my faith. So with that, let us begin today's topic on 79. We represent our Nurse Hashem on I Invest on the Days 78B. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is alright, pretty far up in the top, but alright, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, most familiar again, just kind of starting like in the middle of something, just to orient ourselves a bit. You know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with the case of that Reuben injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die, but hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuben until we figure out what ends up with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the car? What is the source for this concept, ultimately, again, that we hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is going to do with it. Immersive Rabbi Nechemia, you're looking at that. So Nechemia learns that from the Gabi. The Gabi was blasphemer. The person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public in the desert. The Lo Haviyah, the Ibak Tavu, Kavshua, because again, Rabbi Nechemia is an example. Why? Because the whole concept of the Gadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him, they held him, they put him in a holding cell, because Kilo Barash Mayak did not know what to do. So you say, oh, that's the Makar. Sometimes you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them, until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, Rabbanon Megade for a Shah myself. Rabbanon says, no, you can't bring the right to the Megade, because the Megade was an outlier. Hora Shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purpose, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm, it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. Keep it side note. And then we're going to both say, there were two instances of egregious acts in the desert. Okay, let me read that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something and Moshe Rabbeinu did not know what to do with the individual. One of them was the Koshish. The person was Michal Shabbos, violated Shabbos by a public. And the second was the Megadi, was the person who blasphemed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Yar says follows, Yodei Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Shalakoshish B'Nisa. Moshe knew that the Mekoshish, right as Michal Shabbos, Moshe knew that he was Hayat Nisa, Shneimar, Mechalaleha Moshimas, because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello, Bohaya Yodei Be'ezem Mishanera. What did Moshe Rabbeinu know? Moshe didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar, Kilo Parash Maya Salo, Aval Gadi, Lo Neimar Bo, Lo Neimar Bo, Ela Parash Lapti Hashem, Shlohaya Moshe Yodea, and Sakopikar Ula. But by the Gadi, Moshe had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. Now Moshe knew. Obviously, something has got to happen to this guy. He did something totally egregious. What is his punishment? But Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea. Therefore, they had to go and incarcerate him. According to the Rabbanon, because Moshe Rabbeinu had absolutely no idea what to do with the Megadi, you cannot see source for this concept of Hashua of incarceration. So, Bishlam of the Rabbi Nechemia, and in the Sixth Ungani. So, Moshe said, here's the so now, wait a moment. So, we had this concept. We had this concept of that I will see this in the next mission as well. That halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be viable, Beis Din has to evaluate the injury was enough to cause death. If the weapon used is capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, I understand why the Torah records two different concepts of injury. One case is Amdul Lamisa, the Chaya. So one is talking about a case where Beis Din originally says, so Ruben did Shimon. Beis Din, right? Shimon didn't die instantaneously. So what happens? Beis Din evaluated the situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. He should be going to die. What happened? Shimon lived. And what's the halakha in that case? The halakha is that Ruben goes free. The Chad, I'm doing this. The other cases where Ruben again injured Shimon. Shimon, Baruch Hashem, Shimon looked like he was going to die. Then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery. That in that case also Ruben goes free. What means two of these evaluations? So let's talk about a case where literally again Ruben injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. Beis Din evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. And the halacha therefore is that Ruben goes free. God, I'm doing a chayim umeis. And what is that? And then what happened? So Beis Din said, okay. But halacha is in a way that's threatened to his life. And then Ruben ends up dying. In that case, Ruben is free as well. Right? Why does Ruben go free as well in that case? Because halacha l'maisa, at the end of the day, Beis Din originally evaluated that Ruben do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. And Nechemia would say, I'm doing a chayim umeis slow start of the The halacha l'maaseh is case where Beis Din evaluated it. They said Shimon's not going to die, right? And then he died. Of course, Reuven is going to die. There's no Shiloh over there. Why? Shari Yotza mi Beis Din Zaka. Because again, once Beis Din already went ahead and said that Shimon is not going to die as a result of these injuries, Reuven is scot-free already. Now again, type of damages. But Allah is not going to be brought back to base of any kind of issue. Okay, first line. Reuven injures Shimon, right? And what happened? They evaluated and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Hashem, Shimon lived. Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Poultry also. Ultimate puzzle. Again, we'll have to see exactly what obviously, what does Pater mean? Pater from death penalty. Finally, is he going to be higher than damage? All right, we'll get to that. I'm doing Misa, the Hakim Mashahaya, but it conversely, let's say, again, we didn't introduce Shimon. And then what happens? They didn't evaluate and they said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? The Hakim Mashahaya. Then Baruch Shimon's condition improved. What's that law? Only also Omer Cheni the Lama. Very interesting. As point, I will say, obviously, if you didn't injure Shimon, the reason said to die, there's no financial judgment against you. Why not? Why not? Right? You can't be tied as both Nisa and death penalty and monetary compensation. And the sentence is very interesting. So we injure Shimon. Beis Din says, okay, Shimon's going to, so therefore again, we're waiting for Shimon to die. But we're Reuven. There is no monetary judgment against Reuven. In this case over here, Baruch Hashem, Shimon has taken us for Shimon. He has one of his conditions. And now the Raisa says, we bring Reuven back to Beis Din. Omdin also, Omer Sheni, Zimbabwe. Okay, Baruch Hashem, now Shimon's not going to die. No problem. Baruch Hashem will bring Reuven back to Beis Din for a second judgment which says monetary damages. But in the Asher came hit in days. Allah. I'm sorry. In the Asher came hit. So let's say what happens afterwards again. Now, this is the case. So we're getting interested in at first glance. So basically, says she was going to die. So obviously, we're going to wait till she realizes what excuse me. Then Shimon's condition. Allah says, what do? We bring Ruth to Beis Din for a commission a second evaluation of monetary damage. Then what happens? Shimon begins again on his condition and dies. So what's Allah in this case? Achad Omer Haisai Direct. And he says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Reuven to death. It's too much going on over here. So the second evaluation, which is damages, and Reuven will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, ain't Omed after Omed. Chum say, no, we don't go ahead. Don't do valuations after valuations. So we get confusing. Kind of another bright stuff. Another bright stuff. I'm too out the Misa, the Chaim. This is what I say. If I don't know myself, Reuven injured and again, and Beis Din judged Reuven, and he's going to go back. And then what happens? Only also if Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation. All right. Looking in Omdino Solomon, and interestingly enough, if Reuven injures Shimon, and Beis Din initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, you do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially, what we're saying is like this: we'll change the evaluation when it benefits Reuven, which is in line in general which is in line with the general team, that we are reticent to that's the way. So therefore, if Reuven injures Shimon and Shimon's going to die. The Shimon's condition improves, change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Reuven injures Shimon and at first glance Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is the monetary, it's not the capital case. And then Shimon's condition declines, we will not head and switch the evaluation. Gula Misa, what happens if we originally evaluated the situation and we said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition Right? The hot kill me also. Omik sunset. The hot kill me shahaya omdin also omid shame. So we'll go ahead and do another valuation for military damages. In the African history, Umays and Halacha afterwards, she was working on is Mishari Nezek Sar Yarshi. We'll go ahead and pay the damages to these. Ne'ema Sai Mishari, just in general, by the way, so assessing damages gets better. How do you evaluate damages? Shashi ultimately from the time of the injury. The time of the injury. So we don't assess damages. We don't assess damages. Let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improved, and we switch it from a capital case to a military case, rather than we assess damages from the time of the injury itself. Stomach, having a color. Understand Mishnah. Okay. So the way that I'm not conscious is just this is actually interesting about changing status evaluations. The way that I'm not conscious of it says Hamakis Kabir Adanabagra for yours on the Mamdula Hayu, no second to God Lifter, Tapidu Kala Hamuka Hector makes Makos of Makari the Moving in the Shin, doing the Shin. If evaluates the English and say, okay, you know what, Shin is going to live. He's going to live, obviously, what's that? Obviously, business, doctors, also, as you know, making all decisions based on this. But I love how my suggestion says, Ruben is going to live. Fine, so what do? They assess damages against Ruben, and we're done. And even if the next case Shimon dies, and doctors determine Shimon dies as a result of injuries, that's it. There's no capital liability for Ruben once the judgment has been done. But I love how I said this is that Ruben is highly financially. The case is closed even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. That's good. He goes on. Remember the Nisa, Ostine Samaka Besa Swami Asman Purisa. Now, Allah Halaisa, it's really interesting in basic necessity. They say, Shimon's going to die. Shimon's going to die. So what do we do? We incarcerate Ruvain until Shimon dies. It makes the hurry come back. The impact of the instruction of Muslim of Allah is allowed to shout in this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Ruvain's death. If Shimon experiences a refuah, what is that something? Yes, it's the definition of refuah. Definition: Shimon walks on his own outside. In that case, Ruvain is free. So again, halacha basically assesses the monetary case, assess damage against Ruvain, and Ruvain goes on it. Even if Shimon dropped that next day and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. On the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die from his injury, we incarcerate Ruvain until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah. The refuah is defined as walking on his own volition, on his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Ruvain. Now, let's say one piece. I don't know. I talked about this a little bit. How long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean? That we incarcerate Ruvain. How long do you incarcerate him for? Until one of two things happens: until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, Ruvain incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and clarify what this is. Okay, so let's say that is the halacha ultimately again by based on the evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This card is very interesting case. This card is interesting case. Ruvain intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. Right? He was going hunting, right? And what happened, right? This season, right? He decided he's going hunting, and he ended up killing a person. Okay? Or, for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed a youth. Then it fallen behind the tail. He was going to kill a Nathal. Nathal, in this context, is a non-viable child. Right? And he killed a regular viable person. In all these cases, Potter. Let's say all these cases are Potter. Now, why? Because remember, again, in order to be highest, remember, there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined, at least in this as he had in mind to kill specific. But if again it wasn't mostly, they did have in mind to kill specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be puzzled. Next, this carrying that closer on the
I went pretty hard on Norman goes over but that was funny.
And his intention is to hit Shimon on the leg. Right? Very hard. Now again, but that type of injury on the leg would not have caused Shimon death. Ruvain did not aim his punch blow very well. But what ends up happening? Let's hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So you're allowed to say, but again, but the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it was intended to be delivered, causes death. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Once again, as we see, in order to be chayiv, for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. And intentionality, we're going to see, really means two things. Number one, intentionality for a particular person, and intentionality to deliver the blow in a certain way. Next, he's coming out close to Ruvain intended to Shimon on his heart, top of buying test. But the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. What happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead. Type of blow normally when delivered on the leg. This type of blow when delivered normally did not be a death blow. What happens to me? But nevertheless, Shimon got his result. This now, why is he going to talk in this case? Because again, what we begin to see is to be high in the capital, injury you deliver has to be one that under normal circumstances is capable of causing the death of the individual. So in this case, over here, this type of blow on the leg, we do not have been able to cause that. In this case, and therefore we have it. Incredible. This kind of hackers so high about the Hamis. Right, I'm going over. Let's say similar case over here. It's a lot of nice here. You intend to hit the adults. And this type of blow would not normally kill a double. But it tends to end up being a child. And again, this type of blow could kill a child and could kill a child. Once again, this kind of process that cut. With an intent, you got to blow on a child. And this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. What ended up happening? The whole Allah gadol wouldn't end up in normal circumstances. This type would not gadol. But in this case, mace killed the gadol. Again, I was like saying over and over. About this type, so again, I was like, so just for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of position, or intentionality activity of the victim. So in a hypothetical case, you have killed the person you intended to kill, number one. And number two, blow, or whatever it is, mechanism that is capable of bringing a bad death. Next, after the Hakosamasna, the Haidekidela Hakosamasna, there's an injury. There's a injury on the leg. Type of injury is something that causes the death of. And what happened? If you injured Shimon on the leg, what happens? The whole law. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. You're going to the type of voter would have normally about the death of Shimon. And what happens? The whole Alibo makes within delivered that symbol on the heart. And what? And Allah from the life again, he ends up killing Shimon. Why? Why? Because it was a death blow. It was a death blow. Since, again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, if it results in the death, is going to be tied. very interesting. Same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and here's the adult was was delivered in a way that it would have caused death of an adult. The whole Katan Umes, but then he ended up going and killing the Katan died. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be Chayiv. Now, we'll say, now this is interesting. Again, we'll have to see exactly what this means. But again, the Gemara says Chayiv. And Shimon says, Afilu is Kavara Gezeh, Bahara Gezeh.
It really does have the energy of
if you had intention to kill A, but instead you kill B, ultimately you're going to be fought. Okay, so let's analyze the sense of Gemara. Rabbi Shimon here, what is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reishon, or is he going on the Seifa? So you might say, Ilema if you want to see what Rabbi Shimon on the last case, we're at this place in the Mishnah, the problem is, it shouldn't, like, it should say, Rabbi Shimon poked on me, by the way. Just Shimon poked on me. You don't have to say, this Kavin Arag is ever hard as that. Just as Kanakama said, that he intended to hit a katan. The death won't delivered. What's still a katan? And instead you killed the gadol. Instead you killed the gadol. Kanakama says you're tight. And then if Rabbi Shimon's arguing for that, it's just saying Shimon protest. Rather what? The Gemara says, Ella Arisha. Rather Rabbi Shimon's way on the Arisha. What's the Arisha? Let's think about this. This is fascinating. The Arisha was, it's Kavin Arag is Habay Mavarag is Adam. Like if we didn't mention the kill of the Hemor, but instead he killed a person, Lovin Baharag as Yisrael, or he killed an Akum. He killed an Akum. And instead he killed a Jew, or the Nephalim in Baharag is Ben Kriel. He had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, Potter. All these cases, Potter. Now let's say, now what can you infer from this? One is Kavim Arog Gezeh, Baharag Gezeh, Chayiv. I want to say, interestingly enough, which you can infer according to the Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama is able to are. The only reason why you put it in that case according to the Tanakama is because your action resulted in the death of an entity in a different category, right? You had intention to kill a behemoth, you killed an Adam. You had intention to kill an Akum, you killed a Yehudi. You had intention to kill a Nephel, you killed a Ben Kayam. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But according, listen to this, according to Amal, if you intended to kill Reuben, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm fine. Because the Tanakama says the threshold of use the penalty to commit an act of murder. Even if I end up killing a different person, as long as that person is falls in the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayes. Bro said, and that comes from Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, I feel that he's having Lala Gezeh, Bahara Gezeh. Shimon says, no, that is not true. Not true. In order to have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intent must be checked. If you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot try for a capital crime. Now, again, there's still other forms of liability, but Lamaisa, you can't be high for it. So, also, I want to point out, this is a rage, just so you understand, this is a rage from the focus. That's what's happening here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be high. Okay, if it's different categories, Adam Behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nephel Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be high. But in the same category, even though again you end up killing one person, you're going to be high. You should say, no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only high for a premeditated act of murder with the death blow that is capable of causing death. You intended to kill. It's incredible. Reason so Pshita, Koi Reuven the Shimon, listen to this. If Reuven and Shimon are standing together, so Amar, one of the Reuven Kanakabno, Shimon Kanakabno. Right happens. That's right again. Finish with us standing together. Floating, like murder. Murder is position. Guys, I'm going to kill one. I'm going to kill Reuven. And by the way, I only have Kavanah for Reuven. Only use for the Muslim, right? and I only have in mind to and what happens? He ends up killing Eno Putai, both out here. So that's going to hold as Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. According to the Tanakama, you'll be high. According to Rabbi Shimon, you're not high. You must listen to this. I'm about this is wild. That's what happens. The Tony, the killer, says, really, listen, today I might just kill someone. I wasn't really specific or something like that. So it's really either one of you ends up killing one of them. Well, what you sound like from that? What would happen over here where, let's say, a murderer lacked specifics and character and what would happen there? Inami, Chassan moving, the names of shit. The other possibility is what happens is the killer intended to kill, we'll call it the person on the left, because ultimately, again, thought it was moving, but it turned out, interesting enough, in that case, that's Havana, that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's halacha? Hashman said, Shimon Omer, Shimon says, ultimately, one is only viable for that until literally the killer says, I have kavanah to kill this particular person. My time to be Shimon. So again, it turns out that according to Shimon, the only time you're going to be viable is when you have specific intent of a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So by the way, my time to be Shimon. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? The Gemara says, Omer the pasuk says, "Ba'arav lo the kamalov." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Ba'arav lo, right? Ultimately, like he plans schemes for him. The kamalov, and then he rises up again. So the Gemara says, "Achi is having low." Ultimately, again, until the head and as honor for him. So the Shimon says, the pasuk says, "You're only going to be chayiv in a capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your act materialized in exact accordance with your intent." Rabbana, we are there again, right? What's the by the way? Rabbana says, which was like that possibly seems like that you're only going to be chayiv. If you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have specific kavanah for someone, that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbanan use it for? The Rabbanan used that for different cases. To this prank, the Zorik ever ago. That comes to exclude a case where let's say I come along and I use a group of people's friends, I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So if it teaches me I'm not chayiv for that now, when I say not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. Like I have death penalty for that. Listen, by the way, what's that case? But that, let's say by the way, just like on a more ethical level, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbanan will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now the verse, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? Hey, you done it. Even if you can back on you saw me and table and you were pieces. I'm talking about a case of 9 pieces and 1 year. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a row of pieces, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death. Inami powder suffix with bunches. So even if it's half and half, ultimately again, it's a suffix line. Whether that's this capital liability, and therefore again, I'll be talking about Motzika the Ikatisha Yisrael, the Kusi Echa B'nei. Wow, what's the case? Case ultimately again is where there are 9 Yisrael, 9 Yisrael, and 1 Kusi. But nevertheless, what's the shot? Then a Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the type of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah is Kavua, right? He's established, and we have a principle called Kavua, and that's how next to that. This is our biggest case. You find a piece of meat, right? And there are 9 kosher, 9 non-kosher, so there's 1 kosher on the reverse case as well. It depends where you find it. The public you find it. The concept, whole everything that is established in a group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it fit. So even in a case where you have 9 Jews and 1 Kusi, since that Kusi is established in a group, it's considered to be like half and half. And now, when I say never testify for us to go into that group and to still kill someone, I am not liable for that. So, Bishno, I mean, this is how you know, like, So again, so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we are left with this raging rage. I cannot really even underestimate the raging height or the ranginess of this debate. Right, so again, I will say, literally, again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanon, why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder, and I ended up murdering someone who was in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm potter. I'm potter from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to the order to be chayiv for death penalty, someone that has to be a premeditated act of desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So that's analyze one. So this Shlomo, the Rabbanon, that means carrying out like that. I guess that's higher. So the Rabbanon would say that if I remind people moving and the solution one type, if he is not a Russian, then no Shahara. So the Pasuk says, was I told us that if men are fighting and they end up going ahead and shoving the pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. Rabbi Lazar. The mitzvah share mitzvah custom about. I was talking about when men are fighting and they end up causing death to the third person. Right? So Ruben's fighting his intention is to kill, but he ends up killing someone else. So what therefore the Torah says the tip in my son, yeah, in a son nefesh takas nefesh. The Pasuk says Ruben's fighting, and Ruben ends up killing someone else. So it's in a son nefesh takas nefesh. Ruben is liable in the capital sense, which means that even though Ruben had a mind to kill A, so he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Elder Shimon, what does that Shimon do with that pasuk? First, the Gemara says, moment. Rabbi Shimon says it doesn't mean capital. It means monetary compensation. According to Rabbi Shimon, if Ruben is fighting Shimon with the intention of killing Shimon, he ends up killing someone else. It's not capital liability, but rather what is their financial liability? You do Rabbi Nisanyo, Rabbi Omer, but that's not the nefesh, takas nefesh, mamo. Rabbi says in this case of us over here, where the Torah says, that's not the nefesh, takas nefesh, which is talking about the case of where Ruben's fighting with Shimon, right? Ruben ends up, falling onto her, hitting, fighting with women. She ends up miscarrying. So the Pasuk says, that's not the nefesh, takas nefesh, she will give one life for another life. Rabbi says that monetary compensation for the love of pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Nefesh mamish, you say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emar nesina lamato, ne'emar nesina on the days lemalo. It says nesina above and it says nesina below. Mar lahalon mamon, afkan mamon. So I'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. But so that was a high term of the Christian. Not going to debate ready so just so you know, so first of all, we have our machlokas of the Shimon and the Tanakama, right? So that is still about, again, I have intentions to kill Ruben, I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? Tanakama says yes, but the Shimon says no. Hold on to that. Just hold on to that. Now I will say, you might brought up that machlokas, by the way, is really also a big how you go ahead and interpret that also. There's two pumping into a pregnant woman and the miscarriage. So the Pasuk says, when a sas and nefesh, takas nefesh. I don't understand that means capital liability. Based on Rabbi says that means financial liability. Now, you know, by the way, there's another opinion. There's another opinion. I determined to take this deal, not with Rabbi, not with Rabbi. It's a thing of the it's not like Rabbi, not like Rabbi. So think of it that's Rabbanon Mechayim so then it's coming Lara is never how it is that. Rabbi Mechayim the moment. You will kind of do this deal of this right? So when I believe in that I enter in what's the law? So according to the Rabbi, you're Misa. According to Rabbi, most of your Rabbi Shimon, I'm not chayiv misa, but I am chayiv what? Monetary compensation. There's a third opinion. When I have in mind to go and I end up killing Shimon, I'm not chayiv misa, nor am I chayiv. I'm not chayiv anything. I'm not chayiv anything. Third opinion of you're not really chayiv anything. So you must now where does that come from? Kind of ridiculous case. Not your other behavior. So I say, right, Torah speaks about again one who's an animal. One of those that kills a person. The person says, not Kedani Shamena, or not your other beings. So this is very interesting. Torah equates, in this case, or juxtaposes an animal and a person. And Torah says, if I kill an animal, I have to pay. If I kill a person, you put to death. Okay, so this. They miscarry the shit of miscarrying. So I'll say when it comes to whether or not what, there's no distinction. They miscarry whether I have kavanah, the day they directly aliyah. It's a different story. So these are like practices. Whether I kill the animal going up or coming down. And in all cases, makes no difference. Shows me it's aliyah, makes no difference. What's halacha? I'm tied monetary compensation the owner of the animal. Watch this. What this is focusing on over here is the juxtaposition of the death of an animal to the death of a person. So, it's just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I killed the animal. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, there is no distinction about kill someone with shogeg. Here's what now, let's see in the sentence. I kill a mason, right? Shogeg amazing. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Sarah, these are derech aliyah. One person going up or coming down. In all cases of murder. Now, the variable is sometimes you death for killing someone else. But one thing is, in all cases of murder, I'm never chayiv mama. So this is the basis of your shita. That anytime you kill a person, you are never chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurs. Like one thing is clear, which is you're never chayiv mama, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is clear, which is what? The chayiv mama. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv mama. Whether you're chayiv misa or not is a different discussion, but never chayiv mama. So you must just mention miskaven. And what does it mean if you don't have kavanah? Even if you're miskaven klal, and it's shogeg. So when you see, so listen, what does it mean in the case where it says I'm not miskaven? So if not miskaven means it means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all, that's called shogeg. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita she's having lazeh, ela lazeh. Better will say shogeg means I killed someone accidentally. And miskaven means I had intention to kill Ruben and I ended up killing Shimon. The honey, the type of moment of the poacher. Remember, what you see, but yes, in that case, I'm not chayiv woman. The Ibash Natalo might be strict with Mifkei almost 1 second. Obviously, in private death penalty, but of course, there's no need to attempt the monetary compensation. Why? For the grassy word. Ella, not starting a lot by Shitalahu, a lot by Mamma. Right? Here, if there's a case where I'm not liable to that penalty, the most what's that? That case is where I have intention to go lay. I end up killing. I'm not chayiv for me. So why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim. Not really chayiv. This might be the most exciting thing that has happened. I was that something amazing. So we have three different things. This is good for Chazal. 3 different opinions. Opinion number 1. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain. I shouldn't be looking at Mazuma. Allow this Ruvain. What does Tanakama say? I'm lying. Chayiv misa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention is to on someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to know. Obviously, you kill an person, and you kill a Yehudi, you're not going to be chayiv. You have intention to kill a Hima. So if you kill an other, you're not going to be chayiv. Okay, but the senior intention is to realize in the same category, Rabbi Maisa, you are chayiv misa. Rabbi Shimon, I have that to the Ruvain. I ended up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter. Now what it sounds like is Potter, but chayiv for monetary compensation. Like Rabbi. Then third category, the Hizkiah, intention to pay the end of what's the halacha? Potter Daniel, not chayiv misa and not chayiv money. How do we pass him? So listen to this. Which understands. Listen to this. Rambam, Hilchos Lotzeach, Perek Dalet Halacha Al Miskarim Al Lahar Gezer. I have today, and I end up killing shit. Potter Misa Umidas Tashlumin Nagos. How's that doing this? Yeah. Now, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm saying, in the eyes of a confront some level of liability. By the catch it to Ruvain, I end up killing. I'm not chayiv death, I got penalty, not chayiv woman, and not even chayiv brother. That's what I want to look at. Remember, I can't wait to get to the second knock. It's so exciting. Right? But the nice, again, when does it come about? Shogeg. Right. So, you can't go on a shogeg because halacha nice again. It wasn't accidental. It wasn't functionality over here. Right? Not chayiv tashlum because as the Beit said, apparently in any case with this bloodshed, it's not monetary compensation. And by the way, the way that I'm illustrating Azoreth Evan was so eagerly saw the Oreg Ethne and Sucking says basically. So now this is an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So one second. And now again, I know that we're going to group of people definitely about to death. And in fact, causes the death of someone, I'm watching. That's how you pass it. It's like with Shimon, but it's modified by some of the Therefore, I will say again, you tend to kill A, end up killing B, even if you're in the same category. Potter from Esau, Potter from Tashlumin, Potter from Golas, absolutely riveting. All right, we'll say Mishnah, let's go. We're catching over the rest of the filmy world. Emir Hashem. What's action is Ari Bachir. This is an interesting case. A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So we'll say, by the way, it happens. Right? Sometimes based on really dictates the chevra that you hang. Right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. The kind of the person you choose to be also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. So it's shenis arei bachir. How does that even work? Right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So we'll have to see. Well, in reality, so besides the Muslim hospital, that ultimately your actions will right? Your group influences your actions, and your actions often fit your group. So say if a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers, so what's the halacha? I'm sorry. Really, the case is other people. So whereas Reuben killed someone, Reuben gets mixed up with other people. That was what I have to see the second seers of this in Mishnah. But it sounds like this. We don't know which one Reuben is. Ulan P'tulim. Everybody is puzzled. Okay, we'll see the exact dynamics of that case. Reuben says, no. Post it also the people. We put them all literally again in the jail cell. Now, the Mishnah doesn't spell out the rest, but the rest is we go and we feed them barley until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a image of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. Let's take it in general. You have a group of people who are all condemned to death, but different deaths, different cases. And now, because they all got mixed up, we don't know who is subject to this penalty. And going to imagine, they think, I'm the schema guy, that's a shitty paper. No one's coming forward and volunteering information. So all we know is we have a group of people who are all subject to death penalty. We don't know which death penalty. What's the halacha? Nidonim b'kala. We administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. If you look at our local you cannot give someone a more lenient definitely than the one they are obviously. Therefore, by definition, we cannot show which death we give them the more power. Now, of course, as we know, focus as the resource stages, which is considered to be more powerful. more common. So, for example, Hanis Minus Rafin. Let's say the Chevra. Some of the covers type Siva, some of the type Shriva. You don't know who's who. So, what do? Rabbi Shimon already. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all kilo, right? Why? Shasreifa Kamura. Because everyone knows Sreifa is in Skila. So you know it's the opposite. Because in Sreifa, why? Shaskila Kamura is more common to Sreifa. Rabbi Shimon says, either law, Isa, say, look, the best place, that true Zunisa, that true Sreifa is clearly more common. How do you know that? Because the Sreifa wasn't more common than a Pascal who committed adultery, would it be singled out as Amrullah, either Isa, Skila Kamura, so in the Gata, that's true. Skila is more common. How do you know? Because the best schemer and the person who worships idolatry gets Skila. The Gemara says, and they're rugged and what happens if they're some of them are subject to hereg, which is beheading, right? And others are strangulation. Which one gets which is the more cow? They wrote besides, but Shimon says beheading is the more lenient form of death penalty from the hereg. Comes to ultimately its hereg. So listen, so interestingly enough, everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That if you have a group of people on death row who get respect to each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. Not sure it's getting which death penalty, then what's the halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? There's a problem. So there's a machlokas, again, in three categories. Between Skila and Sreifa, which is Kal, which is between Chenek and Herek, which is Kal and which is Machlokas. Incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Tremendous doctor.
Every single person probably, yeah. Is it illegal for like your family to get entries into something? Right? If one of his family members wins a trip, that's fucked up. Dude, it's insane if that happens, but you know, he's done crazier things. This is posted by IC Fondant 8441. Quote, stool fucking is, if it's the right bit of money, wait for Togen's reaction.
Good morning.
Sex with a girl to do a joke.
Oh,
if you had sex with this girl, I acted out on the stool, Boys are so blown away by their creativity.
Ahead of us,
That's Chelsea Peretti, right? Yeah. Chelsea Peretti. Shout out to her. This is posted by Cheesery. Started Baldur's Gate 3 and accidentally created his hot dog. This is as you see, BGL. Oh, fuck. Yeah. If I played this game, this is the character I would pick.
Someone throws swirl is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately again it springs back and kills someone one side of the source of these things. So
There's more than two people, then you need headphones. Part 2, we haven't really seen part 1. I don't know. So let's see what this is about.
He has intention to kill his friend. Correctly, he does so. He is a person of God. The comes on the top of that hotel. The heart of Kanye, the whole so that is the example of pregnancy. So even if you are wars, if you're thinking of the next war, you want to go ahead and kill him. So something happened, even though the stone is off the wall, I want to know this considered to be the part of the day, and therefore he is going to be tired. So the United States penalty, so the answer again, we can define this to go over and the second in the cover. So we can be over here, which is the two of those who go ahead and play the game. The husband rated, now we do the sugar boys, the second emotional and the high visa. If the errors and it's really open, the very less. So what's the visa here? So we're going to wrap it on our wrap. We got 8 inches to the second in the cover to have this so we can do. We do this to well, I said, I'm going to go to the club. It's coming to children, young people, going against the wall, going against the wall with the
And like just nuts. You can't understand anything that makes it. I don't know if there's anything else. As always, I love the fucking songs of these guys. Yeah, they're so good, dude. Like 5 minutes in, we're back at the we open that shit, we're just dancing to fucking we're dancing to shot clips with panties with cats. Yeah. Oh shit, another can you put on that one go get through one where it's like he's talking about talking over people. Can you watch the one where it starts with Crystalline saying, oh really dude? How many bags are in your party?
It's called suicide.
Put the rope so they can walk in. Toronto's over there. Okay, this one's called Toe of the Moron. We're hitting the home stretch here. We only have 20 more clips. This is I downvote King Days. This one see.
I always felt like barbershops where guys hung out. That's all just for people who don't play pool.
That was always my fucking forgetting my hair, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck you.
I gotta see what you're doing. Like you're getting a guy's place where guys can hang out, just talk. Right. But this is not the way to do it. Because people come in, people you don't know come in, you can't tell some dirty story.
But there is a secondary threat.
It's kind of dumb, right?
It's not the fact that like the thrower,
It's like people walk into pool joints all the time, too. Right?
There's a wall. So we can just do
on that one again. Yeah, dude.
kind of idea, which is I would have thought that the presence
Okay,
of the
this
wall
is my favorite clip of the week. It's Confidence Search 8648 ranks latest guest appearance on another podcast has 370 views in 5 days. It's really Herbology though, dude. It's so fucking fun.
as a murderer. And if it's the show will be high dollars, incredible. So we want to show these dollars because we try to show the golden. Obviously, if we don't throw the ball hard enough and it kills in the accident, then we will go to dollars. That's obvious. That's obvious. So Marcus, you're right. You can high love this to play. The biggest loving is not in the biggest opportunity is in the case. And if you really did it intentionally, you both about the big show here. Now you can not have suffix, meaning like a hundred. I might have thought that this is a case of what we call suffix. What is it, suffix? But I never thought that this was another game. In order to be high, what do you have to do? You have to go and work someone with a certain level of liquiditiveness. Right? But if you're so we heard the ball not going to go back. The ball not going to go far enough. I never heard of this after that. How much for one ball is it? How much of it? I got for an inside. Some places do. You're going to throw hard into the ball so you can choose that. The intention to kill someone.
That's a pain in the incredible. This one's called
This is very cool.
just the
what's on top
those emojis
of over here is well inside these sites, like who's hiding that, and
we need a slur for computers and hobby who already bought the most. Shops.
We're focusing on some branching out a little bit, and even in case
Oh yeah, I guess that was
another intervening factor factor
What about,
considered
I know what's it, DATers? Oh, God. Let's see.
I have a
Look at the
presence of the wall.
confidence are chasing for a secret weapon.
Was weird. I got bumped by another comedian. Like, first day at the store, and then it was a special guest, super treat. The rest of the week, like, it was like I was the secret weapon kind of, so it was unbumpable. Hilarious. It's like not enough just to have like improvement how great your life is now, you know? Like, sure. We're not being free, we're just talking about shot movie making, dude. To SETI. That's what I'm saying, different, right? Okay, cool. Job refuses to go wrong. You know, he's staying on business, he just never wrong. Maybe that's his thing. It's a very frustrating tactic, right? Try to, like, you know, like, you're wrong, right? It's like saying right at first. And I'm not like if I wasn't, yeah. Like, no.
But even if the ball went left
You know, you're under your hat, though, right? Right. He'd go for it, he's like, yeah, but like, you're gonna be bald someday, right?
But again, if at the end of the day,
most people that claim they have a black belt in podcasting, it's like,
at all, want to appreciate all.
I don't even know what else to say. After that, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, he has the opposite. He has never been to a Taekwondo class. Yeah, but that's not fun, right? Taekwondo, right? Taekwondo sucks, right? Yeah, you're right. Yes. Different though, right? Annoying, man. I feel annoying right now. This is post my haphazard last clip of the day. One of our guys, Bubba, tries his best to keep up. Let's see. Some government official just happened to be watching this. Here I am, playing it with your voice. He's a middle tirades, for months. From like how long they did that. I should be out for him. Right now, he wasn't. Somebody be a rock. I remember in White, they have a real, the case couldn't get the money because, oh, you know, that's the real person is watching. Yeah, and they're like,
and that's what goes until shit. Ultimately, you really count why. Because you have to throw the ball against the wall, and the ball is straight against off the wall. It's considered to be a rigorous call. Over again, if you have one rule, only decided to killing someone once. But it's more. That's like, for example, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, like I go ahead and I typed up moving showed up at night. Even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and still shooting because of heat stroke, so they not tired of why. Because
they're going to do it for as long as they can, even if they're shutting it down or whatever.
Against
they're not going anywhere.
Not tired
unless you get like Montez gets like real success.
Throwing a ball against the wall. The ball was shooting against the wall.
We saw his last special. He
moving
not a chance standing. There's only so many jokes you can make about your wife going to that's the show. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week.
So it's a very interesting case here. Paraduma. How do you create paraduma again? How do you create the paraduma concoction? You take the red apple, you go ahead and you slaughter it, you burn it, you create. You then mix that ash with spring water, wine cayenne. Right? You go ahead and pour it. You sprinkle it. Now what's interesting enough about is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the color of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the color of the individual, then the entire concoction isn't out. You don't get out from strong. And the kaddish, first of all, you need to apply that to the kaddish. Make us the Ephraim, the Sinach, Ephraim, Alamayim, Kaddish, Kiddush, in some sense, so what happened in this case? In this case, like we're calling you is out of the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? The crystal goes to town and falls into the water. Or for that matter again, it falls on the side of the pencil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's now the fossil? Fossil. The compaction is fossil. Why? Because the whole thing is considered to be a lack of control. So what is she doing? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your car. That's not your car. Therefore, using that logic, if we were throwing the ball against the wall,
Recently we did Bryce stand-up comedy crowd work special. Oh shit, yeah, game on special. Yeah. It's a crowd work special. No pain, and Joe Rogan burned the boats. I'm sorry, there's a buzz that goes off. Okay, but yeah, so if you're interested in that, join the Patreon. Also, we go Wednesdays now, so if you want to see us live, every Wednesday we're live. Yes, it is fun. We were wearing cold hard jackets last time, dude. Yes, it was pretty cool. And then I stream on Twitch TV/Gerardo Comedy. Random schedule. We didn't matter, but thank them to the fans that helped us crowdfund those horrible culinary jackets. They literally say DH on them like we're old. Yeah, but we wore them, dude. Anyways, that's not why you're here. Until you hear West Tim is a shop. So start with the chick clip. Alrighty, well, we got here at Timo's video. If you had a second Patreon, I'd go visit. Like, yeah, because we're very bored of us here at Timo's.
Never stops.
So I put up the chins all to like, dude, and so they're all in order where they're supposed to go. And this one here by
makes it my car.
Why does the show here? Is it
sits on the side of the
call the update website? An update.
Falls on the defense, and then just like a second later, that's no longer my car. That's the
So I call it DDP because I don't know how to.
Right, this is like perpetual growth.
So DDP means the water after his own win over on his son. Drink is Duplessis.
It's my car. It's my car.
It's him saying Drink is Duplessis tweeted, Brennan Chop, great prediction. You has been, Jake never.
Stop for a moment.
Never saw DDP in the UFC guys recently. Yeah, but then Brendan's trying to be like cool or something. It's like, really, you're resharing your trust. Oh, buddy, you got me this time, I'll get you next time.
How do you feel about it?
You probably don't favorite you.
Okay.
This one's called Great Prediction Never Win Up.
So what you have, so these are the decisions I've been telling you,
It's Brennan Chop Great Prediction, you has been, never been.
He's out there.
I don't know if there's something else we're supposed to see here. Always have to back for this fight, brother. It's just some fans. It's the same pose, but they're those like picture poses. Could have been like a famous UFC guy or something. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a fan. Nobody knows who you are. Okay, so this was posted by Showman16. It's called He'll Light You Up. And yeah, see, he's just fair play. I mean, that dude is awesome.
That was an addition what we learned that actually should work.
Yeah, dude, I get it. I mean, this time I was wrong. DDP is the man, and we're buddies, and he's not making fun of me, so calm down, haters. I didn't read it. All that book, though. You know, if I was in that UFC, I'd BAT his ass, bro. Yeah, dude, if Brennan wanted to, he could kick his ass and defeat him mentally, but he decided not to, which is why he's a king. Yeah, right? And this has been some sort of like decathlon win academically also, you know. 34 is ACT, 32. This one made me laugh very hard, dude. This is the Ronda Rousey Pearl AMA that took place, I want to say 2 days ago. This morning on my Twitter was the first post where Ronda Rousey was apologizing for her thoughts on the elementary school that got shot by guy. Yeah, Jones got good uniform. And it's pretty funny. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but let's just highlight what's happening here on the table. So the AMA, hi everyone, this is Ronda Rousey. I recently launched a Kickstarter for my first graphic novel called Expecting the Unexpected. Which is tough, right? It's her, it's about some, from what I observed, she's like some pregnant lady in a comic book, basically. Expecting the unexpected, you know, like when you're expecting a baby. Oh, yeah. Did she just have a kid or something? I know you know. Yes, I think so. Okay, but I just know that the lady looked pregnant in the graphic novel. I see. So she's kind of like living Brenda Child's dream in a way. She's making her own comic book. I wonder if her character's ever going to meet Mr. Doom. Brenda Child like, oh, I would never buy that. It's not going to sell the story. She's an experienced good look. I mean, I'm still comics, so I know it sells. Good with that. So, first one is pretty hardcore. It's just over a decade ago, you tweeted this thing about that event, right? And then the other comments just start rolling in. Oh, this is what I don't like about Reddit on the computers that you can't really navigate to. Okay, so here, let's just go down here. Hey Rhonda, big pro wrestling and MMA fan here. Thanks for taking questions. Appreciate your mail up away. You'd like to work with Nikki Hurt. That's pretty good. I think it's pretty serious about you still find them interesting. Good, great turn. Look at that. Like the best comments are the ones where it starts one way and then it hits the mark because I didn't expect it. Dude, if you want to spend like an hour going through, there's so many messages exactly like that. Really, just complete 180 things. Wonder who's writing like who specifically. Cats or people who are pissed off about that, like somehow connected to what happened. I'm assuming this is large community of people that don't like, you know, the spreading of misinformation about other elements, right? Good shit. Do you plan on firing your team for this dumpster fire? Hey Rhonda, big fan. One quick question. I've always wanted to add some of the funniest way to start. Do you find any irony in your acting performance as a professional wrestler in light of the fact that you are a player of that massacre and made claims that those involved were hired actors? Just going on and on. It's honestly a really good read. I laid in my bed laughing. This is like the end of when you scroll all the way down on the we found out you have to go to the bottom because like people have you pay or they have all these comments go off the top. So you gotta if you understand especially you gotta scroll way down to the bottom then we get the good stuff. Yeah, that's just the tip. That's why Reddit's so dope because all the downloaded stuff is actually they made 3 questions. Like, so what happened to the characters? Like, where are they trying to find themselves later in life? It's just like negative 89 downvotes. That's so fucking funny. What a fucking, like, mistake to do this part. And so Ronda Rousey came out this morning and posted, like, you know, screenshots of notes app of her being like, I've been thinking about this every day for like, since it happened. She played the team.
Because it's his
Yeah, someone told me some like weird information. I just ran with it. You know, like who would have doubted something like this happened? You know what? I was wrong, and you know what? Yeah, that's on me. That's on me. Deny a massacre of Kids getting killed. Good. It's funny that it's a mistake, but then it's also about pregnancy, which you know, it might be a mistake. Maybe the comic book was a mistake. Hey, Ronda Rousey doing comic books, how'd that go? And doing an MMA go. There are too many things that are close. Questions go live. Okay, this was posted by Major Ad 4903. It's called Theo Still Figuring Some Things Out. And, you know, he's got Donald Trump on the pocket.
It's not his car.
Great episode. I think this episode's from me. I could be wrong, but it'll be later in the episode. Here's another one posted by Corey Guess. It's called Some Catnip for a Beloved CEO of PPTs. Brian Campbell posted the Tower. You're doing a comedy tour pitch, but you still work at the Brian Campbell said cancel MPs. It's not being T-ball. Exactly. It's like even more of a dude. Clever man, that Brian. This one's just funny. It's posted by Grakinski 76. The Netflix special was so funny, laughed out loud. It's funny.
because the iron continues on its way because of the car. So obviously this is a diminished cost. Why? Because again, we didn't even vote us to throw it up. Obviously, everybody's car was coming to an end because it's coming back down, but its car is still felt wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be everybody's car. So overall, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else, it's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's swinging down a little bit at an angle, I mean, that's moving its car. But again, not a full blown car, but rather a car size, a little bit of a car. Okay. Incredible.
Let me know how that goes for you,
So
man.
turns out, by the way,
So did Brendan write this, or did someone of the people that do
categories of car.
Dude, he's doing his own
What we
social
call stand-up car, which is, moving towards the opposite of the okay, or really hold shooting down the one person. There's almost like we'll call it a speed direct car, which is really throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it reaches off the junction in Kai.
I can't imagine taking the time to write something that long in just one comment.
So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished car? Really throws it up with the intention. With the intention, it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down here, angle at R, that's the diminished car.
We did anti-creative stuff in the beginning and never do again.
Because of the other macro,
and we always get people like, it helps me. Listen, you guys don't get it. Or some people are really mad at that. Sorry. There's this one lady that piled creative for ads on creative during our live stream. She kept leaving like long fucking comments in the live chat. We just never read them. I actually didn't read them. I'm like, Carla, I hope you're doing good, dude. Okay, so this one is called It's All for the Cats, posted by Mike Shack 86. Nobody knows who you are. Awesome, dude. Toyota Yaris right there. You know what I'm saying? That's haphazard score. Yeah, haphazard. That's an Ohio. This women do. This guy right there. Sky in Ohio.
Can't point the finger at one individual.
Is that Ohio? But yeah, look at that.
If they go out and do it,
the state. So this one's supposed to broke my back.
one after the other.
And this get into Fight Companion. Okay, nice. San Jose Jack Johnson territory near Bassett. Took the screenshot of Papa acting casual on JRE. So claims that he's a walking billboard that will see his program soon here. So satisfying to see reactions to Izzy's loss posted by Jackie Van Noss. When I was watching the fight actually with the fan. Oh yeah? Nice. It was pretty dope. Was it a good companion? I had to go see a doctor because I was playing in my life. That's how bad it was. It was good. Oh, it was so good that you're like, I can't even believe how worth living. I'll never be there. I tried, guys. This was my double kick. I tried, guys. It was immediately too reductive to continue. Sorry, guys. I was going to make this before. Man, the fires tonight was immediately known with the yellow TFAT. Full redux. I'll be clocked out early. Yeah, there's a lot of merch on this new venture. Which is funny because of the old venture we have for ordering the jacket. They cut us a fire sale. They cut half off everything. In fact, if you select something to buy, like we did with the jackets, it's like, oh, if you bought this, you qualify for even more merch. You get half off the jersey. Yeah, he was like, face the comes on screen. He goes, please buy something else. Please buy the sticker, buy a sticker. It's $2. I shot sticker. I was hoping that would be a good idea, but I feel like
you're not tired.
but it's kind of desperation of wanting to sell that merch. I think they want to just get things merch in. Like they realized it was okay. And they get the best merch for marketing. Like, well, we gotta get rid of it. Let's just cut half the tricks even more. Cut it down until we get rid of like our 1,000 donut t-shirts. So again, you know there's a big
Now, if you would give
I just look at it, if we have something else right now. That was almost fake. I wonder if there are fans on away now that they just like really bad quality t-shirt and all that stuff. Or like, wait, maybe there's some stick with it. Well, imagine if World Record Podcast, our favorite podcast, we had Tuesdays. Yeah, started to sell half off merch. We should do this Thursday with that. Yeah.
esophagus or his windpipe is cut.
100%. So the thickies out there that are stocking up on
some
merch
type
for
of
sure.
thing
Well, I'm
from
happy
which
for
he's
them. This little
imminently
thick
going
kid
to
going to
die.
school
So
5
this
days
is
a week
so
with that thick
that what
white
it
shirt.
says
If you're not,
is
probably
if
not
you give a
paying
trait for
attention.
your pop, and listen, why are you
This
why
one
you a
thing.
trait bug? Right?
Air
Because
pumper,
in
they gave a
halacha,
hungry
a
wolf a
trait
chain.
bug,
When
that's
people
not
get
what the trait
famous,
bug.
they're famous.
So a trait bug
Yeah,
is no
especially the
right
Joe
for
Rogan
for that.
appreciation thing, or it's a cream that he makes you use. I think they are suffering from
Let's say then you have a
portositis.
ghost now what's a ghost Shaman? What's a ghost
And
A
specifically
ghost
low
is
quality
someone
vodka.
who is
I don't know if it's low quality. I have no idea. Well,
very
everybody said it was low quality.
ghost
They didn't like that. They drink a lot of tequila.
that someone
Or
has
vodka,
an
whatever. They drink a lot of
internal
vodka.
ghost,
Like, whatever it is,
what
yeah. I don't
people is a
Okay,
ghost
well, yeah, I'll trust that.
someone who's
And he's got the Mac
very
arm.
old.
He's got the image.
Very old.
Okay.
So he's dying.
Trump.
Sure,
Oh,
sometimes
not
dies
those
of age. So the person
Right.
who's dying, that's
Yeah,
called ghost
he's
Bide Shaman.
when he did that Asian accent, he got killed. That's like no different than Trump almost being assassinated. I understand from there. This is the face that you make when your life has been ruined.
Internal injury, which is
This is the face you make when
1000%
you're super blue at one time and turn red.
It's
Oh,
just
God,
someone
what
who's
is
dying.
honestly, I shouldn't talk about how anybody looks, but this looks like if you gave a really hungry horse a carrot. You know, he's very excited. He's like, that's an excited
So
horse.
go ahead and
Yeah, dude, when that Austin butt plug is hitting back.
because a ghost is considered to be fully alive and have late. A trait bug
But he is
is
at the Carl
considered
Bassett
to
fight
be
community. That's pretty
a
cool. So I
ghost
understand.
is fully alive.
Is
That's
this
why
pre-spilling beans or
these are
post-spilling
major
beans?
topics in end
Oh,
of
this is
life
post-spilling.
issues.
Oh, okay.
So if you go
Spill the
ahead
beans
and
on
you
the
make end of
motherfuckers.
life
You
decisions
keep it
that
cool, but not. You gotta
accelerate
split it. Charlie doesn't give a fuck. A man wearing a Trump fight shirt.
so you might
I think
say,
it's when you
well,
stop
that's what
caring.
Ellis Goldstein be the other. So that's the point of contention over here. Goldstein be the other. What's Goldstein be the other? Rashi says over here. He goes down, Shekara Ramos, Machmas, Hamakos, and the Lord so how you show you trade.
It's the
So it's a
opposite.
Goldstein be the other.
It's for people that get beat down. That's pretty good. You know, Trump is like this.
Injury,
If
but
it's
you have a
job, like,
trait for injury.
instant fight.
But you have to is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's success? So you are the manager, I mean, the trade call.
I want that. I want that shirt. I'm glad we talked that out. Yeah, business. We did that comic book thing last week. We made it first. Oh, yeah. Shout out to you. Vegas merch. Haphazard posted this. He's a walking billboard.
By time of what's the why does not
I think he looks like very distinguished. I would be like, oh, this guy's smart, but I didn't know
nothing
the job because he was on Joe Rogan.
There's
It
no
looks like,
traumatic event.
I take it
There's
back
no
to yellow hat.
injury.
Yeah, it's a bad hat. It looks kind of poor quality. And the shirt is just, it's just so real. I think if you want to promote your merch, you should only wear one item, if not at all. Like, wear something, so just talk about your merch. It's kind of like Cal with the flip-flops.
Why is he
But,
not the
sometimes, they'll follow me if you want to. Sometimes our ladies dress us up, right? They do this. Babe, if you're gonna do it, you can still not people. She's like, babe, I want to wear mine. I want to wear a job, I want to wear a
and that's why again there's
probably like, yeah, something even more than donut shirt. No more donut shirt. She's like, that's really funny. She dresses him, and this, all of this, all of this like embarrassing shit that he wears is her fault. So like he has totally normal shit on, and he's excited to go to the Carl Bassett fight camp. He's like, babe, I picked out your shit for Joe Rogan. He's like, oh, he's trying to sneak out of the house, so she doesn't see it. She's like, babe, where you going? And she's holding up a shirt that says King on it, and he's like, all right, fine, I'll wear that. Thanks. And she's like, oh, don't forget. And she pulls a fucking yellow hat that says dry. I just designed this one. You gotta wear it on the pod. He loves her so much. He's a good guy, dude. And he's like, fine, 30 entries. 30, I got 30 points right now. Those are ideas of fucking stupid entry. He's like, oh my god, when people see this yellow hat, they're gonna die like with that truck that you have, or whatever that you drive around somehow, and you drive 60,000 miles on it, or yeah, you get the truck and he's already driven it all this, and it's got stains in it, and fucking friggin' comes for us. And she's like, babe, one more thing, don't cheat on me. I'll say this, it looks healthy. It looks like he had 4 up until that day. You know what I mean? It's not a bad picture. Okay, then this one is by Louise Hurt. Same picture as last one we watched, right? When you watch your media special and realize you can vaccine from Joe Rogan.
Incredible.
Did he steal from it
I
too?
don't know. Harder gets a trade for Potter.
Three?
No, it's Joe.
This is pretty amazing. A trade is considered to
And
be
then that was good.
halachically
Some
just,
chins clip.
and therefore to
There we
go
go.
ahead and
So this is my
deliver
favorite one of the
liability for that.
And
The trade
this
for
clip kind
subject
of
is
like cuts it off
so
before
they
the
base
whole
upon that.
finishes.
What's
I
it
know,
that is?
but it's
What
so
happens
funny.
if a trade
They're
for
doing
kills
like
someone?
a
So if you kill a
clip from
trade
another
for,
fact
you're
and then
about
the
to
clip from this
fight.
week's.
What happens if
Okay.
a trade
So
for
check it
kills
out.
someone? What's
Oh,
that?
wait,
What's
what
the
is it called?
defense? If the trade for
Bradley,
kills someone in
we
the
just want
presence
to
of
keep doing our
Beijing,
thing.
Beijing
We just
is
want
going
to
to
keep
death.
doing our thing,
If
Bradley.
he didn't
Top
kill in the
insert
presence of
8648.
Beijing, the trade for
Watch
will be
this.
Potter. Watch the shot. Listen to this. If they
Is there
Beijing,
a chat?
I should be out there on the Gibbeha. So listen to this. If the trade for kills in the presence of Beijing, how can Beijing not how can you not act? They have to do something. They can solve. You may kill Shimon. You may the trade for. He's dead. He's dead. So how can they not act? They go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible. On the other hand, should look at Beijing.
Watching us on YouTube.
You have to act. You have to act.
Keeping up with the yeah, two plus or 2 times people understand that. Or times 2 people. Today, nobody understands like I said. Watching us on YouTube.
You can see someone doing something terrible.
For some reason, they weren't watching it. They had live chat
You still have to do
so
something.
it's kind of whacked.
If you
It's like
see
having,
something,
you know, it bugs me. You know, this is totally off topic. We have live chats on our videos, and then they get automatically disabled after.
that we see in this world,
Maybe it's like minutiae stuff being written in there. Okay. But, and then when you go into the scenes or editing, whatever, yeah, you can't even turn it back on.
it's true.
Very strange.
I can't
Over my
fix
head.
every
I
single
mean, I
problem.
assume that they turn it off because, well, their narrative would be like a distraction. It's us watching the fight and talking. But really, it's because, look at that. Someone's going to make fun of that. Right? You know, just, he looks smarmy. He looks smarmy to music. You watch this on YouTube, like he's trying to make it do it cool. We're not on the YouTube, like, we done this before, Brian. That's like the, that's what I get from them. And then Tony afterwards, like, Brian, don't ever bring up the YouTube comments again on the live show. Act like you came here before. Okay? You're not famous enough to bring up YouTube comments. Save that for people like me. Yeah.
Now, what
And
happens
where's your
ultimately
package?
when you're 80 years old? When reciprocal punishment.
I'm trying to call the side guy, bro. We're in
Because you testified about a man who's already dead. Because you testified about a dead man, therefore, again, the issue for son are not subject to our summer. For any testimony
like how he
that
has the
is not
balls to be like,
subject to our summer, by definition, is never
you're right. I'm so sorry, Mr. Rogan. I'll never be here again. I can't believe I did this in front of Brandon Shaw.
If one sodomizes a trefa, he's hired. The sodomizer is hired. Trefa should have other names in but if a trefa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's that law? If he does it in the presence of Beijing, he'll be hired. Not in the presence of Beijing. He's not the first one that was like, the people who got done with the
No idea they were going to get staged in the world. They got waiting for hours. They signed up. They waited it out. He's talking about Madison's murder.
But not in the presence of Beijing.
The first time they ever went on stage. Why? Yeah. So why?
This is not going to be the student
becomes the master.
Not subject to our summer. Why not? Why not? Because they're testifying about a dead man. So because they're dead man, therefore again, there's no halakha possibility. Therefore, halakha is not high. Why do both cases are sodomizing, right? And the case of murder is the same result. This murder is hanyah. However, as a previous case, you're right. The previous case of Rebbe is actually one who sodomizes the trefa.
That bag got me. That book helped me screw up the.
Okay, I stopped going to show this related to the podcast. I know that sodomizing the trefa is like like sodomizing a corpse. Now listen, what's that hard when you sodomize a corpse? So if you don't know, it's something like that, right?
This one's supposed to
Most people here, you don't know, right? And I'll say, so what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, proper.
So what I want to do is turn it down,
right,
a little bit on
but
Joe
the
talking,
there's no
and I want to hear
So I
Johnny's
would have
thoughts.
thought
So
that
channel
sodomizing is like sodomizing a corpse. So again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no clue there. Kamashman the Mishum Hanohu, but it's the Hanoh. Doesn't know. As much as the trephas halachically considered dead, and technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore again there's live case. Rabbi says fellas, even the trephas, so witnesses who testify about a trephas, and we then able to abuse on them, are not put to death, which is what we just said before.
Everybody wants to be made fun of by me, but what I want to do is put on my
but witness themselves are trephas, like witnesses themselves the trephas, who testify, and then found to be liars, even can be put to death. The factor about he says, no, even trephas, the fish no, even witnesses are also like even zoning. So even witnesses who are trephas can have even zoning. Why? Because
What's it called? So,
in order to enable
yeah, so he's got some shit to figure out, dude. It's all good.
Remember,
Thoughts about that, dude?
right, witnesses show up, they testify about something, what happens, I said witnesses
I mean, I don't hear what the other guy was saying, so they try to take it, and he's like, what am I going to say next? Kind of thing. Like, I mean, I wonder if you're thinking about, like, was it a good idea for this measure?
Why? Because the witnesses that are testifying about themselves are considered dead.
If you do
So
that,
because
that's you.
witnesses make them not themselves made into zoning, therefore the technicality they can't become to death. Okay, incredible. But we have another set. Short shape is how what happens if Ruben has a shard, and Ruben's shard is a trephas?
So
It's a trephas. Right? Quickly again, and Ruben's trephas shard. It's the most left on the heart. The short shard is a shard. But if the owner is a trephas, again, the owner is not liable. The trephas, the owner is liable. The owner is a trephas, and the trephas should be able to make sense because they're not being dead. Mike, I have the Hashari Sahel Ba'alabimas. So, the shard will be stoned, and also his owner will be taken away the Gambala. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be dead, that's when the shot is needed. But if the owner is dead, then the shot is not up. In this case, if the owner is a trephas, the owner can't be put to death. So that's what it actually says. You have to do short trephas. The owner is a trephas. Also can't put the shot to death. Why not? Kevon the Ilu Byron because essentially what happens is in any case, when the owner himself will be butter, right, the show would also be butter under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be butter if he is a trephas, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be butter. Since if the owner were a trephas would be butter, so if the shard is a trephas, the shard will also be butter. Okay, incredible. Shalom Akabayako, because you think they're going to be Arash Nachash being Shinafu, or maybe the people not be inside the Nachash Shabbos. So what's the number again back in the Mishnah? What happens in the Mishnah? We have Yusuf the Jews, what happens if Ruben takes a snake? He holds the snake's mouth and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's Staraha. So in that case, again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim said that you're patur. Now what's the law? You know it says? The Rashi says that the Prince of Yehuda says as follows: that in the snake, that the poison, the venom, is already on a tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, essentially, when Yehuda is directly transitioning by inserting the fangs of the goat into the Shimon's fangs. And therefore, again, not just decided, ultimately, again, Yehuda is going to be carried, right? He's liable to death by the heaven. But not much Potter. But ultimately, again, the not much is Potter. Don't get me not much, right? Because the not much is like a swing. Nothing's going to do anything. Because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. It's already present. Now the question is, how many other actually have to enact? Yes. So, a swing decides to produce a venom. And therefore, even though we didn't take in the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maaseh.
I got confused.
Therefore,
I'm actually really stupid.
that's not what we asked for.
And he really was like, and then he hit his brain, and his brain was like, oh, you gotta pretend like
executed,
but you really thought that. That's what happened. I forgot about that. I mean, who does? That's a crazy, stupid move. We all know Brendan Schaub is Mexican. That's true. He's allowed to say it.
On the tips of the fangs of the snake.
I'm saying that he knows what mutual labor is, dude. I don't know how to see that shit.
The snake is pulling it into the hands of Shimon. You that as the snake is killing Shimon, and if technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And if Shimon not be executed again, gives up on the technicality. Obviously, very bad. But when I say again, that's the law of Mishnah. Hamas is Chavero.
Let's talk about men's daughters. So if I go, if we were to like, and I never get, well, you know, I'm capable of very stupid things. So let's say I try and make a not totally great joke. And you call me out, or I'm on a show that's Bravo. And that's our last show. And then Eddie Bravo's like, dude, you shouldn't say that. What I do in that situation is I go, hey, real quick. I go, honestly, you're right. I don't know why I did that. I apologize. It was really stupid. I don't even know if I should keep. Are you cool with me keep going on the show? Is that all right? But what he does is he goes,
So again, Reuben injured Shimon, and then you saw that this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? That Shimon has a strict
I'm not complimenting. I think that's, I mean, it's probably because his brain is small. But I think that takes iron size
he gets hit by a boss. In other words, he like,
oh, I can pretend. I thought that Nacho would be
but again, in the middle of it, it was this little bit of an flaw. So
at the end of the day, either route you go, unless you're a child. This thing like a kid, like, if a kid's not there excited about presidentially, and then like the Mexican is a racist kid, they wouldn't know. The kid was just a kid, but the kid will still get
the result have a little bit of this in a full show. And gets back up, he walks out of the uncle, and he said, so what's that like? 7 years later, you get this. And therefore, again, we will not have rival. So we saw our bank call. Then I was for sure, we then
I worked at the first day, the right knife on my desk instead of using this by day 3.
She goes ahead and she's up and down, she's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So those who don't execute with it, if Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course,
I know, I remember that like it was yesterday.
the Heshem Mashaya, or the Akimez Shehu Potter. That is also what the Lord said was going to teach us as follows. The physical condition, and Nathan said this was the type of injury.
I'm your girlfriend now. I know you're sad.
But then
She was
Shimon
like,
has a
I'm your
stick on the
girlfriend
floor,
now.
and as a result
I
of
don't know why
that,
she
what happens? Buction is a little bit, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury. That you're in his part. Literally this part. So essentially what we're saying, what the Pasuk is teaching you is, if after the injury, you have a stick on the floor, there's no other healing, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, healing is going to be part of it. You know, but I don't know, I did not get knocked in my best today. What's the rest of that about it? What do you have on the construction? But I mean, she coached herself. She went through, you know, it's like this. And let's say in any case of injuries, right, the healing is just Shimon. And now, again, she will not say what's going to happen. She will be about to be recovered. This incarcerates Reuben until you see what happens with Shimon. Right? That's how the incarcerates even if we see it for apples, then we can go. Tradition of it, we use the mechanism of concentration for example before. In this legal system, there is no concept of incarceration, there's no jail. There's no jail in the juvenile code. Why? Because punishment is that's the worst, right? Either rehabilitative or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back to a member of society, ultimately again you can't to society, or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that way, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Right? It's not a finish. No one is in place and reading it good. That's why there's no point of incarceration. The only time we talk incarceration is when we don't know what to do with a person. So for example, the West just we didn't result from death. We got a whole year to figure out what to do. So the West is very how do you say we're going to become the owners of incarceration?
The last thing we hear.
No, in the president of his Makosha, right? The guy who gathered food on Shabbos. He publicly gets Shabbos. Remember again, the book says by a good short, they incarcerated him. She learned on our porch they didn't know how, they didn't know what to do with him. So they looked at incarceration. Rabbanan is not in Makosha. So why was Rabbanan also not Makosha? Because the man says Makosha is about Tamaru, who Moshe Loha, but Yoda Katri B'man. No, Makosha is different. The reason they incarcerated in Makosha is they knew that they were going to execute him. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute him. Like something high, the Lord Yadina Ibak Tamaru, Ilabak Tamaru. There's different in this case, because in this case, when we get injured Shimon, we don't know what we do with people. Right? Is it a murder? Is it not a murder? It's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say this today. We'll pick up this city of incarceration tomorrow. Well, it's an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but where you can get. Right? So look at where you can. And again, one tremendous accomplishment.
Oh, yeah. That probably was in the running. There's a lot of different titles in it. Not a comedy for Soy Boys.
Yeah. Or comedy for Soy Boys.
Or comedy for, well, then that would make sense. Sarcasm did it. You know, honestly, that doesn't, like, here's two Soy Boys right here, and we're laughing.
Let's say good morning, let us begin. Begin thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here today. Our annual Common Club sponsor tour, Clubship KA 5785, the Toast Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year in the schools of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Common Club sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zinn, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. Logan Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. Also with that, let us bring you the lot ahead of us. In Hashem, today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Daimler base 77b, about 3 lines down from the top. Merchants are lumber. We'll see some very interesting things from here. Notice as follows. Zarat Smarbakosa, the Chazal La'achareh B'Hardachai. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, floor is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately again it spins back and kills someone. One is tired. Okay, so what's the answer? So it's actually very interesting. You look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Zar Shabbatov. V'niskader la'aygas chavero. Intention to kill his friend. Now what's the case? Zar Tzvar v'hika b'kos v'koach. V'chazra mikocho la'achoreha. V'har go chayiv. Doha nami kocho. So Rashi points out that there are different ways of intentionality. We're ultimately again, so we can explode the rock at the wall with the intention of the victim off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, halacha l'maaseh this is considered to be the cloth of Ruvain, and therefore again he's going to be chayav. So the it's a ton of again, before to define this. We go Ilu and the Sachakim the Kadar. What are we talking about over here? This is like a case of those who go ahead and play a game. The hard good amazing. Narrogant if they kill someone intentionally, they're chayiv. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately they go. So what's the case over here? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We go Ilu and the Sachakim the Kadar. This is so interesting. We give them to know. It was common for some people to go and take ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. They should not say that the wall would go ahead and push it off the wall until very far. So our question is after the thrower would throw the ball, Ross so the thrower would run to the wall. I want the goalie over here. Someone would catch the ball and throw it to the runner. Or not, he'd be done to the Sashi. He was kind of basically how many times. So listen, this is like not that ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it whatever? It's a game. Yeah, when you throw the ball. Okay, stop. Okay, none of you are correct. Again, so you're going ahead, throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea is to throw the ball against the wall. I know he's saying a little bit. You throw the ball against the wall. Like the goalie, you throw it as hard as you can because you, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. Yeah, that's it. So this piece over here, it's a smidge of a twist in this over here. And the thrower is throwing hard enough that it can kill. So again, if we had asked Trapono, now remember again, we'll say the idea, in order to be chayiv for killing someone, there has to be a suicide. It's called suicide. Right, that's the name of the game. So not the best name of it, but that's the name. Hey, so again, if there's intentionality, and the thrower goes ahead and has the ball, and he wants to throw the ball with enough force to kill somebody, that's it. And if it's amazing, because he's a murderer. If it's the shogeg, then ultimately again it's go. So let's say now, what's the chiddush here is that there is a secondary, I want to call it a secondary force, because that'd be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a very presence, right? It's not the pshat of the thrower moving and throwing the ball directly at Shimon getting in. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that it's no longer the koach of moving. Kamash Mavan, even with the wall, is considered to be the koach of moving. Therefore, again, if there's intentionality, moving will be chayiv in murder, and if it's moving, it will be chayiv double. So he wants to show obviously, if Ruben throws the ball hard enough and he kills Shimon accidentally, then Ruben's going to go to double. That's obvious. You're right. The Mazid in Nairobi, the Kiddush over here is not in the Shogeg case. The Kiddush over here is in the Mazid case. And if Ruben did it intentionally, he goes to the Kiddush. What's the Kiddush over here? Ma'al Hasras Safeki, Miyemar the Hadre. I'm going to put this is the case of what we call Hasras Safek. What does it mean, Hasras Safek? This was remember for a straw. What do you have to do? You have to go ahead and work someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I might have heard that it has to run something. Kamash Halon that it is not. Kamash Halon 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 if someone plays this game, we're going to throw hard enough with the ball swinging with the shake back. And therefore, Allah Halon if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately moving will be incredible. So we'll say, so this is very important for our students. Remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's high inside, like who's high in heaven. And the example that we've been using is one who kills another. What we yesterday stopped, we're focusing on was the sunset, finding someone. If you can find someone, you gotta go out and you are high. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor could be considered your car. So in this case over here, for example, the intervening factor is the wall. I read a part that the wall makes it that it's no longer now.
I mean, it's good that you lots of money would need a handler to make sure that
Incredible. So which the Gemara says, "Honey, of Rabbi Abba." We go Elu and the second because so again we're focused on this unfolding piece. So Ardu Tok Arba Amos Cover. What's the Arba Amos type? Now Ruben turned the ball into the wall. So Ruben turned the ball and again remember intention of everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, not to do anything like this. If he goes ahead and kills Shimon, Dalit Amos of the wall, all four of you are going to be perfect. Outside of Dalit Amos, you fight it. So what's the shot over here? First of Rashi again is writing for us. Actually, you know, actually the color. How do we call Dalit Amos? How you Hamuka only so Arba Amos of all. So when we speak a lot of Dalit Amos, actually, my thoughts are about us, so again, this is talking about over here. So if the mice are Shimon was anything between Dalit Amos to the wall, Reuben will be popular. More than Dalit Amos to the wall, Reuben will be higher. Actually, what's the case? He is kind of public, right? If at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than Dalit Amos. He didn't want it to go further, right? He would put it in. But even if the ball went less Dalit Amos and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuben should be tired. He eliminated already, but at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push it all. So I think it's been and even if it went more than Dalit Amos, what's the case here? You want to lay stand in general, where people say, right, halacha l'maaseh, the goal is what? What does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? Throw wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, you know what the Gemara is suggesting is like this: if the ball only goes less than Dalit Amos, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be punished. If the ball however ricochets Dalit Amos or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maaseh, he will be chayav. Okay, that was it. And now we get to the consequence, which the Gemara says. Amalei, sorry. Remember, the Chia Gavno, that wasn't what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this is that when Reuben throws the ball against the wall, it's intent. And that ball goes to Shimon. Ultimately, Reuben's chayav. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting against off the wall is considered to be Reuben's part. Let's remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayav pursuing someone what? If it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, right? I go ahead and I tie like Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because if he died in stroke, he's not chayav. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his call. It's not his call. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayav. It's not his call. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's call. Where it says, really? Is that considered to be Reuben's call? After all, let's look at it. There's always the kasha. Very interesting case here. And the Kaddish in the Kiddush Al Yado or Al Hatzad, the Africa look of the Shokas puzzle. So it's a very interesting case. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember again, how do you create paraduma contraction? You take the right apple, you go ahead and store
Oh
it,
yeah,
you burn
there's
it,
always a
create
possibility
ash.
of change.
You then mix
It's
that
not AI.
ash with
Definitely
spring water,
50-50.
mining
That
kind.
has that
Right,
weird
go
smell
ahead
to
and
it.
afterwards
I don't believe
you
anything
take that,
is
you
cheap,
mix it,
honestly.
then you
They've
sprinkle it.
gotten me so
Now,
many
what's
times.
interesting enough, the halacha
The
is
fish
the
got me,
ash
and then also they
has
just
to be
fly
applied
over
or
my
has
head,
to
you
be
know?
added
So
with
like
the
I'm always
koach
a little bit
of
like
the individual.
it's like
Right, if
walking
the ash
one of those like
drops
four
in by
houses, like
itself,
the
or it
door
doesn't
houses
come
be
in
like
koach of the individual, then the concoction
Halloween
is
house.
invalid. Hamikadosh, first of the intermediate word by Hashem Mikadosh, Meishan as Be'efer Yisinas Efer Alamayim, Kari Kiddush, Kilisam sex good. Versus, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, or column Ruben has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It's against his hand and falls into the water. That matter again, it falls on the side of the pencil with the water, and then falls in. What's puzzle? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of control. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hands, hits something else, and then goes to the destination, that's not the car. That's nothing. If you hit a ball against the ball chases off the wall and kills the shooting, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his car. That shouldn't be his car. What's the case over here? The show says.
It's kind of like weirdly.
We'll give actually the word show says. First white line, and the first white line. Lo nitas mikach v'kilu mishona, ela me'asim o kaja v'shasas miyada l'shokes. Show says, no, I'm show says. What's going to look here? If you imagine a piece of earth where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruben, falls onto the sides of the sleeve, stops. Then, a moment later, slips in. Okay, it's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even momentarily, on the side of the sleeve, then the core of Ruben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. So it's very different than the ball. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic. The ball leaves the hand, it hits the wall, it ricochets in the air. So this core never stops. So a very interesting distinction. So even though there's a intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my car. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of your fence, it just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, that's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. I was like, it's constantly in that also. You're the whole absorb the upright. This is why perpetual growth, perpetual movement is always necessary. Even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. Even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stops for a moment, that's the moment where your car ends. The moment where your car ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your car. Incredible. Someone goes by there. Yeah. Someone says, good. Tashma, love the case. It's very interesting. You have a needle. And the needle is ritually pure. Let's say, came in contact with a mace, right? So you want to go ahead and purify it. Before sprinkle some water, okay. So now what happens? My Shaya Mishuna Alakaras, the Hiza Allah. So what do you have? So it's interesting in the case of this, I have a tiny needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? The Hiza Allah. You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek Allah Mechat, Hiza, Safek Allah Kares, Hiza, right? The Mitzah Allah Hazal. So, puzzle. So now I sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, would the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the terrace with the utensil and splash back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's puzzle. Based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkles, even if the water backs the terrace onto the needle, that should still be what? There still be what? My car. No different than if I go to the wall and the wall goes and kills the shade. Right? same idea. And yet over here we see that possible. So still is intervening factor is no longer so. Might say no. I'm not going to even trade it out. Not research. Flashback of months up. Say, it all you're not sure if you actually hear. That's months it might. Love Russian need to have it's not need to mean explanation. Not Ella Russian see. What's here? The case over here is where we find Hara and Duma water on the needle. What do we not sure? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there? Did it get there somehow? There are three possibilities. Possibility one is water landed directly on the needle. Which possibility two is that the water Bichares and splashed back on the needle would also be okay. Is that both? But then there's possibility two. Let's talk about three. The water mythically Charas trickled back like therefore, both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by far, kind of confused the arguments, both fell flat, they both failed, they both sucked. And I sucked. What we thought, namely that Coco will work. We'll throw a ball against the wall. And Ruben throws the ball against the wall. With intention, pure halacha l'maisa, they still consider to be Coco. Incredible. I just feel like that. So, Papa, still similar to Haiman the Katsu the Kabre. The Ashkenaz did get the match. Ruben, his friend, Shimon. And afterwards, really hammer of water. He bores a hole in the dam, right? It bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's halacha? The Gemara says, "Girei b'dei l'kayim." These are considered to be arrows of Ruben. Also, we've seen this expression before. Girei b'dei is another expression for your koach. So this is specifically the koach of Ruben, and therefore Ruben is chayiv. First of all, second, how do you mean the koach? This is only assuming that Squawk-Misha needs to use the force. And makes the whole dam. The water comes out immediately, and Shimon is right there. Shimon is right there. However, let's say you're going to tie Shimon up. You know, away half a mile away from the dam. Behind the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's the secondary force, and therefore you will not be liability in that case. So this is very important. Okay? You know, go like, come on, Papa. Turn him on. Let's turn him on. Upward. The whole thing is stuck. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. The harga, it kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, no, Ruben is chayiv. Ruben is chayiv. Now, this is very interesting. We're saying now, what do you see from this case? Ruben is chayiv. Listen to this case. Well, explain for me. When is Ruben chayiv? Ruben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down and is chayiv. Yeah, this is right. We're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Ruben would not be chayiv. Now, listen to this. Gemara says, only my brother actually that Papa. My time, what's the reason for that? You shouldn't be called because it's his koach. But it's also interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? What is that called? Let's go gravity. Let's look gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Ruben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Ruben. That's what Ruben contributes. Ruben doesn't contribute to gravity. Ruben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So you guys, my time, you shouldn't be koho. Koho says L. What's his verse? If halacha l'maisa, if it's Ruben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward, which I in Chesed Dalos 78 way. The love koho says Zahas. If it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says the low koho says Zahas. Tipom yad knegol with starting. Then ultimately just fall right down. You must right Ella is very interesting. Koach. So this is not the typical case of koho. Which I will say is easy because it's category kachosh. What is kachosh? Diminished koach. Torah. Rashi says over here, Torah Pashut. Inner Torah Chazak, not like a strong Torah. Like Sas Torah. Yishan, the Hailo Oslo, the El Mishum Shekolo Torah, Jose Kazuka, the Evan Jose Suarez, Avalai, the left team Mitzas Koko. So it's right, your Torah is where the iron is on its way because of the Torah. So obviously this is a finished Torah. Why? Because Ruben didn't know what to throw it up. Obviously Ruben's cough is coming to an end because it's not down, but his cough is still felt dry because it's not coming straight down. It's not Ruben's cough. Well, gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down Ruben's cough, but again, not a full-blown cough, but rather a cough. Yes, a little bit of a car. Okay. Take that shit back to. It turns out, by the way, if you get to see that so far, I'm seeing the categories of car. Right? There's what we would call direct car, which is, Ruben throws an object at Shimon and kills him. Okay. Or Ruben holds Shimon down and kills him. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect car, which is Ruben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon. And then there's almost what we call diminished power, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished power? Ruben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it ain't going to arc, that's diminished power. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? Because of the other Basar macros, so 10 people come along and they hit Ruben with macros with staff, and he dies. Now, whether they did this game about Sakas game is that so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit that once, or they did it one after the other, they are butter. They are butter. That even the Messiah, you know, says like this. That you know, say, oh man, is that after Israel, it makes you feel this disaster. So again, so come a hold, so I'm not going to make stuff. Whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again they're going to be, because there's joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And you know, if they go ahead and they do it together, ultimately they're going to be talking about the Zach or Zach, one after the other. The last guy who hits Ruben, he's going to be fighting, right? Because one thing is clear. He's one who actively hates the death. There's culpability for hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. Therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruben, he's going to be hired for going ahead and killing Ruben. It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Ruben Sira, Darshan the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. This is fascinating. So the passage is if a person, listen to the Lashon, the Ish, a man, Kiyake called nefesh. And once it calls a little bit of pain, the person will kill the entirety of the nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanah called nefesh. How deep to kill nefesh? He's only using what? The use of the entire life. In order for it to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life. Therefore, they can't be responsibility. Kol nefesh, kol nefesh. Kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's also nefesh, it's take the life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not hired. That is zero. Kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rabbi says, Hakol molded before he gets a trait. This is very interesting. Hakol molded before a trait. Shoe partner. Let's talk about our killings over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a trait, you're potter. You kill a trait, you're potter. Now, again, who's a trait? Now, if you look at actually different roles over here, Hakol molded before he gets a trait. What's a treifa is someone who has some type of fetal internal or some type of injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, very going to come up with different things. That's a treifa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees if you kill a treifa, you're pater. And let's say, why are you pater to kill a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is dead already. That's halacha for the treifa. Therefore, you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The ghost is b'dei shemayim, shuchayim. Then we have a ghost is b'dei shemayim. Now, what's a ghost is b'dei shemayim? What's a ghost is? A ghost is someone who is dying. Ghost doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghost, not ghost. What's the definition of ghost? Someone is very old, they're just dying. Just like most people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the ghosts b'dei shamayim. Right? Remember, there's no. That's why I want to define our terms. Because often people tend to clump ghosts and treifa together because they're both imminently dying. Very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury, which is 1,000% fatal. The ghost is just someone dying. There may or may not be some nerves, but there's not going to be old age, or maybe just some type of illness, something else. But a treifa, again, is this internal injury. So if you go ahead and everyone agrees that if you kill ghost is once it's very important. Because a ghost is fully alive. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A ghost is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a ghost, one could be monitored. So the Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Ghost is b'dei adam. What's ghost is b'dei adam? It's very Rashi says over here. He goes there. Shekarov mas hamakos elaloa so treifa. So let's say ghost adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, but not a treifa injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the Gemara says, "Married down with a treifa, married down with ghost is." One opinion says he's b'dei adam is like a treifa. And one says, no, ghost is b'dei adam is like ghost is b'dei shemayim. So we go, treifa. What says that ghost is b'dei adam, like a treifa. My time, what's the reason? My time, I'm dominating the ghost is b'dei shemayim. Why is it compared to the ghost is b'dei shemayim? Ghost is b'dei shemayim, goes, I'm b'dei myself. Because the ghost is b'dei shemayim, both say, nothing happens to the ghost is b'dei shemayim. There's no traumatic event, there's no injury, no one, that's the definition of a ghost is. You might just hide b'dei myself. But the ghost is b'dei adam, something happened to him, someone did something to him. The one who considers ghost is b'dei adam, ghost is b'dei shemayim, my time with dominating treifa. Why is he not compared to a treifa? Treifa, mechat siman. Let's say someone very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happens to this money, something happens to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why, again, there's liability. Tiny Tana coming to let's say the Tana ultimately again, we talk about Ish, Ish, Yake Kol Nefesh Adam. The person will go, as we put before, the person will go ahead and literally strike another Nefesh Adam. The Hadi Hamake Es Haviro, the Ein Bo Kidei Lahamis, Ubo Aka B'Yemiso Shuchai. So we'll say, this is very interesting. Reuben goes ahead and hits Shimon. Reuben hits Shimon, but he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. Then ultimately, again, Levi is high. And Reuben's pater. First Gemara says, what's the tradition here? In Mokadil Hamas Pshita. Obviously, let's say if Reuben delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along and then delivers him in a spot. What's the tradition here? What is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuben delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. Shimon dies. Yes. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. Levi's chayiv and Ruth's left. Whose opinion is this? Ustama, Like was it old French? The Blim is called nefesh. What's called nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking the life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Whereas Horig is a tray for potter, so it's just like if you kill a tray for your potter, well, this is pretty amazing. A tray for is going to be halach. And therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not lying of people. Tray for shut is so if they base the potter, oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a tray for kills someone? Fine. Trade for someone. According to that, if you didn't kill the president, the trade for will be popular. If they did, like on the high, it will be outside on the Quebeca. If the trade for kills and the president essentially. How can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Like Beis Din saw, Beis Din Reuven killed Shimon. Reuven's dead. But how can Beis Din not act when they go ahead and they see doing something terrible? On the other hand, Shalom Beis Din sponsored to have a chapter that was like. What do you think this? When you see something wrong, to act. You have to act. Sometimes I see someone doing something wrong, or I see someone that needs help. I see myself, you know what? Not my problem. Not my problem. Idiot. It is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to hear. Then you can see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a trade off. If you see something, do something. Not just say. If you see something, the Baruch says that everything that we see in this world, that we always wanted me to see. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now, it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means I can finally want to do something about it. We saw this guy with a trade for something that if he's a trade for, we still have to try to do something incredible. Now listen to this. Shalom baby. Well, let's say Reuven kills Shimon. So Reuven kills Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? They bring Reuven the trade for Reuven the trade for Beis Din. So what's that law? Reuven is really potter. You know why he's potter? Listen to this. It's an ageless chat because of us, remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, they have to have the ability to remain in the agent zone. Now what happens ultimately again with agent zone? Reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to Azama. Well, any testimony that is not subject to Azama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. So there's a hundred technicality. So what's the Azima? Lo shma edos. Bamra, but Rabbi says, Harobeh is a treifa, chayiv. If one sodomizes a treifa, you're chayiv. Sodomzer is chayiv. Treifa sharaba b'fnei beis and chayiv shal b'fnei beis and batar. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chayiv. Not in the presence of Beis Din. You saw the first one that I was saying, b'fnei beis and chayiv, it's the guys that are making it up. In the presence of Beis Din, is going to be chayiv. Why? Once again, I will say, how can Beis Din not take action to see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei beis and batar. But not in the presence of Beis Din, batar. Say, you guys batar. Why? Because I want same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Reuven. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Azama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Azama possibility. Therefore, Allah is not chayiv. Mercy, 1 second. Hasulam is same case. Why do you need both the case of sodomizing right? And the case of murder, the same source. This verse is Hanua. However, there's a Shrefa Shricha. You're right. The Kiddush case of the Moshe is actually one who sodomizes the Shrefa. That's the Kiddush of it. The Moshe is why. It's Shricha. I'm at a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse? Right? So if you don't know, it's okay. Right? I'm actually happy with you. Right? So what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Right. But for myself, there's no liability. So I had a thought of sodomizing sodomizing a corpse. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa again, there's no chiyuv there. Mashmal l'mishum hanahu, but it's here now. Doesn't know that as much as we consider that, technically speaking, we're still considered to be relations with the human being, and therefore is liability for that case. But Rabbi says follows: even she'idu treifa, so witnesses testify about a treifa, and were then made into Eidim Zolim, are not put to death. What we just said before. A day treifa shir was moved neragim. So witnesses testify about a treifa, and then are found out to be liars, are not put to death. Because again, they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses who themselves are treifas, testify, and then found to be liars, even gentlemen, can be put to death. Rav Ashi says, no, I think even treifa shows me a rugged, the fish she'iner b'zolomei zolomei. No, sorry, witnesses who are treifas cannot be made in Zolomon. Why? In order to be made into Eidim Zolomon, the witnesses who made you into Zolomon themselves have to be made into Zolomon. Because remember again, how do you become Eidim Zolomon? Right? Witnesses show up and testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be made into Zolomon, the witnesses who make them into Zolomon also made into Zolomon. But the Zolomon witnesses about witnesses for treifas can make Zolomon. Why? Because the witnesses that were testifying about themselves are considered dead. So because the Mazimim, the witnesses who make them into Zolomon cannot themselves make into Zolomon, therefore in technicality they can't be made to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short treifa shard chayim. Whatever Reuben has a shard is a treifa. Ultimately, again, a Reuben treifa shard kills someone. What's the halacha? It's chayiv. The shor sha'adam treifa shard pater. But if the owner is a treifa, ultimately, again, the owner is not treifa. The shor is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shor kills somebody's pater, she can have also make sense because the owner is dead. My time was in Amrikra, Hashari Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav Yumas. Plus it says, the shor will be stoned and also is dead. Kolecha b'karina ve'gam ba'alav yumas, karina ve'ashar yisakel. Kolecha lo karina ve'gam ba'alav yumas, lo karina ve'ashar yisakel. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shor could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shor is not executed. Therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner is dead. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shor can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, if you do shor treifa nami, shor pater. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shor is a treifa, you also can't put the shor to death. Why not? My typo. Even the even violent public duty, shor nami pater, because essentially Rav Ashi is going to say like this: in case where the owner himself is the pater, right, shor would also be pater under similar circumstances. Since the owner would be pater if he is if he is a treifa. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Sorry, since if the owner were a treifa, would be pater. So to the shor, treifa the shor also be pater. Okay, incredible. She's the most like Helen. She thinks of her with her she not who only Pichach Makish decided not fresh partners. So let's remember again back to Mishnah. What happened in Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Buddha takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv. And the Chacham said that. Now, what's the logic? The Gemara says. Shavaka says like this. We have to say as follows. that in a snake, the poison, the venom, already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, essentially, when Ruben comes, Ruben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into Shimon's hand. And therefore, again, Makish, ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be chayiv, right? Liable to death by the headache. Nachash Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is Pater. Those days, Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already like already present. You're coming to the Chachamim, Aras Nachash Nachash. No, that's the snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Ruben's taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Ruben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Aras nachash mi'atzmo v'maki v'fichach nachash b'skilo v'makish pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Ruben is technically covered. So I say, by the way, the way that I'm not asking is halacha l'maisa. Rambam Paskin is ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though Ruben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as a snake killing Shimon, not Ruben. But technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again. Gets off on a technicality. I will say, obviously very bad. Once again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero. Bein be'evet, bein be'egrov, b'amdur b'mises. What's the interesting piece over here? Ruben hits Shimon. Right here, even with a stone, with his fist. Now, what will say, Shimon doesn't die immediately. But these things says, okay, Ruben definitely delivered a death. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die both of us. Okay? The Heikaya, Ula'achim can't do this. It's the case of it occurred. Then Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery. Right, he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's the stuff about? See what this means in his face? So again, Ruben injured Shimon. They saw, okay, this wasn't that definitely result in the death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle of Muslim, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, when we say he dies, he never gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally he says as a result ultimately again of his injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was just a little bit more than so what's the halacha? Rabbi Yudhishthira says, Chayiv. Right, Tanakama says ultimately again, Ruben is going to be chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia over Pater Shagalayim Davar, and Nechemia says no, it's possible. Why? Magam Davar needs to get some proof. So proof that what? So proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained in the rain, since he did have a little bit of this before Shimon. Okay, let's have a look. Turn up on it. As you start Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov is halach b'chutz Amishanto. So the pasuk says, Ruben injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amishanto, and the Gemara says that Amishanto means of his own strength. So what's that? 78, right? And therefore again, Ruben have liabilities. He's allowed that clock. Why does the Torah have to tell me that the Halacha Shimon recovered, that Ruben not killed? Isn't that obvious? It's really interesting. Shimon goes ahead and he's up and down and he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. The Torah says, okay, we don't execute Ruben. How can someone execute? If Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't execute Ruben. What's going on? Here we go. Hello. The Hector Mashahaya. The Akakah is the maze shoot. By the way, what the Gemara says, was going to teach us as follows. There's a big interesting. And David says this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle before, and as a result of that, well, what happened? The function is a little bit of what, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury. That Ruben is popular. Ruben is popular. Essentially, what the saying, the function is after the injury, it's not a fool. There's no other shooting. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injury, Ruben is going to be popular. I do not care, I'm not saying my judge. What's it that? These guys do, no, which is like this. I want to say, any piece of like the Rubin,
Do you know what this is right here?
and now again, we're not sure what's going to happen when the guy's going to recover. Days incarcerates Rubin until we see what happens. Right? That's not the incarcerate Rubin until we see what's going to happen. No, have you shown me, right? We're just going to learn out incarceration before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish legal code. Why? Because it's also understood. As I understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitative. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitative or they provide a tool. Either they allow you to come back to a functional member of society, or they you can't come back to society. We'll execute you, but the put codes for your system. So in that right, locking someone up in this and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effects. Right? So this is not a huge no longer choice in the reason. Why? There's no incarceration. The only confined incarceration is when we don't know what to do with that person. For example, the suggestion over here, Shimon, is the injury going to be death or not? We got to figure out what to do. We must where does Nefemio learn out because of no, it's Makoshish. So there was a case of Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered, he publicly desecrated child. They incarcerated. He didn't know what to do with it. So they learned out in Makoshish. So I learned about Makoshish. The Gemara says, Makoshish, Makoshish was different. They incarcerated Makoshish. They knew that they were going to execute. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute. But Fuki hides, that's different than in this case. In this case, when Ruben injures Shimon, we don't know what to do with Ruben. Right? Is Ruben a murderer? Is Ruben not a murderer? That's a different kind of conversation. I'm going to say, let's stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this Sugi of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. Well, it's an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So look at where we began, and let's say, and again, in that light, tremendous accomplishment.
Let's have a great day, everyone. Is it the CEO of PFG? I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it's like Paul Craig or something like that. Well, that's not our fault, dude. The fucking names are similar. I know that this is so bad because we've already talked about this and I still know. But like you, I also have a problem with hearing things. I can't. I can't remember which one is which.
Yeah, I don't know why we were I played this in New York. I'm saying, I remember it was close to anyone who's not
this is supposed to be my objective. Finished 2.55. I heard Brendan saved hundreds of people after his Starbucks heroics. Two ideas. There's some Spider-Man. This one is Ariel Hawaii taking his talents to Big Boy Stew, supposed to find Khabib time. And I pray to God he ends up in that studio, dude. That'd be awesome. It's posted by Ariel Hawaii saying life update, goodbye, Vox Media and Spotify. Thank you for 3 incredible years. Next, very exciting chapter coming soon, basically. It would be funny if Ariel Hawaii went to Think Boy, like Brendan was like, I got a job for you on the show. And then Ariel Hawaii show just started doing really, really well. And Brendan's like, we have another show. It's so much better. Yeah, I don't think it's part of the
all right, you want to say good morning, some incredible twists. We have begun our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to today. Our annual Thomas Brothers sponsor, Thomas Brothers sponsor, Timos. It would
suck that I don't want him as a boss. We would never get paid. All of our money would dry
for Annisrael. I can tell Francis for you know the other.
Like,
I've already told to him,
he's like our Tony Soprano.
and his father back to Harry Khan, Steve Herschel, then Yosef Hakoy,
I gave you a shoe.
and the
He
Jesus
gives us each a
of
shoe.
his
And the whole time he's looking over his shoulder for the
King, sorry.
Yeah, we have to see his teeth. My fandom goes only so long as the shop's there. I don't want any tackle to my shop on the show. Like, like we gotta do one of those wrestling videos where you know I tap his leg your butt. And I'm just like,
all of
no, I
our
want to do
hostages in
that.
there
But then he
have been
moved into it.
successful.
It's a bigger
The
thing.
whole
I was just gonna work with
massive
fucking
so
super.
let us begin with a lot to
You put the
do
red
that
bar
action.
yeah, the gun thing. That's so funny.
And today's video got this iron got 77. We're picking up on Bubba Release 76 B.
Right, so back to now giving up to the figure. Dude, that's why you go to the 10 minute shop. You use the figures. You know what I mean? That's about it, right? Now you set it up good. So this is posted by Lucy's stabbing hat.
And to those that have he brings his relatives close. And they say about
Let's compare JR
he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter.
Okay, so
But
the
now they sell the
re-upload
money.
argument is Lloyd apparently considered, according to Luke's stabbing hat, because Brendan Johnson took a 3.7K views 1 month ago. And 1 month ago, WCQ was posted, it got 573 views. Okay, but let me ask you a question. Two questions, actually. One is how many takes inches? How many takes I got for the brother, right? And yes, Louis C.K. Is he one of our guys? No! He's a Brian. And they do it fun. That's Tamer. Yeah. When you don't take coming, you guys know. I love Louis C.K. God damn it. I get Louis when I've been eating too much. And Bill, I mean, I'll be honest, I buy his specials on his website. And I'll be honest, dude, you don't come here for picture posts. You come here for videos, right? Let's get into the video clip, dude. Oh, fuck, I fucked up something there. Let's see here. Post by Haphazard, one of our guys. How a pro sells a product. Are you ready? People are starting hot. Okay, I just want to say one thing. I think that the carrot seed might be Quran seed across the other It's Quran carrot. He posted one of the Quran seed. But yes, not to answer your question though. Yes. We're not sure the fuck is. They take Alright, let's see here. Stripped it. He's foggy so good, dude. I'm getting that excited for 10%. It must be really ridiculous to shop there. 10% off? That's like nothing. That's like my when we do our special reviews, my laughing guy in the crowd face. Oh yeah. This is balloon farts face every time we open the message. Oh hell yeah, shut up. That's the noise coming out of his mouth. Yeah.
So you know this in life, but sometimes the most difficult.
I want to start off hot. Now we're going to go into long and boring. Okay. I think it's very important for us to watch this 12-minute clip on this episode. That's why I told you earlier. It's probably going to be a long one. Okay. If you want to see us watching Star Wars Vigilante, the classic post from Joanna Shaw, that's on our streaming, our live section of the YouTube channel. Yeah. Only watching stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you can only sub if you watch. So this is going to be Star Wars Vigilante on the side. And can I be honest with you? I laughed. Hard.
With my spouse,
with my spouse,
has our ability guys.
Okay. And I want to see it. I'm not going to tell you.
If I could do that, if I could, listen, what does it take to build relationships in
we need to stop doing the show because I'm starting to find that fun. Oh shit, I'm like legitimate.
I
want to see if you laugh at the same parts. Because clear your mind of like all the shopping that you're always complaining about. Let's just go. Let's go traction control. Okay. Ready? I like yeah, there's a setup. You just goes. Physical fun. Not just an argument and an emotional straight up like
it's good enough to always have to have everything.
Why didn't you start the podcast? I don't know.
How to
Okay, so talk now.
It's just the fight because
By the way, this
relationships.
I'd be
You need to
perfect.
be about them.
This is
You want
never
to be in a relationship. What do you need? What do you need?
getting out of the
You try to
car.
be the factor,
All
right?
right, so
As some
have you ever been in a car fight?
whatever they do, you can trash out
There
or
was these
trash
two white
to
people that
the
followed me, and
or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets
kept
loose
following me, dude.
and
That's
finds
insane.
itself in the backyard for prolonged amounts of
I
time.
went by.
Just get out of it.
It's probably my fault. So I was gonna tell you you're really glad, but let's just say that I have anger problem. How about
If
that?
you want to have relationships with your neighbors, talk to them. You want to
You
have
guys have wife and kids
relationships
with you in the car. So
with your
I was
family.
worked out early
You
enough so
have
my
to
wife
be
posted. I
back
did
there.
what she
You
posts.
want to have
She
shovel
put,
values with
you
your
were my
life.
superhero
You
today.
have
And those that
to
we
learn
talk
how
about
to be
it on the
methodical.
pod,
You
of
have
course.
to learn
But
how
just
to
your
deal.
kids. And just know your kids. And I was so
All of
proud
these relationships
how
become
Sandy came to my
unstable.
rescue
And
at
you know what I
Storm.
said? If you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others,
Unless you
guess what?
memorize
Then
it.
I promise I'll have a
There's no
relationship with you as
like
well.
when it comes
I'll
to
have a relationship
intelligence,
with
you
you as
can
well.
read.
Have
I'm
that
not
relationship
gonna
manifest
step up
itself.
and go eat my
Or
heart
you
attack.
call out to me.
For sure.
I keep
Okay.
love. You call out to
But
me.
say I'll
And I should go ahead and
So this was just
and
Alex.
what's that
Still
like?
gonna dig you. I like that.
It upsets me that they don't use the word commitment. Yeah, they stop. Like, she could do that would have been perfect.
You're letting
You know what I mean?
money to an onion
They don't
at
get
a
it.
time that an
They
onion
don't
is having
understand that the
difficulty.
thickies want that.
So looking at this last
Yeah, they
night,
like that. The thickies and the T-Fat gay people like that. The goldies. The golden, yes, yeah, golden hour fans. Where you don't really see a lot of gold anymore. Well, you're about to see two. Okay.
What?
Oh shit, yeah. The jackets actually should be here today.
I'm not
Yeah, they're out for delivery. I checked my phone this morning. We ordered 2 golden hour golden jackets. We got crowdsourced it. We got some. So thank you to everybody that donated. But yeah, those should be here today.
It's easy to be about stuff.
Anyway, that's cool.
Somebody goes to my stream on Twitch. Drive fast podcast, and the way they did it was drive fast podcast. You know what I liked about the way he read that? I was like, of course, it reminded me of when he was describing technical.
So if I'm the kind of person who's financially and I help another person out, even when I'm having a fun, because I'll say you're the kind of person you're the doctor for people, you're the doctor financially.
All right, let's see. You're gonna just put this up.
I work out at 6 a.m. to get back in time. Oh my god, finally someone figured it out.
So bad.
That was the part that made me like, yeah, no, that for sure. You gotta punch it up. They gotta let him cook. We gotta give him. I mean, this is what you get when you talk. He comes, you don't even see coming at a left field where deals don't come.
Let's see that one more time.
Thank you. I like that.
I was working out like this.
Just put this up.
Once you
Oh
learn to get yourself,
my god, finally someone figured it out. That's right.
why did you say
So I will leave the house early to get back in.
So we need to start doing the show every day because it's fun. Well, I learned that's just fun. Okay, cool. I mean, Montez came from cool things funny until he is funny. What's it called? I like how they were being funny, and he was like, let me finish. He doesn't want them to be funny, dude. No, he gets uncomfortable if it's actually like good because it's good. Yeah. Instead of like good because it's like, oh my god, what the fuck are these guys doing? You should be at the fucking gym at 4:34 in the morning. Definitely, but that's part of why the show's good. Part of why it's funny is he refuses to be funny, right? And it's like Montez and Delia's reaction to that is cool. Yeah. Golden hour.
What is that?
Wait for school summer camp. At 7 a.m. headed back. And I called her, and she's like, "Oh, so early." She's like, "Guys get there early for summer camp, too." She's like, "We're like at Starbucks." I'm like, "What Starbucks?" She's like, "Well, no, no,
Mother-in-law.
so I'm like, "All right, well, I don't want to start today without seeing me. I'll stop at our mother." Very cute, dude. That's what I'll do.
Mother says, no,
Get the hell in the car, bitch. I'm like,
so again,
deep into the original story.
obviously, so
They're just so unlikely that you meet on the phone.
what happens is
I am banging it. I get out of the car, I'm gonna fuck you up and the kids. I'm like, I mean, if you're me, immediately I'm like, what's going on? And then call the cops. And then, so it's like,
the relationship is punishable
go
by
call the
death.
cops. Handle yourself.
And
You're right. You go to see call the cops. I believe that Joy is lying, dude. Oh, yeah. So let's hear the real story. That's what I said.
Make sure he can't get out. I'm wondering why his ass does not leave this. I can't get in the car. So,
Ridiculous. He brought up like hanging up the phone already, and he's still just hearing things. Hearing the second detective idea, that's crazy. I was laughing so hard. The ideas have made like keep him there. The guy that's threatening your wife. You are mad. You will be mad if he doesn't care. If the guy that's threatening family is not there for you, you're unhappy. Yeah, that's no
Because Allah is so comfortable, it leads to you to get very interesting. That's how much somebody means. He holds his head under the water. This is holds his head under the water. Holds like all or he holds his friend in the fire. And you're not even friends, but again, you're the same thing. So you always have hard.
He's using fucking slang on the floor. He's in there referring to is he Bahamut?
That one doesn't have to be a cut. But it is interesting that how Kazal the toilet also does this. That would
take a left hand turn,
someone else contact. Someone else say it's fast.
Cut through all the things. Every
time it's like twofold component of what is the other, right? But there's also the lost opportunity.
I'm sorry, the governor just so great at these questions.
I'm in a life hashtag
right.
You got lost.
She was going to hit my car. I'm going to call my husband. He's like, okay.
So it's interesting to see that you guys can see what you're saying. Like they're talking that it's a little back to reality that obviously that television is too good, but there's also lost correcting the person. Okay, there you go. So holding the fire, maybe up a lot less mission. That was the idea and shouldn't increase unable to take his head out of water. Or he's unable to get out of the fire. So they have to die. Fire, ultimately, everybody's tired. That's an active blood check. That's what it's about so far. You have a lot less mission. What happens all those stars lined up right up the street into the water. Push this shit into the fire. I could have gotten out in this situation, so I can open the door.
If you remember, it says did not come out calm. He was immediately beast of a husband, right? So he says he was calm.
So listen, goes ahead and a dog to go ahead and bite chilling. To bite chilling. As I know, Hush looking at his partner. Why? This is going to be a case of drama. This is correlation. In these cases over here, even is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It's his head that is damaging. Even over here, even riled it up. He should force it up. What happens is he ends up the same. Right? Now husband, That's what the snakes
Bring his bitch ass up there? Well, here I am. Get the fuck out the car. He goes, no, there I go. Dude, I'm telling you, get the fuck out the car. Man, I'm just having a rough morning. Dude, I can't exercise enough. Your hormones start to lock fucking cars. So get out the car. He's like, no, not get out the car. Get out the car. He's like, I'm not fighting in the middle of the road. I go, oh, God, dude. Just turn around. See that dumpster behind the Starbucks? I'll fight behind that.
Let's talk about it in this video. Let's see the I'm sure. If you my name, like, yeah, because I was
like on that episode when I was talking about when he eventually kills us. This we're probably gonna have to hear a conversation like this. Neither of us are gonna be like, no. I'm gonna be like, man, listen, I was having a rough like 2 years, and like I didn't.
the Russian of the politics.
Like I said, his charges.
Now, what that means is, literally, literally, because someone is holding his hand, so you need to understand what that means, that you're going to kill someone.
I think being killed by Brennan Schaub would be pretty funny. Oh, it would, unfortunately, we would not. It would be hard for our loved ones, but that's truly committing. That's the worst intro to this podcast. It's just like, in the background, it's time for my opinion. Brennan Schaub is killing us. Hopefully someone else will take it and run with that.
If I go ahead and I keep a pet,
just drive your fucking car there and I'm fucking right by that dumpster. He's like, nah, the thing is, and I'm like,
somehow, and again, under many circumstances, what would happen is if you have like someone,
what is that? But they can't apply for the just like watch it. I'm just super calm. And I'm like, no, just here we'll do it there. You can't talk to people like this, man. You can't talk. Bring shit to and then it's it. Female, I said, you said you're gonna fuck kids up together. It says that. Now you're tired. I said, he's tiger. He's getting his son.
Not the best one.
Because Tiger's robbing in this situation.
Again, Barzo is different. When it comes to
get the fuck out the car. Oh man, I go, look, dude, I'm telling you, just figure this out.
So,
he's like,
when it comes to
just fucking gets out fucking red, just takes off. And my kid's like, yeah.
So the US is saying that he rises up so hard. So let me already says, probably the most Shaya, there was no before Shaban's and Louis propulsion that iron has the ability to kill and even smaller tsunami. The peacock, therefore, the peacock will manipulate both shield. With a target into the shield, listen at what's unique about iron. So that's because that here, Shaban's and Louis propulsion serve one on target bottom. I do three balls, Chicago is one the bunch of overlegal. That because iron is stacked, so because iron is stacked, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, it turns out
there's no reactions. I told Tiger speak on it because now he's taking this. What does this have with the internet? Nothing. He's taking this clip of that maybe happened. Okay, there's still no proof that this happened. That is about a guy yelling in real life. These fucking internet haters, dude. He's talking about even though we didn't kind of I believe his story. Okay, to that point, sure, we're not hating. No, we're as we said next time, we're fans. We're legit. I mean, if I would have known this was happening, I would have drove myself. Like, gotten in the car and said something to get out. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah, I mean, straight justice, daddy. I know, anytime, listen, if this really happened, Andrew, not really getting fired. We'll go there one day, go try. They'll probably beat us up and do that to say us or kill us. Yeah, he'll probably end up fighting us. He's like, who do you think he'd choose? Who would he choose if, like, so he shows up at the Starbucks, we just happen to be there, and the guy's there, he sees us, he's like, who does he fuck up for? He looks at us, he's like, what's there? You know, like, say less, stay good, beats us up, goes for a 17 podcast. After we're on the ground lifeless, he's gonna say some shit like, I'm gonna walk to the shit. He's a little better. Exactly, that's exactly it. It's too apparent.
We don't even know any names. Boss the worst, we're kind of like fucked up. Last thing we ever hear is they kill yourself
out of the water and
he's like, my boy Jake.
Will not be tomorrow. Incredible. Was it high that the rider is holding someone's head under the water? Or holding someone in the fire? In other words, if you're, I can see the places, right? You're already be in water. Or you're already be in fire. How do I know that if Ruben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Ruben is liable?
I've seen this far. What's the story?
I told Joanna, she goes, you know, it's fucking terrifying what she was calling that scared the shit out of me. People like him fucking can't handle it. This goes ahead and tells you,
Which is the better answer? Yes, and that's there. Then I guess I'm pretty sure it comes up and says, calm my dude, and you do yes. Oh, yeah.
In this case, we are hold right through the mission.
As far as guns go, I'm not a numbers guy. That's a lot here, Danny. I'm going to be conscious of this, though, too. They're going on there. Cool, say less. Right. You could have a gun. When I pull out my golden arrow jacket, I'm gonna like those guns say, call on me. I know how to shoot a gun. That's anytime violence. Nobody knows. It's kids at it's but like it's like when people are like, how do you do this? It's like
so much of life, so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own with the natural needs of our whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people feel like I need my kids to look like this, to be like this, I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else stimulated. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you accomplish as an individual. And when you make sense of someone, when you speak to someone, you must sense that's animosity. Incredible. How about that?
It sounds like funny, but if you really think about filming like he's dead,
some other things they have been shown themselves. So they had Shimon's animals, and what did they do? They tied Shimon's animals so that it couldn't move, and left it in the sun. And as a result, they died. Big exposure, animal died. What's that about? Ravina Mikhail, the Jewish said that the guy was killed. And he told me this. About how about that? He said his part to the partner. Okay, let's go earlier. Ravina Mikhail, so Ravina says, of course he's high. Why? Travel public. Tomorrow, they actually also will show you the movie when it comes to murder or accidental murder. It's not the same as the intentional one. Not only is correct, so and extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, highly based on the sciences. And so let's say, so when it comes to murder, right, even though, again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as wrestling. The other one say, what's Talafa? If you keep a person, if you really keep Shimon's head under the water, what's Talafa? He's fine. So some to again, that even also suggests that Allah can mention this case over here. Yeah, you can cover Shimon's animals, but Shimon's animals should not be that in the sun. And that is the opposing to exposure, whereas when it's higher, so you talk about in Ezekiel. Sha'asama show was amazing, but only it's good outside. That was saying, I remember when it comes to Ezekiel, it comes to damages. Now, what the fuck about damages? Once it just not damages, accidental damage is as intentional. Only is the same thing as Russia. Why is that? What's kind of like the operating, not phrase, what's happening the concept of Ezekiel? I'll get more normal. A person is going to sound like his actions. So, when it comes to damages, so sorry, it's not there. Okay. I understand. You're only responsible for damages. That's what means covered. So, but when it comes to taking a life, it comes to taking a piece where there's a distinction between intentional and intentional. Only it's not so you get tired, but confining someone, right? If we didn't hold Jim's hand in the water, we're really hard for that. So therefore, we're really tired, shows our own sun, and then the guys, we're really high for that.
you know, I don't fault her for being like that afterwards. I mean, I know you don't want to answer that decision anyway, but like, God, that was the most so good for her. But you always get it so turned on. There you go. That's what it does. Fat construction. That's so easy. I'm just saying, I love that's no built in. You're getting a rest. Yeah, that's not under 45 seconds. No, I know. Types of cheese. Oh, hang tight. What if that was a superhero catchphrase? When he shows up, like, does his job, he says to the criminal, you got a gun? The criminal goes, yes. He's like, that's so funny, dude. I want a comic book where that just happens over and over again. He beats the guy out, he chokes the guy out, and films it. If he doesn't have a gun, but if he does, he's like, say less. Say less. Oh my God.
That's what I think.
Ghostbusters fired on his car.
So according to that, this one will tie you for damage is when you actively damage someone with your own car. Let's say here in this case where you need to tie it up in the sun, and the animal can't move an animal, but that person is saying that's not good. And don't you have a bonus. But there's no recourse to enhance those circumstances. So furthermore, from a court, the beginning of something applies both by bloodshed as well as by leaking. And AHA is only applied by bloodshed, not applied by leaking. Another example, I tell you this as we go along. I work for myself. I work for myself, but I'm not asking like everyone. That we hope that something is high. Both by bloodshed and by leaking. So therefore, again, if we don't tie that sometime in the sun, and then there will be a direct exposure, and after that heat exposure, ultimately it's high. Now, we have a couple of other things we have to qualify the rest of this time. But so from then, nugget number one, asking like what's not number one, right now, nugget number whatever, but you customer review, that one is tied from something, but to find someone or something, both by bloodshed by etc. as well as by receiving damages. Okay, that's what I thought. Cost savings for that. Very interesting. What happens if we didn't buy the shilling and she got established but 5 years later, she had things like no food, no water, having no place to grab that food and water, and shilling dies. So the other side, that leaving is profit. Leaving is profit. Everything else. What's the last? Go back to the last. She's in the first short leg. Cup source trying to cup source. Friends is out how you get. The last abdomen is up the whole flow. The after man called shock. But the band is something the man or the consumer. Essentially, that would be very fast. That is something.
He's a racist. They put your final thoughts on that whole thing. I don't think it happened properly, but it's entertaining. Something to talk about. I think it happened, but it's like, dude, the start for just like.
For example, moving old Shimon's head from the water, right? So it's going to be higher. Why? Because the water, right?
Like Shop outside that stuff. Shop is just fucking start for like a story to tell a show.
Like moving Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in the case, well, let's say moving creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no gust force that's present in that moment. The moving will not be higher. So for example, moving past Shimon up, Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time when he said okay, but at the time when he tied him up, again, there was no starvation, but there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability, also obviously. I'm sure that they from not smiling for what he's done. in a very technical way, towards a very important spot. In order to be highly considered something for defining someone, the depth force has to be present at the time the person gets defined. If the depth force only persists, next, Hammurabi, another example. Hammurabi, parts of a comma unis, it's seen unis height. If you think tight should enough, and you tie it up in a blazing sun, right? And or you tie it up in a freezing cold, ultimately then you're going to make shoes right. Ultimately again, so you're going to be tired. But on the other hand, so comma level, so level, let's say, even times, even tight, shooting up at night. And at night, it's fine, there's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, that kind of gets cooled down. Shimmer is doing about heat exposure, so even it's possible. Why? So like you're why? Because at the time that you can type shimming up, there's no depth force. So because of that, ultimately again, moving is going to be potter. So come about to see the level potter. Incredible. So you might say, so this is very interesting. Moving tight shimming up in front of the Hawaiian potter. That's quite fascinating. It's potter. Why is the if you look at Rashi, Rashi's right across. Because of the Harry Potter, the Inani Lo Hayakabos, Lo Hayakala Hansas on the Radi. There was absolutely not this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because those have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? The Prophet says your chances of survival are no better if you're tied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's easy. So let me say,
and I literally like turned the wheel like
I always say, the idea here is going to be that when I remember again, it's a wild animal, and somebody saw this Mishnah about sheep about reciting the dog. Those cases seem a lot like
he's like a character from books or something.
Because it's not Ruben Kirishim, but rather what is it? It's a lion Kirishim. The fact that Ruben went ahead and typed
it's too corny. Euphoria, I understand that Euphoria thing, but it would be too corny to have that in the show. They'd be like, no, the writers like too far. But again, let's jump the script. They have a scene, they have like some scenes that are crazy, but they're like, this is too much. We're kids doing drugs, dying. The thing where the old guy is like talking about considering adults. It's competitive. It's not realistic shit. It's competitive. Also, what I take away is that he got Baba got his Washington truck thing from Cal.
Because if Ruben was untied, what did he do? He actually pointed out he could shoot away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that also will result in his death. So Rashi says,
this was supposed to be a successful egg, 345. It's called Joe's new 1000 HP Ford truck has arrived. Papa must be exhausted keeping up with Joe. So this, I think this is an AI song, but if it gets cut out on the YouTube, because it's music.
Once again, the depth force is not present. How does it work with the nets? This net never comes, this net never goes. Right? So there's two clauses. It's the collective net that goes out and causes his death. But again, the depth force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So again, nugget of information over here, this before. In order to be kited from the sun, so we established number one, you're kited from the sun, say, boom, by Ezekiel, or by Nisa, by Hosea, as well as by Ezekiel. Nugget number two, you're only kited from the sun, say, if the depth force is present at the time that you tied up the individual. Incredible. So let's go right there. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Kappa that is very interesting. If let's say we're going to touch the right, we're going to put the barrel. We put the barrel over shimmer. Right? Not touch shimmer over the barrel, right? And we went ahead and put the barrel over shimmer. And it actually says over here, actually right across to the right. Kappa that
That was the nice intuition for the show. Let's see the next clip here. It's called Liberal is Tough These Days. The title. Posted by Confidence Search 8648.
He likes all of yeah. That's what like Bernie Sanders. That even chooses far right guy. Definition of a liberal.
Altri si aggiornano, abbiamo le voci di questo ragazzino, poi si opens up the scene and Cobra comes in.
Notate detected. Guys, like, well, I don't really understand what you're saying. I bring nothing to the table, meaning you never asked what that big mistake, so I just think you said, oh, well, she got it. Yeah. It's like the same. So they bring up another story. Sure, Sandler went on Tim's podcast, but he's a way bigger fan of Papa. Post by I download campaign. I haven't seen that user in a while. Let's see.
As well.
Wait, Alex, oh, yes.
Again, right now, right now, the draft. One could have done check or is not present, and therefore you can talk in this case as well. Situation is not necessary. It's not you have to do it, really not.
My North Star? No, come on. So we'll answer you that time. That has multi. Yeah, that's me. 2 years of the candle. So my North Star. I told you yesterday, I texted you. I was at where 3 people listen to our show.
What does really do?
I felt like a fucking celebrity, dude. It's like, I guess it would mean a lot to me if I didn't encounter a figure or and they were like, hey, Tim us a shot. Or they're like, oh my god, your Netflix, I think I should might be. Yeah, if Tim Simmons walked up to me and was like, that would be something. Alright, so this is called Talk Around the Water Cooler, pushed by Haphazard.
That's cute.
Did you notice that? No, can you rewind that completely? Are you serious? In my head, all I could think about was meeting Allen Iverson and knowing about it. Oh, okay. I was like, guys. No, really. Yeah, even here. I was being. Let's see here. Okay, so have a lawyer write it up. It's so funny. It's like, boy, there's a business to business. Marketing genius. Two bad part threes back to back. If I more of those part threes, I'm sure the serviceable store. We've improved. Yeah, we're sort of all time now. Where's your meeting? Oh, we're losing. Your name is
Beanie guy. Yeah, we call you Beanie guy. We think we call you Beanie guy for the folks and then just say less. Go home.
At a certain point in
That's so
time,
funny. If we were in control of the way and he showed up like that, like, don't let this happen again. Like,
right now, it's not impact.
it's fucking 10 a.m. Right? Brennan Schaub is from Kentucky. They show up and you have a meeting.
That force is present. The force is necessarily present. Its entire.
I'm surprised they don't have meetings like closet for the meeting guy. It's a bunch of meetings. Yeah, they should. I'm a producer. So I'm looking at the producing setup. They have a really big game to them. I'll tell you that. The same thing we have on YouTube. Out there. Look at that.
What happens?
Damn. We got like a 4-inch dim. They got an 8-inch. That has like 180 buttons. There's a lot of us there in that one.
Puts a barrel over sugar. Instruction is very feminist. It's the same way as the second shot that uses for like the demands for the over us.
Honestly, I only care about politics.
What's fascinating about a barrel is giving information to it. Don't inside of the barrel. Why not?
Hours to take off a rap for 40 hours. They go in the studio also. They can just problem with this goddamn keyboard. You got a technical problem. Okay, so I've already image the song on it, Hardest Job on the Planet. When I go ahead, really thinks that like defects, hardcore god dog, they really knows how to pick up.
I know what I have to do, or I know what I should do. It's incredibly suffocating. And then also saying, I get it. I get it.
Doing so diligent about their work. Like, very often these are just young businesswomen, so I hate when people are like, oh, social media is so stupid. You only think it's stupid because it's a woman brand industry. That's really it. This is a totally industries where women are
Toxic positivity.
Come on,
Toxic positivity, because we all know people like
that's not,
this.
is that for real?
When you're struggling with something,
That's so funny, dude.
they say,
I mean, standing on that's so funny.
and what's your ultimate reaction
So
to that person?
I agree with her. The point that could be true, but
I
then
know it's going to be
as she's making it, she shows the opposite of that. Right? Standing on a desk with a bunch of papers on the ground. Yeah, looking very bad.
I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want.
Can you imagine someone doing that at work?
It's going to be okay.
You did with someone with the boss, you come in and there's your staff that you've hired that you pay is crouching on top of a desk with all the papers on the ground. What would you do?
Sometimes what a person needs
You'd be like, all right, this come to my office so we can talk about what's going
it's
on.
just some
Oh, look at my
validation.
really watch your meeting. Yeah, that wouldn't even bother you. And it's like, there's a way big front of okay, I go to that meeting. I believe her that day because you know what? I bought 8 frozen pizzas 8 days ago. I ate one today. I have 0 frozen pizzas.
Or
You can't do that if you're smoking a pig's day.
Exactly. That I can do
You
to
don't
help.
want fat feet.
Don't tell me it's going to be
You can't be on
okay.
OnlyFans
I
with
mean,
fat
listen,
feet.
the
No,
guys
when she's doing something that we can diet, hell no, man. You've got fat feet and my feet, they look bad. We've talked about my hair too. I don't want to, I'm worried that people are going to pick up on that. I don't want to talk about it anymore. There's going to be some weird things up there that I'm like,
it's big.
I doubt it.
It's big.
I don't. Do you remember when you were, I guess you didn't know me back then, but when I post pictures of my feet, I got a lot of hate. Yeah. So people were like, I quit comedy. I deleted my Facebook. There's a weirdo that just turned off the episode. It's all the way back when she's like, where's those pictures? That, you know, how do you know if they're still alright, so this is called He Found a Single Bed Show by Dicey Reed. Let's see what this is about.
At times, the responsibility is profoundly overwhelming. Let's go back to
And keep in mind, he's watching a video that he made. It's very intrigued by his own words. He's like,
really pushes
he's an auteur. He's a tour.
and what happens? But it was a ladder in the book. So remember again, just seems like that. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a head on, right? A pit, we've seen this before, so it's like in other countries, right? That a pit has some type of inside of it also. Clearly, he's gonna die. There's a ladder. But what happens? Or what happens? You know, just on the time of events. You can put your spin in it, but the pit has a ladder. And now someone else came along. Well, I'm still someone else came along.
Yeah, I don't want him to describe what drives weight gains. So the next episode, Bob, if you could, try to say there's no straws in the water.
Took out
Alright, so this one's called Few Little Bitches, Dicey Redact.
NBC or CBS.
The right ladder.
I was saying that. So you know, I was thinking like, oh, Dad pitched several shows that things never picked up. That place is a sure. Sure. And Bugs Bunny doesn't let that fucking no Animaniacs with it. I shot it down for another 6 years. And I flipped around, shut up straight. I was getting a salary. You know, they're reaping all the benefits. It was comfortable. So I just thought, I feel like I can do this on my own. You know, I'm an entrepreneur. I feel like I can. I see what they build. And, you know, I've helped them out a lot. They've helped me a lot. I feel like I can invest in myself and do this on my own. So I turned down the contract.
Technically liable, obviously.
Number one
He's
dad
a
in the
bad
podcast.
guy. He's a bad guy, right?
That's such a funny.
That's
That
something
looks
bad
like
people.
a Photoshop though.
Raji says what he knows. Raji says,
I would see the honest though, because it seems like something.
but even if it's charging you for lawlessness, the part of the lawlessness,
Like, who's doing that?
to grow up the whole thing.
Because the Dicey's trying to make a Papa Sauce on the right now. It's called Come to the Closet Boys. I'm going to play some of this, but not the whole thing, because there's a large section from South Park. I've already seen it. So,
So it's running around the stage. It's like, you're gay. You're gay. Why are you gay? On stage in Dallas in front of 45 people being like, the liar! Rogan singing to come out of the closet like R. Kelly song. And then we got this part here.
So much easier if I just did
Another case. Another case. Listen to this. Let's say you don't shot an arrow at Shannon. It's someone in the other. It's okay. Because you have the remedy for an arrow.
If this stops, comedians doing that, press off for good. Yeah, right? They need Joe Rogan and Chopper for people doing it. So you're saying comedians are going to stop and not double the funny up? Cool story, bro.
Someone else
You're
came along
in
and
my
started
group world against
medication.
shit. You think that's it?
Or even in self-famous medication.
Oh, you think they're going to stop doing the game and they go, Joe Rogan never spits about if you were gay.
That at the time of the act, it's
Put
that
Joe Rogan in a room and tell him to make like 15 minutes set. He's not going to bring up that again. But you got to do it like you normally do one more, but do the because you're doing so good. You have to be saying nothing. So when Joe Rogan writes a bit about time machines, he's not going to end up sucking it. You're a master at it. You're holding back a little bit right now. I know it's so hard for me to what's that saying? Say booger. Oh, I don't know, but that's a classic. Yeah, that's so funny. You don't even have to say it. Okay, so that should take away out here. This one's called Plan a Fight Camp for Callan. Pushed by Half Hats last night for the day, so let's enjoy it, fillers.
Question for good access. That camp still here. I didn't say I was going to Dagestan. I assumed you were.
Yeah, it's pronounced Dagestan. You didn't get it. Right. True.
But then after you shot the arrow, shouldn't feel like you lost that one. And then you lost some of the things that guy. And that's just ultimately again, Ruben is not going to be
I went down to Australia because it's Dagestan.
Remember, at the top of the arrow, shouldn't be
It's where it's like a convention for people who
have all the nice.
welcome
Didn't get the remedy before Ruben
doing fucking jits or whatever.
So they're probably welcome the nice. almost at the stop of the festival is much more dense. Just drawing out all these cases right now, there's just or you would consolidate this into
Alan Iverson crossovers and it comes on. That's a guy that's coming in the back. But sorry, wait.
I assumed you were. Yeah, just certified Fedor MLE. No, I don't do that. No, that's right. I don't do that. I'm going to find Fedor Emelianenko. And I'm going to study the agenetics.
He's like, I'm gonna go to Denver, or you're gonna go there to fucking Denver a guy off. Oh yeah, you're gonna drink Mountain Cum. I'm going to Austin. Oh, you're going to Austin, or you're going to
all right, well, say
Austin?
good morning, welcome to Incredible Plus. We'll continue in our journey of Sanhedrin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to Ukraine. Our annual Commodore sponsor. First, the Telsman next we dedicate over to the trusses this year in the space of the Saros Trouble for Israel. Our Commodore sponsors for the month of Adar. Abazin Mitova, Terry and Steve Zambia, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Speed, Herschel, Ben Yosef Akoin, on the occasion of his 12th birthday, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zevon Yebracha, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sadhan Aliyah, the family from all of those who need our food, Shabbat, the Kol Cholei, so they can home. All of our hostages in there, all these soldiers be successful. The Kol Maaseh Yidei. But for that, let us begin with a lot to say about Hashem.
Just to haunt your nightmares. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, that's a problem right there.
Today's dot is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Bava 76, 12 lines down from the top. Person who loves his neighbors. And the Kari that you and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hanose as Bas Achosa, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. The Malva Sello Ani, Bishas Dovko, and he lends money to an Ani, to a poor person, at a time that the Ani is struggling. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer. We'll say, really, so many times like we go through, we're wondering, what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? I want to know anything. I want to know that I'm going to like I want to know that when I meet somebody with any ownership, I'm going to be there. So what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibilities? No, responsiveness. Right? Responsibility is not so responsible, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that if it's probably going to be there for me, I'm sure without me to be still with it. What's the formula for success? Someone wants his neighbors. His neighbors. Which means what's interesting about your neighbors is also to a certain degree, you could try to choose them, like you can choose where you live. Go ahead and move somewhere. Definitely can't control who lives right what's after that. It's after someone who brings himself control. Certainly can't choose you out. Well, rather, some of the money is the person who's equal with other people. Person to go to close relationships, you get along with your neighbors, you get along with your relatives, you are beautiful, you are a beautiful person. So I know it says Basako, so it's the same. I was saying that actually the two
check out the Patreon. We just did No Pain. We were marrying to Rogan Live as well. We record
side, the actual marriage of the niece. Think about it, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from further out to his neighbors, relatives, and because you know this in life that sometimes are the ones that you like to think, I'll put it for you. The question you're going to no, sometimes the people that are cold, but you have the most difficult sports
So
me
our
in
fans are
relationship
hot.
with
And
each other. I
people
could
that
be the
don't
kind of person where from outside the circle, inside the circle, with my neighbors, who can get along with my along again with my spouse, right? With Chazal showing it as the six of them. If I could do that, if I could listen, what does it take? Well, you know, how long does it take? You know, I just wanted to know the patient. No one wants to break. A lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need is to go to relationships in life. Rights, I've quoted this many times, but that's fine. Tov Lihios Ratron. That's it. Don't listen. It's good to be Mevatel. It's good to know. It's good to know. It's good not to always have to have everything in your life. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other because it's just enough to fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be in the back. You want to live in relations? You want to live in relationships? What do you need? What do you need? You need to be in the back. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever you're going to do, you can scratch out or you're alone, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, messes itself in your backyard for long enough. And it's just get out of it. Yeah, but so a nice stuff. You want to have a relationship with your neighbors, you want to have relationships with your family, you have to be in the back there. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife,
He's one of the guys on Reddit that does that same thing. Like,
otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And you might say, different kind of person. Relationships with others, so it's what says, I promise, I'll have a relationship with you. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you pour out to me, you pour out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one would be honey. It looks like because the way to read that honey is the Hamalva Selah La'ani B'Shas Flow. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to a honey at a time that an honey is having difficulty. So that's very you know, it doesn't mean interesting because what does it mean an honey is struggling? By definition, if you're an honey, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamalva as the honey B'Shas Flow doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling honey. What it means is you lend money to Shas Flow even when you're struggling. Talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be medakah. There's all this mitzvah of Hashem. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it? That's what it's giving medakah. You have to have emotional backgrounds. You have to have financial. So if I'm the kind of person who is financially medakah, financially yielding, and I help another person out, even when I'm having Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're medakah for people, you're medakah emotionally, you're medakah financially, you're giving. That's the kind of person you are for others. I promise, I'll do that for you as well. All right, let's go back there. So let's back to straight up. They'll be burned by fire straight up. Also, him, the perpetrator, the S10, plural. That looks like, now, the first time you'll hear is, once you're married to Ruffle, right, once you're married to Ruffle, you're married to Ruffle's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by straight up. That looks like, who's punishable by straight up? Ruffle didn't do anything. Like, Ruffle just married Ruvain legally. In fact, everything that he goes to marry Ruffle's mother, that's on Ruvain's mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and them, plural, both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So, I don't know if I'll still be at 10, or still be at After the another telling you means that you're going to suggest one of these. I see the mother. And if you understand, also the expert, but you should know, the him and both of them. What's going on? Madam, what exactly is it? What is it supposed to say? I'm not buying my small. What's the matter? Have a dash in the household. And you both suffer so bad. And Brazil says, right, you say that we go ahead and put your death to the veins, and then plural, also the S atmosphere. Even as N doesn't mean both of them. And means atmosphere. One of them, or one of the ways. Between the Russian and the money, holding the atmosphere. Because apparently in Greek, the word for one is tuna. Thing of the S and one of them. They ain't also. It's the chance, and I was saying, and again, the mother of the next also the S case. So that means him and both of them. Both of them. The in Hamosa Hoffman, where the was running out the prohibition. Sorry, that the Akiva was running out the prohibition of mother-in-law, but mother-in-law's mother. Rava says no. Hamosa the Akam. My focus says, what is the status of the mother after the death of the wife? So again, moving back to Rachel has obviously mother-in-law, what happens when Rachel dies? Does mother-in-law prohibition still remain? The response from most often is the response is yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition may actually just relate to that the relationship is punishable by death. Akiva Summer, it's only an issue. It's answered, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, so let's say that brings with the conclusion our studio on Sreifa. Says the Mishnah. Taylor and I read it, and on the topic. Let's go say Sreifa to Herod looking into application. I don't want this one. So the Iman and these are the people who are put to death. The other word for hereg is saif. Saif, but again, classically it's called hereg, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Harotzeach. Someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Irani Dakas. Number Irani city, which worship Havisara. So Allah for myself. Allah for the city is killed by saif. Rotzeach actually is the ever called so, or a murderer who kills someone with his friend, whether it's a stone or with fire. The Kavash Allah will soak them so this I can get for you. Now Kavash also his friend's head under the water. He soaks his friend's head under the water. Only for Allah. Or he holds his friend in fire. You're not with friends. But again, you understand the point. So you only for Allah. What's it? It only stuck to the 80 fellow doesn't have to be a cover. But it is interesting that whenever there are so many other insurance you could use for someone else, not that, someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see in general that the natural rights that when one commits to that data, every data always has like a twofold component. On one hand, there's the data, but there's also the lost opportunities for itself. Like in the moment that I could have been doing the data, I could have been doing something positive at that very scene. It's like this duality lost. It's the person as well. Like for every person that I harmed, and for every enemy, it could have been a friend. It could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that. So it's that for a person. You have a moving he's holding his head under the water, and so it calls him Re'eli. So there's that duality, that terrible mistreatment, but also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so Kolzman's the fire. They ended up allowing those Misham inmates. That was now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately, and then he's going to be Chayev. An act of bloodshed. Another case, What happens if Ruben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Who makes and he dies? Potter. In those cases, Ruben had Potter. He wasn't this is quite fascinating. Even though Ruben pushed Shimon into the water, and even though he pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Ruben is not liable. She's the boss of Caleb. If again Ruben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, to incite him to bite Shimon, she goes like Caleb as I know. Potter, look here, Potter. Why? Because also this is going to be drama. This is causation. Over here, Ruben is forced, but he's not the direct carrier. It's the dog that is down. It is the snake that is down. Even though again, Ruben riled it up. What happens if Ruben gets the snake? Like literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake hangs into Shimon. It wasn't interesting enough that kills Shimon, not Ruben. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Ruben is going to be high. The common culture, on the other hand, say that Ruben is going to be high. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this. Let's see. I'm a shmuel. It made my little man like Yad. This is very interesting. Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara. Last short line. Lo ne'emar Yad. Mashinem be'even Yad or between Yad. So we'll say in the sugya it talks about killing someone. The lashon of the pasuk is Ruben kills Shimon be'even Yad. Even Yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand, or really being on the sense of a Yad means if you have the ability to kill someone with that evidence, that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Ruben takes a pebble, a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they get a ding, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him and he dies, Ruben's not going to be tied for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to perform that. That's because he's lashon of Yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the merchant, why doesn't he use the same lashon of Yad by Barzal? For instance, Shabarzal is propulsion. Because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately, when it's the iron has a unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So let me read says, so there's no Shabar's a name is propulsion. That iron has the ability to kill even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Bechach will nitness Torah both shear. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. What's unique about iron? So Rashi says over here, Shabar's name is propulsion. Third white lines on the bottom. I think Kiba should because iron is stab. So because iron is stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't teach much about Yad means that normally the iron used to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron is dangerous. Although even without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. And really, the dive in this, but this is always doing that. So one went ahead and pierced unfortunately that could be pierced. Okay, we covered something like this. And I remember the Mishnah said, if Ruben goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. The mercy like this. The mercy of Rishon, like this, how much more on. The Sefer is how much more on. Both the Rishon and the Sefer, the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both just tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the mercy of Rishon, situation. In the first case, Afagav, the lot in Zachov, even the Yachalalos Vishan, so let's say case number one of the Muslims, what case number was, case number one was moving Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, moving his eye. What's the Kiddush there? The Kiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. So Reuben didn't put him there, or Reuben didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the Kiddush in the narration is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuben didn't come. Reuben comes up. Right? Reuben didn't put Reuben in the water. He was in the water. Reuben comes up to Shimon's head in the water and liability for that. Even though Reuben did not place him there. Safer of these people. What's the Kiddush say? Afagav the dog fault, even the Achalalos Vishan remains popular. The Kiddush of the Seifa is, remember what's happening in the Seifa? Moving Shimon into the water. But now again, as Shimon dies, Shimon has the ability to get himself out of the water and so even though he's only in the water because Reuben put him there, Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. How much we know it? We'll say, how do we know that there's liability for holding someone's head in the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or Shimon may already be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Reuben is liable? Then the small door crowd, Pasuk says, obey. Or if Reuben speaks Shimon from the Nasi, if he hits the preacher at a Nasi, this goes ahead and what is it, something? Literally again, restricted. Something means holding someone in the place. So here, fire. Listen, it's a tremendous amount of happiness as well. How does it find from the Nasi? What we want? Sometimes you don't allow a person to move. You don't allow physically about this stuff. Sometimes, in such relationships, you back people important. They cannot be the people need to be, so they cannot accept the things they need to accomplish. Someone constricts a person, that's it. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them our own thing. In relationships, there's a natural Sahara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image, right? I need my kids to look like this, to be my spouse, to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming it. What you accomplish more as a collective than you accomplish as an individual. And when you examine someone, when you constrict someone, Gemara says that they don't. That's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. He wasn't married. He was some other things. So Reuben had Shimon's animal. And what did Reuben do? Reuben tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. What's that? Ravina Machayim. Ravina said that guy was popular. I used to call him Reuben. About Kabbalah said he was popular. Okay, what's going on here? Ravina Machayim. So Ravina says he's Chayim. Why? At least like 5 times when it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same as an intentional one. But only so that's and extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, how you bought someone's hands. So we know that when it comes to murder, right? Even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as blessing. The other one says, if you keep a person moving to Shimon's under the water, what's halacha? What's halacha? He's kind. So again, Ravina wants us to ask, case, in this case over here, the Ruben tied up Shim's animals, the Shim's animals did not become, and that is the result of the birth of the Chayef. So the top of Ein Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asa Bashogit Kamezid, but only Skurasa. I was saying, I remember here when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages, now what's the look about damages? I was saying, just about damages, accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzo. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating, not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Muad Nova. A person is always the concept of action. So when it comes to damages, they say, oh, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. Yeah. Right? Oh, it was only I understand. Yeah, you're responsible for damage. That's what you just so when it comes to taking a life, so where there's it's intentional, honest and rational, get your fire, but confining someone that is moving ocean and water, you can retire that. So therefore, again, if we and animal life, it's really high for that. You lack about why is it that ultimately why is that? Most Master Lotseach, the Apostle says, has seen for death. Lotseach is a Chayev Lotz. Get on the church, the Afar by Nezikin, damages. Sorry, I'm sorry. The idea of something is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Lotseach. Ultimately, again, the given the something is not brought up by Nezikin. Because I want to point out, remember, it's going out. Mertz asks, how do you know that you're tied from the something? How do you know that you're tied from someone in a situation resulting in death? Again, what do you want to base it on? You might just open, he called the adult via Mos. Remember, we're not from open. That's how the so I will say, concept of mercy is not brought down in the case of murder. It's not brought down in the case of sin, and therefore it doesn't apply. Those of us that see this unique to understand that fundamental focus of the other. So according to Rebecca, the only time you're tired for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if let's say, in this case, we're going to take Shim's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move, and the animal dies, the doctor is going to say, you're not excited for that. That's not good. It's not good. So the law doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that shouldn't have under those circumstances. So fundamental not So again, Rabbeinu understands that the din of Mitzamtim applies both by bloodshed as well as by Nezikin. The Afa only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Nezikin. Incredible. Amarava, another example. I'll tell you this as we go along. I love for myself. The Rambam passes like Rabbeinu that we hold that Mitzamtim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by Nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shim's animal in the sun, the animal is going to die. Now, we have a couple of other pieces that are qualified over that. Nugget number one, you asking like what's not number one. Nugget number whatever, person like Ravina. Person like Ravina, that one is from the something for confining someone or something both by bloodshed as well as by Nezikin. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. So very interesting. That is that Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies in starvation. Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon had no food, no water, have another person to start that food and water, and Shimon dies. The Rabbi says that Reuben is Pata. Reuben is Pata. The Rabbi says now, why? What sounds very strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kapso Mishparav. The Shasha Kapso came on Var Harida. Var רב חומריות בחוזק לאחר זמן כלשהו, ולא שמים לצמצם למים or the point is essentially, why we constantly that in the sunset, holding someone in place and them dying as a result of being held in place is high. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is going to be high. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there in present. Right? Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up to the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be tied. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Obviously, in the eyes of Kodesh Baruch Hu, I'm sure the Rebbe Shalom is not smiling on Reuben for what he's done. So we're talking about in a very technical, realistic framework. Is there liability or not? It's very important to explain. In order to be hired for something, finding someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was performed. If the death force comes later, there is no law. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kafsama Umace. It's no Umace tight. If you tied Shimon up, and you tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or you tied him up in the Shimon dies, tight. Ultimately, again, tight. On the other hand, so Sina Lovo, let's say, Reuben ties him up at night. It's fine. There's no one. When the sun morning is here, day, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's part. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So that ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be part. But so common level, so senior level, Potter, incredible. The Gemara says, Bamarava says, Kafsa L'Kneari. This is for you. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, that's very fascinating. It's Potter. They want to know why is that? People do that. You're not sure you got it cross. Kafsa L'Kneari Potter. The law higher Kafas. Oh, the Hansa L'Kneari. Now let's have us this way. And this is why. Because clinical tests have shown that your chances of surviving with a lion, whether you're bound, not bound, are non-existent. Rava says the chances of survival are no better if you like with a lion than if you're moving like. And listen, the idea here is you're going to remember again with a wild animal, we talk about sheep so much about the single dogs. Those two seem a lot more like grandma, like causation, because it's not moving encouragement, and rather what they do is relying encouragement. In fact, that moving went ahead and typed up because chances would have no better how to do some type. So I'm for my son, but there was happens to be. We're going to see that I'm a pastor and he's like that actually tried. But again, we'll see it from there. Rama says, because of Mary Potter, with maybe two shin tight. This is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yushin, what are you pushing? Yushin are gnats. Like it's where the kids are dying as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yes, something, disease or whatever. What else? Reactions. So the nice one said, what's the idea of there? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right? I should point out that he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately makes a result of his death. Rashi says, even with maybe Tushin on the Rashi says, no, even with gnats, he's still going to be Potter. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat cover comes, this gnat cover goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat cover. goes ahead and causes his death. But again, his death, of course, is not present at and that he's tied up. Incredible. So again, not give information of your 74. In order to be high from the sun, so we established number one, in the sun saying, go by Niziki, by Nisa, by Rozech, as well as by Niziki. Nugget number two, the only high from the sun saying, if that force is present at the time that you are that you try to do the incredible. So let's go back there. Says Papa love this intention or Braziva. If let's say we put the barrel and he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. And Rashi says over here, as you run across to the right, Papa love Gigis, and Mace Ahavla. And ultimately, again, apparently the issue with going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffocating. Over time, it will suffocate. So the Gemara says, "Parlay Gigis, Parla Maziba," or Shimon sleeping. And what does Reuben do? Reuben goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is sleeping. And ultimately kills him. Rashi says over here, he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So what's halacha? Ultimately, again, Rabbi Zera, Machlokas, Rabbi Zera, one says Chayiv, one says Pater. Let's go over. This time, the Rabbi who's on the Pater. So it's like the first Rabbi is the one who says Pater. Why? What does Rabbi say? Rabbi, Kafso or Mace for Pater. Very able to say, Rabbi just said that if Reuben dies, Shimon dies, and Shimon later dies from stun, that Reuben is Pater. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the time of so we catch this in these cases as well. When Reuben goes ahead and puts the barrel of the Shimon again, right now there's air. Right, there's air. Or when he opens up the seal, right now there's a trap. But when Marisa getting one thing the death force is not present. And therefore it will be present in this case as well. Which was not necessarily. This tie-in is in. Maybe not. Maybe this price is actually zero. Also, the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This guy is on the puzzle. Maybe it's like zero won't be for why? What's the Gemara zero? This. I minus the idea that Chas is friend, right? He didn't take his friend into a house. Neither from Marvel right now. Again, the couple of years after basically he shot the Sassumbio so that you have a order and then you have a lot of a house that made a model to be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The oddly remains, and then he goes ahead and the candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's alcohol? Chai. Really Chai. This is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he Chai? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen. Right? So because he's picking up all the oxygen, therefore responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, "I'm not Shraga." Now the only reason he's high is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is, how do you not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in the airtight home? And I lost him. I say, would not be high, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, "How the obviously Shraga." The reason everything is high is using the candle. How about Shraga low? You would not have lit the candle. You would not be tired. Because that will be vice versa to do. Right? You say, Gemara says, not necessarily. I'm sorry, low on this. Because it's not necessarily comparable. I'll tell you why. Husband, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of Maskell have in the case of the airtight home, he should be able to say, apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, sometime along the time, but whatever it is. But Maskell have like a shaykh any day. Papa, in the case over here, the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, low struggle, not Maskell have like a shaykh. So as I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, so the cases are not really comparable. Awesome, below struggle of Maskell. without
with
the
golden hour.
future air. We're not starting like I'm the alpha, but over here, the low struggle, none will not have the but over here, ultimately, again, even without the candle, the future air begins. So love that's what you compare both cases. There wasn't interesting enough to really transfer in this case. Now, so what comes out of here is not progress. Right, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, what was the other case? Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof. Right, so what is the halacha? What is the halacha? It's my focus. Now, the only my focus is ultimately who says what, but it's clear that there is a fundamental focus, whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So this case will have to see exactly what happens. This case is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present. The death force is not in for war. At a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the battle, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not enough. So we'll see this case in Ezra Hashem what we do with this case. This is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case. The Rambam will make Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view. Pointed out how the criticized the destruction of the year being the heat. That happens. So Levin is putting in a barrel right Russian was Kafa Aleg. Levin goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This Russian is very likewise, in the same Russia, if you on the second chapter, this is Sina. The Gemara says the beautiful dramatic love will lift it up from the over us and what? Hold us like a barrel. So apparently, what's fascinating about a barrel? You couldn't even don't put on the inside of the barrel. Because if it's struggling from your apparently, you can suffocate inside of a barrel. Try the barrel. The suffocating in Yiddishkeit. It can happen. It happens. The person feels overwhelmed by the reality of sit down. And sometimes you keep this Torah ultimately feels overwhelming. Almost as if you try to or what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming to me. It feels very overwhelming. And it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh was saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, or it could be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the heart. When someone is struggling with something, that's the end of it. I'm dead serious. Please don't ever. Toxic positivity. But what toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, what do they say? What do they say? You know, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's the ultimate reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I'm get around. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want to do. Don't tell me it's okay.
He's still very much treated like a way many
right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's some validation. That's all. I know it's okay. I'll remain standing. I'll remain standing. Just validate it. Just tell me what it says. Jimmy, it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry I was big for. It was something that I could do to help. Okay. And being able to establish that we really learn that. We really learn what happens activity is truly toxic. And sometimes the best thing to do for someone
you guys
is
can
to
see
them
him, he's
well.
like, you know,
Couple
oh,
hundred
you know,
meters,
I
as well as I
want to
can.
have about a
And I
reason.
got
I'll
it.
fucking say it
Sometimes
out
you
loud,
can
'cause I'm
feel
that's
like
fucking-
it's
that's fucking true
suffocating.
to me.
But you can do it, right? Which will be great.
That's it right there. You get it. Think it's like,
Just know that at the end of the day, I'm doing it for purposes. I'm the one who's holding the battle. Not someone else holding the battle. I couldn't part from holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that
you're mocking the intelligence of fucking black people.
All right, let's go back there. Second tomorrow. I'm another. That full of art. That full of art. The seam on the bar. Listen to this. Moving his chin into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. If now, interestingly enough, remember a pit also has a heaven, right? A pit, you see this quote, it's like about the right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it. Clearly, as soon as things in the pit, he's gonna die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happened? What happens? Now, just understand the comment of events. Ruben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Who hugged on the silver? Maybe even Ruben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Ruben is Potter. Why is Ruben Potter? But even with the shot Jim, listen, the top over here is, as long as at the time that Ruben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as you were there at the time of the pushing, then what? You remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So just to even mention promote somatic pain, imagine for a moment, Ruben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Ruben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Ruben takes out the ladder. Ruben's why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Like that was the act. At the moment that Ruben pushed, the ladder was like therefore this was not an accepted part of bloodshed. Because again, the nice of the ladder was there. Was obviously again, we're talking about the fact that Ruben will not be technically liable. Obviously, he's a bad guy, right? And catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is Soko, he also says that, but even the Shaita Yakolalasu, the part of the Dior, you should see what's the matter to believe that the drama of the family. So as I especially since at the time that the ladder was there, even though Ruben himself took the ladder out before Shimon around, ultimately again, Ruben is not going to be tired. Incredible. So what Rava says, similar idea. Zara hates the Tristiato. Let's say Ruben shot an arrow at Shimon. Shimon had a shield. Uba Akabinaklo is someone that after Ruben shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Either Ruben or even if Ruben himself. Shield, Ruben's really part of the why, because even the shot Ruben looks like the secret relay. So basically, there was no, everything is determined the moment that Ruben shot the arrow. The moment that Ruben shot the arrow, what was the Matthias? Shimon cannot be hurt by the arrow. Therefore, the act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Ruben is not going to be tired. Even if, as again, let's say Ruben is lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone after shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Ruben's going to be bothered because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. The man says this follows. Another case. Good. Let's just one of the other. But it's okay. Because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. I guess the arrow was going to sort of pierce. He had bandage, whatever he needed in order to do, and it would have been just fine. Okay, so after the arrow shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the cut them up, or Ruben himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Ruben is really about to lie. But even the Shantabe, Yachom is Tabon Shabbat. Both say it's all the same thing. In order to fight the bloodshed and test disease that at the time of the act, the death force was present. And at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit. right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for piercing, even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if he did himself remove it, who did he otherwise? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. All about Rashi, Rashi says, someone is shocked. The truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. Anyway, is done with someone in Mahu. What happened to Halach and myself? At the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's Halach? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be so listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since Allah he did get the remedy because it was brought in Torah, so therefore Allah Reuben will not be there. Rabbi, we have to stop over here for today. There's much more, again, just throwing out all of these cases right now from tomorrow's daf. We'll really consolidate this in comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara.
When is the last time you fucking brought it up? Well, flute's a flute. Yeah, they don't understand flute the fucking with the bass. This is great. Okay, so we got so many more clips left. This is posted by Toxoplasmosis. It's called Africa with a Gold Medal. You guys want to make a guess? I was gonna say something that maybe this is where somebody will remember. You guys remember the clip where he's like, Chris D'Elia and whoever else was there had to correct him on Africa being a country. Oh, it's a country. And they're like, no, it's a country. There's other countries. And he has examples to rebut this, and he just go, oh, yeah, you're right. Because it's a kind of making a mistake. You're like, oh, is it Africa? Oh, sorry. You leave India. And he goes, no, it's like Minneapolis and Denver. It's like, those are cities, motherfucker. Like, you're not even making an analogy, which is that Africa was like, you know, the United States of Africa. Colorado is like Zimbabwe. But you're literally like confusing different cities. Break it down like he was in fourth grader. Because every fourth grader knows how to fucking
France last word on the line. So again, which types of relationships you want to
that is so funny. Fuck, dude. That brought me back in. Whoa. Yeah, because it is funny where it's like again, what I mentioned before, like handler would imply that you're ceding control to someone else. Like that would be passed to a relative.
It just doesn't matter. It sons what you
sort of like you must be trolling. It must be on some level, and I do think not that this is an example of that, but it's almost like when jail will say like Michael Jeff, I mean there was like jail son gets names wrong, but he knows that people engage with it. You know, so I'll be like, it's not Michael Jeff, and he's getting like doubles down on it. That's the common more. I don't think it's that smart to do that, but like sometimes it almost like people get things wrong. And I have a friend who says, one is smart guy, but he says, rather instead of either. You either want brownies or cookies. And he'll say, you rather want brownies or cookies. And it's happened too many times for you to like, if you call me like 3 times in a row, I'm like, I can't be like, hey, for the past 2 years, you've been calling me
mic. It's actually marked on your head. You're correct. Yeah, it's kind of a power move. So like, I wonder if Brendan does this. I'm gonna keep calling Africa a fucking country, and you're not gonna do shit about it.
Should also be extra too. What's
Africa, dude. It's so fucking good.
also the Chinese are the Africans that are
Close to my neighbor lives. It's called It's
you're
Tricky.
wondering about who your son's life
What's
is
bad? Looks like it's a
obviously
photo.
Africa.
Let's see.
So the Chinese is your right son's brother's type, your right son's wife. I'm talking about like 6 months into the no, as a possible thing.
I know as we're listening to it, because I'm like, this one hurt. And when I'm sitting in the room with him, it's just like, what am I supposed to do? I can't like joke about it, I can't correct them or whatever. But I remember that moment and just being like Chris is the only person who was like, oh yeah, John Belushi, the Chateau Marymount. With this fucking amazing.
What do you think, Brendan? Well, have you ever been to the Chateau Marymount? It's a bar, right? Yeah, I've never been. I always wanted to go.
Yeah, they like, and Lindsay Lohan racked like fucking $500,000 at the time, right?
You know about Chateau Marymount? No. You know about it? I don't know. We gotta go to the bar. Okay. I mean, I'll relax. Yeah, you go relax. We get other things besides drinks. All right, I got you. I got you cooked. Yeah, we get food.
A lot of celebrities like Bogo, like extended stay at the Chateau Marymount. Chateau Marymount. And I realized, I guess Lindsay Lohan famously racked up some like ginormous bill.
This was like in the vein of Brendan Chop. They got some color merch, dude. Yeah, they really do. Oh, they do. No, I'm not lying. I was trying to be serious, but I really get no merch. All right, this one's posted by Haphazard, one of our guys. It's called He Takes Full Responsibility for Tweeting Out Fake News and blames it fully on it being complicated. I think it's about the Olympic wrestler or fighter. Did you see what
sports and they get complicated because you can go down a rabbit hole and you go down a rabbit hole and it's what do you think this is interesting? Technically she was born a male, so technically she was a side. She has no squares in her own so that's the you can take more that sense is so funny. Technically she was born a male. Because he doesn't sound it's like the opposite of that. Yeah. That's why. Just as inside, right? That's what I think. That can be an intersection thing. It doesn't appear to be that. But she was a time female birth. And she does have female. It's tough to like her the opposite because the race of the world championship federation can't throw a position was there's a lot of things. Also, like you guys know the real reason was like because your cancer was too high. She was like she failed a gender test because if you're a female, there's a certain threshold and same with males too, like you can't have women's testosterone. You know, and so I don't know, to me it's just like it's not that complicated. You scratch past the surface and who the fuck is he talking to? Where it's just like he just gets everything wrong. At every step, it's just like more the opposite of that. Well, it's like that Dave Chappelle joke, like after 9/11, they're like, where is Ja Rule? Like nobody gives a fuck what Brendan Chop thinks. No, if anybody should be sensitive to someone who fails tests, it should be Brendan Chop. It's also like he was pushing lip test.
And yet, again,
depending on your political orientation, and I try to, like, if I see a story that's why somebody was Charlie Shapiro saying about it, was fucking Kyle Kaczynski or something like some progressive source of news, like, you know, you can totally get two completely opposite story, and this was like a great example of that, where it's like, you have a right-wing media site, it's like, the
a man, she's trans, she's XY chromosome, she shouldn't be complete life is like, she was born a female, there's no wrong, she's fucking just a bunch of, extra black. A little bit of research, you can just be like, right, yeah, okay, it's controversial, it's a slightly ambiguous, but like, you can find out everything there is to know that anybody knows with 2 minutes of research, and clearly, like, I just want to know who you think. I heard from
In other words,
probably there was last week he was like because something about the right wing because I am right wing like it's gonna be a big deal like it's gonna be fucking major post headlines for the job claim. You're saying you're gonna take him like but he also is like he's kind of sensitive about it. It's like bro, like you're like a race realist. Also, yeah, so it's what nobody gives a fuck. Like, yeah, half the country fucking ego Trump are those ones that realize they're with him. It's like, it truly is. Like, there's so many people who are conservative in most places in the world, even above LA. But the truth is, most are moderate or conservative, and Trump represents a lot of that. Where it's like, you're not maybe going for Trump, but it's like, yeah, if your views are kind of conservative. And some he acts like it's like, bro, fucking lean into it or you're gonna be your audience. He's he wants to go. Does not help brother all this is the problem. Maybe I tweet this out. It's tough because I take people that right.
We're trying to figure out his son's wife.
Men transition. This person didn't have a decision, but they're not into that toxic, horrible shit. It's a bummer. Even I tweet this out. That's why I like how he lays like it's so terrible, but it's like you were just spreading this shit because you're too stupid. That's when you say like he's doing this riff. It's funny because a lot maybe you could label as riffers, and I'm not saying because I think the word you put around a lot where it's like you're really misrepresenting your actual. I think Steven Crowder's actually conservative. I think Mitch McConnell's actually conservative. You may think the controversy there is sincere. Control these people. Steven is pretty fucking smart. Ken is pretty fucking. Charlie Kirk is pretty funny. So I'm like.
So if you could,
what is it to like hang with the best right-wing grifters? You have to be able to debate these people on the left, you know, and you can't even get basic facts right. We saw what he did with Tulsi Gabbard. What did he do? Was she on? Yeah, I should watch that. And took care of on. That would be great because he was a martyr. That'd be something more. Oh, I was going to ask what how did I get into it or something? From my recollection, he basically just claimed that the Democrats trying to kill Trump. If I'm not wrong, they're going to try to get in. He was like, that ain't gonna see it. That was a prediction. That's the Chavez. And also Chavez. So let's watch what we say about him because he might claim we're going to discuss. Because it's different because she's not taking hormones and trying to turn into a man, right? She was born with it. And if you're just talking about if you're just talking about advantages you've had when you're born, well, Michael Phelps was born with bigger lungs. He's 20% bigger lungs than the rest of them. Let me try it. I don't know how to do it. Super going. Even I do it. The problem is that they're doing it again, which we all thought like, look, it's a male that thing is a male body. That's how you're females. And you're like, oh, but that's so true, right? We see the left push of the agenda, we're like, oh, hell no, right? And you fight back on that. And this poor girl's like, no, hold on. Yeah, I'm not that. And also, I talk about it has something like winning career. This is race, and she's coming in her own. Stop kid. I don't think it helps to make fun of her, and I don't think it helps to say that you're trans because she's not. Even I tweet this out. It's funny, you know, okay, yeah, it's complicated. The word salad, the phrase word salad, because, I love Trump in a lot of ways because I think it's fucking entertaining as fuck, and I think like people who are triggered by him like take a step back and realize this guy is a fucking gem of entertainment, you know, and like so I always try to attach like a master
Tell him we'll start at something and this and how to give and that reminds me.
Once again,
Because all advice I feel like doesn't come to his own point.
so awesome.
Like cooking.
But my time is such a wreck. And I'm like, man, one, like, I get defensive about it because, like, I contend that I'll go on tangents, but I keep my original point in mind and try to come back to it. I watch this and I go, what the fuck was that? And, like, you know what I mean? He starts off in the like, his conclusion is completely different than when he started out. And he gets so many things wrong. It's like lily patty fucking jelly. Like, and then I tweeted this out, and all of a sudden, it's, well, because we're trying to talk about girls who transition over choice, so it's back, it's based in here, but then also, like, yeah, I just saw, like, huh? Yeah, what do you actually think?
But shout out to Haphazard doing that. First of all, I should start by saying graduate college, right? So what I think he is trying to say, what Hap is trying to say is that he starts out the conversation with saying that I fucked up my this, even I this out. Yeah. And then he's talking about how that is toxic and we should stop having that conversation. But he's the one engaging in the conversation.
That's a great point. That's right. So now he's engaging in a conversation and actively spreading misinformation. I'm like, you got multiple in the middle of that sand where you're like, I feel bad, and this girl, chef, was born a man, and like, she goes from like, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. But like, you think you cover your ass by arriving at this kind of like safe consensus place?
I'm so tired. I just repeat what the next thing. I'm gonna slap myself in the back later tonight.
So if you're like, I didn't go to college, I'm like, that is like, I never think about whether people are like, that probably demonstrates more common sense than most people have.
So I had the chance to graduate, just chose not to put a Sharpie in my butt. Here's the post Little Steven Smith. It's called Somehow I Don't Think This Is the Reaction to Was Expecting Don't Want No Short People Around Here. So this one got a lot of likes over the last week. I don't know what it's about. I've never seen it. Netflix special. That's live Saturday night from San Antonio. It's tight. Joe Rogan, we're in the most reliable COVID engagements. Joe Rogan, we're supposed to still set up from our church jokes for the stickers. My favorite one is I feel like I never trust when people write shit about Joe Rogan. I'm always assuming like you have a vendetta against him and I haven't seen the special, so I'm gonna reserve judgment about like whether or not this is appropriately harsh. However, some of these fucking headlines are creative, so like it's kind of creepy.
So the guy takes on his phone. Do you know that?
So what I will say, I might have mentioned this before, but like Brendan's home take on like outright comments, it comes directly from Joe, and working for him, and they kind of like came to this conclusion that you're doing it for different reasons. We can watch all this, and like everyone in the world can hate Joe Special, and he's still sitting on $500 million, you know, what the fuck? So it's like, there comes a point where it's like, if you reach the speed velocity from the atmosphere, you know, or metaphor for the comment section, it's like, you legitimately, like, it doesn't fucking matter what you put out, or critics say, you're going to keep generating a ton of money, and people are going to, like, just based on your podcast, you know, you can sell out a fucking stadium, or whatever it is, what's it, a basketball arena, for somebody like Brendan, I think of course he's taking this cue from Rogan, but it's like, you're not there yet. You're not above reading your shut reading your comments, because yes, when your creators talk about like, you know, I made a mistake looking at my comments the other day, and most were positive, and there's just one like, you should suck, and you're clearly stumped me, and you're talking about like, the perfectionistic sensitive artist who's gonna let that one comment like, stick in their craw forever, but it's like, no, you're quoting comments because 99%
out of 100. Just like, this is bad. It's like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And you're avoiding for that. And you should maybe look at it. Course correct a little bit because it's all everything you're like yeah, like Elon Musk doesn't need your reviews of Tesla. It's doing whatever the fuck he wants.
This one's called "Is Brendan Schaub funnier than Joe Rogan?" Posted by Bubba Dreams of Gumbo. I think it's more conversation.
If somebody's gonna send this to Brendan, he's gonna just read the line and be like, fuck yeah, why not?
Okay, so this is something that happened today. I go ahead and pull the video. Give me 1 second. It's Joanna's Instagram story today, and I think it's like a cliffhanger.
Joanna's also
did you guys see this earlier? No, I haven't seen it. That was a test to see Mark.
I actually do think there are places you can like view stories like when I don't give a fuck. I legit made a search on Joanna.
Yeah, right. This is a story from her today. Watch it here. It's very weird. So here the first slide says, you were my superhero today, and all my life you talked about, which I think she's saying mention on the podcast. That's nice. But just know your kids and I were so proud of you, and how you see how sexy you came to my rescues. Today I'll never leaving your shoes on the floor and leaving a mess. Right? Then you go to the next one.
I like how she keeps a fucking growing hero without like throwing her to the bus. It's like, bitch, you have a pain. Like a legitimate head.
But it's like they're trying to be cute though. That's what it is.
She can't help but complain about shit. It's like, Brendan told me she racks up like 40K critter every month. I have to go, you know, fuck you, Brendan. You broke your fucking house. And then you have to time for you. I'm not saying people worry about me. True pathological liar. So you can just give me joy and be like, oh yeah, I can't help it. Fucking and like, oh, forget him. Like, first of all, he fucking owned the house. Like, did if I rent it, it's like, bitch, if I'm the only person paying for this fucking house, I'll leave my shoes where the fuck I want. You know, a lot of shit up here. Somebody should have been taking it. Here's an idea. Stay at home mom. Pick my fucking shoes up. What? It's my favorite shoe. I drink out of it like that. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you for not contributing anything financially to that situation ever in your life. What she's trying to get to here, and she's painting a narrative that Brendan got in the fight today, basically. So here it says, today we are reminded of the beast that I married, which is not a good word. And then here it says, by the way, this was the guy trying to run away this morning until my badass husband intercepted. Him. Talking about his problem. And I like you, that guy. That'd be crazy. Yeah. You said, Brendan got a weave. I honestly can't face it. That's probably who they're talking about. This is the lady that looks like Brooke Shields. I like how there's no context whatsoever. Like, you research about it, and you say nothing. Yeah. She's like, Brendan's a hero. He chased down a guy. Fucking guy knew. Yeah, exactly. It's probably just telling her I didn't watch any of the other stories, so I don't know, but those are the 3 ones that I wanted to watch on the show. It's also funny because, like, for example, like, sometimes people be like rude to Luana. It's like, she relishes so much like talking shit to people on the internet. And even if that man is over, I know, like, you enjoy the act of telling people off, and I'll be here in case things get physical, but go fucking do your thing. So I didn't see this one earlier.
I want to end the night with saying someone today done messed up. He messed with the wrong girl and he learned today. First of all, that's why I said, dude, we caught him. The biggest flex for me was saying, oh yeah, I'm going to call my husband and you're going to regret what you just said to me in about 1.5 minutes. You took it as a joke and said, oh, cool story, bro. Call your little husband. Then little did my husband know. My husband is not so little and well, just not the guy to mess with. 1.5 minutes later, brand tires shows up, and I said he might have flipped the truck right. He goes, no, shows up, I say, okay, go ahead and say what you told me now that he's here. I've never seen someone legit chance instantly. With sheer, is that how you spell sheer? I thought you spelled S-H-E-E-R. Yes. Okay. I don't know how to spell sheer still. And his eyes, knowing he had just made the biggest mistake ever. On that note, treat everyone with respect. Because you never know when a brilliant shot almost all the neighborhood can show up to rock your world. I'll be making a video of the story because this is a world.
Okay, wait. So the 4 stories with like wall-to-wall text wasn't enough to just tell a fucking story. We still don't know what the fuck was said.
Yeah,
this is so annoying.
Tuscan should post this post on Chang, and there's other ones from it. But let's go to different stuff now. This looks like from MSG, so if this gets cut out, it's because we got this is a bit online right now. All your friends over the weekend at MSG laughing at your band or your brand. Uncle Sambo. I haven't seen this yet. About a month and a half. What did she do? Whiskey stuff. Whiskey stuff. So who's your manager? He's going to kill you right now. Why would she kill you for that? I'm so curious. I don't know, because I feel like I always get her brand wrong.
Setting it up
When else would it have ever mattered that you got her brand wrong except for right now, Thanksgiving, right?
Like during sex.
Sorry, the Hamas that's what this refers to someone who's arranged and married off his daughter. So she's a Bulgarian. Like the idea is the married off his daughter and the father married off his children. That's ultimately another song on the side for a life of
Alright, that was cool.
I mean, it's like everything a job is a punchline that you can just have.
Universality of like I saw Anthony Jazz, like, I told that story about Anthony Jazz, like, shut the fuck up, just eyes, like, and he's like, oh, what you're gonna do is out, and just the next, like, he'll say some shit, like, I forget what it is, but, like, clearly he pays attention to this. It's just when you're like, when you drop these things, like, Tiger Thick, Blockbuster, like, and then like people go, and also that's what my cousin, or Tony Hinchcliffe, and Steve was like, the Arlington, I was intrigued by all this start it's like, oh my god, like, you know, what actually sees clips like this, and they just like, they say Gringo Poppy in like 5 minutes when they like, I don't even want to laugh at it, I don't even want to laugh at it, he hears their thing, and he starts like, uncontrollable.
Really hard to stop saying, look at you guys when he gets on stage.
Wait, but he's saying, do like a rendition
So I don't know who to ask. It's called Papa about to drop a hot take on the blacks. Great Photoshop job. You can't even tell that he's not in the movie. I think there's going to be a reason.
Every single person is like honey Russia.
This was supposed to be a successful egg with their black power and all this.
Just like every single man who's purposes ultimately becomes once a year. So lose moment because it's ugly. I'm not sure if you forget about that. Okay. The guy married off his daughter, honey Russia, and it was like, we're talking about a guy, the father agrees, the father like, my daughter just wants to be
Why is this so racist?
because he wants to go ahead and have a relationship with not for honey Russia. This means to say, Asians in Russia are like an example of a person in Russia who's going to be impoverished. Then Hamasha beat up on girls. This ultimately is someone who intentionally believes marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his hunger. So let's say, so a place that just have profound purposes. What do you see? If someone is marrying off his own daughter, going to go and become an onion, it's like someone who's coming back to going to become an onion. What perspective? What's coming down to the people? Coming down to the ears. Coming down to the family.
It's crazy when you sell yourself as a comedy podcast and you give the most bland, like, not interesting takes whatsoever. I mean, everything that Shab says politically is like the humor when John McCain was at a rally, and the old lady was like, Obama's a bad man. He's an and John McCain is like, no. The kind of funny thing is he's a good man, even though all she said was he's a good man.
Stuff like that one of the own child and money all these people. What ends up happening is such a terrible happening, you become impoverished. You become poor. Why? Because that's not how you start. I just have to like the book does not allow us to be
an old lady who's dying and their brain is melting into the hard job is now.
No, he's like, because again, I have friends of all political stripes, like nobody's political beliefs are gonna piss me off except when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And what's funny is, like, that I wouldn't consider myself an expert. I majored in political science. I've been thinking about politics ever since I graduated. But like that, like the Dunning Kruger. It's like, I remember taking one of my senior seminar was on Israel and Palestine, and like before I went into class, I'm like, I have a good grad, and then like I emerged like, oh fuck, like I know nothing. I just read 12 700-page books of this fucking topic, and I'm like more ambivalent than ever. But you have to know these nuances in order to be like, I don't have like a definitive answer for this, or I can't. But I do have this disdain for people who are like, I've got the answers. I did 30 seconds of researching / listening to somebody at Starbucks about it. And it's just like, bro, it's not a hot take. One of the things I love about for example, Shane Gillis, like I love that he's like, I consider him like the inverse of Shab. It's like Shab, he's like, everything Shab wants to be like, he's my flavor too, like really like pressing him. You know, like, give a writer, and he's like, no. Like, what? Like, it's like this regular book, and I'm mentioning, it's really gonna be like, walks the walk of like, I have 2 pair of pants, 4 pair of shoes, and like, I kind of don't give any attitude. I played football in college, and it's very humble about it. Like, I could make it feel like, and he's kind of had this genuine blue quality that Shab wishes he came across as, but he's like actually like beer drinking, having
Comic book selling.
You sound
like Ric Flair for comic book selling.
It's his own before the needs
I don't know.
of
He's like secretly smart. You know what I mean? Like I think Brendan tries to come off as like I know more than I do, as like Shane almost conceals it until it's like something kind of like irks him. Like when Rogan's talking about how all Vikings were 7 feet tall. He's like, they're like 5'4" and they never wore the horns. And he's like, oh, this motherfucker actually reads, and that's why when he does Trump and stuff like that, like there's no malice to it. Like he does his Trump impression. It's just like. You're coming from a place where you lack disdain, and therefore it's more accurate. You know, it's like you're just true because you're not. You have an agenda.
Advice from someone
all right, well, let's get to the next one. Guitar flip. I look forward to this every week. Let me know if you're hitting anytime soon, because there's still like 10 more tabs. Oh, I love tabs. Oh, yeah, here we go then. I want all the tabs. Like, look at the way you see it. I want to go before we started. What do you think about the red cherry? Because I'm sitting in not the way. And then I can legit. I like it, but where do you guys get this as a movie? We can't reveal where we got it, but how similar is it to Oh, shit, I never even thought about that. Yeah. Never fucking got to sit in these chairs. I don't mean to rub that. Oh, you know what's funny, by the way? So, Brendan, like, took all my abs out. Like, he'll say, I'm overweight. Right, so, like, so, like, on the original episode channel, but he, like, erased, he tried to, like, erase my, but you can still find it on, like, Apple Podcasts and Spotify. You just, like, check it off YouTube, you know? And then also, the only fight comedian that I was on, he took down, like, TJ Dillashaw and Brian Ortega. So it's like, he tried to, like, erase me for, like, the whole thing with it. But I'm obviously on a bunch of TV episodes. Once I started being on it, he didn't think of those out. But, like, the 5 times I was a guest, he took me down. So you wasn't anything like, Mark was never more than anything but an intern. I was on as a guest, like, 6 times for TV. But the chair is very comfortable. The chair is very comfortable. It's just, it is. It's great. Right. Because I'm sitting in a fucking blockbuster chair right now, and it sucks. I want to watch a movie. Right. We want specials every week. All right, sorry. So this is a very special guest by Gil Guitars. I always look forward to this guy's clips. It's very well done. Outsider Also, we don't get to talk to you about their residency. It's another funny thing where, and I think generally, right, that this thing is like I experience it on a personal level, and like, you know, in part I'm going to fucking court for this because, you know, like when it comes to business, I hate it this much, and I just want to hate it that much, so like, I'm used to him, like, in a to me malicious way saying like, this thing's gonna happen, and you have like a verbal contract, and then it's like, hey, where's that money that you said you were gonna do for the work that I already did? It's not gonna happen. Okay, cool. So I like saying it in other ways, where I'm like, yeah, of course you fucking have this. And also, he loves to like skip over, like he'll minimize, like, oh yeah, I had to cancel it because the agency's just going to get out reelected. There's so much growth. I can't even breathe. So it's like fucking, you know, Rio de Janeiro down there, and there's, you know, so there's never any accountability. It's like, cancel tickets, or yeah, this isn't working. Like, there's never any, and people like, you know, that dude fucking, Krista Stefano, yeah, I think it's great, man. Like, I saw this clip of him, and I was like, Brendan would never in a million years do that and more successful than stand-up wise. He posts this thing on Instagram, he's like, guys, fucking, I'm going to New Rochelle, you guys are not buying tickets, what the fuck is this fucking, you know, 30 seats in 2 weeks, you guys can come back, come on, don't leave Chrissy hanging. So he's doing this whole bit to promote by being like, this all fucking venues have taken, what are you guys doing? I'm going to perform for 10 people, you know, like, I was like, that's fucking, but it's kind of his style where he like overshares and kind of like, you're like, I believe you because you're like self-deprecating in this really real way, you know, where you're talking about your own fuck-ups, and I'm like, that would almost, if I was a fan of it, I'm like, fuck yeah, I would buy a ticket, even if I don't show up, just to support. But like, Brendan is so stuck on like being like, no, every show sold out. Like, I always did know you can't get tickets. I'm like, bro, like, you know, there's all this assistant Gianni, who's on Power now. He would talk about this. He's like, he would like say it was so
out when it wasn't like, bro, people still get that. They're like, yeah, we think that this sold out. They're not going to buy tickets. But your ego says that appearing as though you sold every show, and you're literally preventing people who want to come with the lesbian. Also, I'm not a business shirt.
In order to have true marriage, in order to have true for the marriage, both parties in marriage have to walk through.
I said to him, I just said, hey, let's go on this day. I said, hey, you're in the area. I said, hey, I go, I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, we're in the area. You could scroll down, I don't know, whatever he said. He's at the mothership. It's a stroll. How long of a walk is it?
That's also a disaster. What do I say for success?
That's a phrase.
A white man that's a successful marriage. One is thirsty and one is saving. One is always going to be pushing. One is always going to be wanting. And everyone ultimately is going to become successful.
He's got the longhorn.
Then when I say that, both are saving. Both are doing the right are a disaster also. Because both are saving, and that represents like
University of Texas, like anywhere but Austin, Texas.
both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abusing their failure. One is thirsty, one is sated.
I'm saying you're two old buddies. Good old Brennan shot right now.
What's going on in the head? What's on the head and returning a lost object to an Andrew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's in that? What's in it? Actually, that should be a much better than PC. The feedback PC is still. The murder of the Ashmo, Shabbat, I think the energy of what's in the incredible. What's that question? Returning lost objects to that's what I'm saying. Nothing like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost or non-Jew is just as important as the meat Shabbat Sunday down. That's wrong. That's wrong. And also, it is what is incredibly correct, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. You should not interact with each other the same. You have to have respect for humanity. You have to treat with dignity. There is a level of interaction and a different level of behavior that we must have to each other. And the whole thing is that we have to be apologetic about something.
I noticed this too, but while I was working there, they threw something out and I don't know if I consider myself like a particularly good cook, but like sometimes all of a sudden I'm like, you know how to shorthand something. You're like, you know, in the whole sentence, you're like, how many calories are in duck eggs? You just put calories in duck eggs, you know, whatever. Like, so you can say something like, she seems to never know what to fucking do. That's the most basic shit. Like, who doesn't, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, already as a kid came up to it, you know how to really quickly Google something that's like 99% sure you're going to get the answer in the first result. And he seems to play what should die. And like, you never read it, like it's become a running joke that other people notice. But, you know, it's like, this very basic element, like, use Jenny must be good. Right, you know,
because no one else is going to look out for us. So we will come back. And to clear our heads, and we're not because we believe that humanity will hold it. We're not. It's us and we're not. And that's the way the world works now. When Mashiach comes, and when Hashem, that will change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the last of Kulamagya Apples. Humanity will become one. But until that gets in our team, we are not one. There's clubs, and there's everywhere. I'm not here about that Eastern. We all live in this world. But again, the beautiful part of the world is a nation, or not as individuals, because we have each other, and we always have each other. And this is what this is. When you learn that, it's you think just like if you went to Shabbos, I think that, oh, I bet now we can have unity and unity in mankind. Right? You know what it says? Let's that's not true. There's not one thing that ever is mankind. And also, again,
So it's not going to do
my wife is pregnant and but just understand that there's a different system of conduct, a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. But we have that for all because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. That's the other thing.
Oh, for sure. Just watching it and talk about it now, it seems so glad to like, alright, so how are we going to fake this story of them being able to do the show? Does anyone care? They're like, oh, and you remember that why is pregnant, you got to be in Vancouver, but sounds almost completely for the cast, because no one was going to go to it, no one knew it existed, they were like, it's canceled.
The personal contract that we have with one another.
And what's funny is like during the pandemic, I remember like actually the first time I ever traveled really was for shows in Austin at the Yes. Company. It was like
his own
I want to say it was April, late April of 2021, and you know what I mean? I was like, oh damn, this is how it always is. Like, just fucking, Malik and Chappelle were there. It's also fucking the same Malik, like, recently when we watched it. He was like mad that I said something like 2 years ago. Like, maybe like, I mean, acting, but like in fairness, it was like I was only getting one inside of the, and so I didn't even know Malik. I was like on some, podcast with a few hundred listeners, and somebody just said to him, like, Bar's talking shit about him. Like, it wasn't talking shit, but anyway, he like chirped at me like a skid, like saying my shit sucks and blah blah. And I'm going back and forth, but then we ended up talking. Yeah, just because I'm like, look, bro, this is fucking stupid. Like, like, I'm sorry that on one side of the story when I recorded this podcast, I was only like, now we know how Brendan lies about shit. Like, when shit goes down, he makes the other person look like a fucking maniac. So that's all I was going off of. But it's really cool to see. Like, man, like, I don't know if you guys follow him, Alec. He's crushing with these like online skits and like Cheesecake Factory ones. Oh yeah, I think that popped up because I didn't know he was doing it. Like, I saw that one pop up. I'm like, oh damn, it's how he minds of this. And then he's also doing really well on Twitter, which I guess is monetizable. So anyway, and then I saw he was on some list that was like, it was like top funny like people on the internet, and like Theo Vaughn was mentioned. Which is like a weird thing. Is like, are we ranking like stand-up comedians? Are we ranking like content creators? It was kind of weird. But like he was like Malik was like number 9. Oh shit! Like didn't say Theo was like number 5 or something. From Alec, read this whole thing the whole time. I was like, Malik's not even funny. Like, it's like 3 like rise up and I saw Malik do well. Like he has charisma. Like I never saw him do poorly. Like in his defense, like there may have been worse. So like, but I remember them coming back from the show. This was Brendan saying that it like it also coincided with like correct Malik corrected it. Like, I don't know if you know this more. Back in 2021, he was some argument over like
too much.
Whether or not a fight was a pay-per-view.
Quiet.
And Alec was like, no, it's a pay-per-view. Like I know about boxing. Everyone's like, no. And everyone back to me like, Brendan's being stubborn as fuck. He's like, no, it's pay-per-view. Like, everyone's like, no, it's just you want to know about it. And then they looked it up and it's like, oh, it's a pay-per-view. When it gets corrected, it's like, it's not one of the things, you know what I mean? And so he's like, it's not a pay-per-view. It's not a sad thing. And then it's like, I wasn't aware of that they had this conflict, but now I can totally see because I'm like, I would have these moments where it's like Brett, anytime I would talk back to Brendan, I'd be like, just like, hey, you're shitting on me for something like that I didn't do, that you never asked me to do, you know what I mean? Like, did you get the footage? I'm like, you didn't ask for that, you know? And then, like, if I even brought that up, he'd, like, find some other way to be like, oh, you're not doing Tiger Thing social media, you know, or something like that. I'm like, I know how it works. He's like, I lost you here, so, like, I'm picking you off, I'm not picking you for this, you know? And so, with Malik, it was like, How the fuck were you not doing Tiger Thing social media, man? Jesus Christ. That's fucking awkward.
You know about this? I put an extra scene, so I was posting every single day. I was posting on Tiger Thing every single day. Got the page up to like 11,000 followers, and I remember looking back and suddenly they blocked me because I was like, you guys haven't posted like in 3 months. I go, what the fuck is going on? You're lost like Tiger Thing's Instagram. Yes, whoever pointed it out, I got flagged from the crowd. My last post was a Christmas post of 2022, when it was like an end of year thing, and it's over Jelly Rolls, like, Number two, keep them what's covered, which is the illegal stuff. What's covered, let the cover you think for yourself. Number three, how you keep what
but it's like a nice edited all these different clips from here, and I spent like 4 hours on it. He like called me like fire in the middle of the meeting, and I was like, I'm just a gesture control, I'll finish it, and off. So I remember he posted, and I had to use Brendan used the video to post to his own page. They were watching, I was like, what is both about? Is there something weird with the sound? I was like, oh my god. The fucker put the song on twice. So I just looked at it. I already had the song. And he added it to it. So it was like the song playing with like a couple echo. And I'm like, is that? Why is it playing twice? Something to it. He needed to put like, you hear the song is already on there, right?
All you were talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood.
I made a post one morning, and there's like a nice Tiger Thing.com. Overseas. Everybody alerted me to it. Somebody alerted me to it. They're like, hey, by the way, you missed one fix within 2 minutes. Also, Instagram is
tremendous.
I can't click their phone. Go to the website. Unbeknownst to me, the Tiger that I never like looked at, I never knew anything about like Jason. And so it auto posts to there, and then it has like the Tiger Thing page has like 250 followers.
Good morning, let us begin.
By the time I
begin by taking all of our sponsors' money to the fame. Our Tumblr sponsors for the month of Adar. Annual Tumblr sponsor, Dutch and Hey, Social Mishpah, for dedicating all the Shumer instructions this year. Wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on the beach in Cohen. Mazel Tov to the husband of Colony, Zilch National, Zilch, Isnaman, Yisra, which blurs as Nanda at Sushan. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alu, Tova, Stephen Harry Zin, and Rabbi Nami of Harry Savi, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv of Levin, and Bernie Dami, of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and Rachel. We also have American Talmud Torah, all the Nisham Sav Rabia, the families and Kama, all those leaders who have a good call for you, start to talk, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Just all last year. Was with that, I was beginning about today, some really incredible tomorrow ahead of us. Today's down Ayin Vav, 76, and we are to be actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is on actually on 76A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now from the top, last word on the line. Thank you so much again. We're introduced over here to the topic of Sreifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by Sreifa? And now, by the way, you've seen already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by Sreifa, generally, again, are infractions which deal with immorality, which comes down to everything we're doing over here. So, remember, guys, we're going to get to that when it explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out framework things. The verse is as follows: Kavas Asura, Aki Kavas Asura. So you should say that just as a man is prohibited to his sons, so you should be prohibited to his wife's son's wife. So in the verse, right? In other words, the same way that he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son, we should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. Daughter-in-law. Why? because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because she is the wife of his son, and not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man limited to his book. Gemara said, okay, why is it a parallel relationship? Your wife's wife should also be asur. Listen, I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. The shaila is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law doing your son's wife not asur d'Oraisa. The shaila is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur d'Oraisa? Which commercials say no, because the pasuk says H is based. Rabban says, so so goes back to remember again, we have fundamental focus in general. How do that Xer Shabbos? How do you actually Xer Shabbos? Do we say don't we know, which means you're going to remember that it could like Xer Shabbos? I should say the defining definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item, or no? Don't we know? He's ultimately the result of really focuses on the destination of the Xer Shabbos, the second half of the Xer Shabbos. The moment. Switch personality. Name the man that don't you know. Name the man that don't you know. Either Rabbi says you can't put your learn out to grow in the ultimate of wife, son's wife. Wife. Because the man that don't you know. The one who says ultimately I will learn in Xer Shabbos, focus on the initial and that really becomes the defining character. He said this. Just as a man, so just go back to the case, right? You and I are Rachel. And so remember again, Ruben's Kala, who's Kala? His Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right? So remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kala Asura. Just as way, his daughter-in-law is Asura. Akinami Kala Asura. So we should say so too. Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Reuben. Gemara says that that's the case. Mahu B'Sila, Akinami B'Sila. We should say the same way if Reuben has relations with his daughter, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Sila. So too if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his wife, it should also be punishable by Sila. He says, okay, Remanda Amar Sila Amura Ikra Nifla. According to the opinion that says that Sila is the most common form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? Let's say first wide line, Ayin Vav Amudalek, 76A. What's the problem? Malvazu, again, Reuben himself, so again, the relationship with his mother, Tomar Shima the safe out. The problem is they see the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, trying to keep a certain symmetry, essentially moral symmetry, but it's less between relationships his side versus her side. We're trying to line up and say that just like he can't have a relationship with Gorla, i.e. his son's wife, so to again on his wife, he also spread it to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, if you see that the symmetry doesn't line up, why not? Take a look at mother. If he has relations with his mother, it's Skiba. If he has relations with his sister, that's one of the explicit treatment that we saw yesterday. If you can't go ahead and marry a relationship with a woman and her mother, comes from a Seifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, you see the Seifa. All of a second one line, all beat up a Seifa, the Kalas of the Skiba. Furthermore, again, if this concept will remain true, it means that if we were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, in connection by Seifa, again, that's an explicit concept, a woman and her daughter, that's Seifa. And yet, again, Halosa, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e., Goral to his wife, it's Hila. So again, just the punishment for sinful Lana. You might say, it's not a problem. Which is the classification why the beat of the slave of the Halosa is Hila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have a relation with his daughter, it's a straight thought, and yet if we have a relation with his daughter-in-law, his wife, ultimately that is Hila. Mahu no Kalasa, the issue just is that, at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. So, in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son, they're both the straight father. So, the Mahu no Kalasa below the color. So just like for Ruben himself, again, also remember you said yesterday that so good in his relationship. He's creating continuity with generation above and generation below. So when you look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when you look at prohibition regarding his mother and father, i.e. his sons, the punishments are the same. So again, really on the first side, it should be the same thing. We should say there should be the same punishment as if it has relations with Russell's mother or Russell's daughter-in-law's son. Gemara says, in the Mandama Snake, the high cushion over here, it says that Sheikh is more from her, ultimately again, okay, Gemara says that's the first side. The second side is the Mandama, and according to remember again, this is all Yahweh's construct. It's all Yahweh's construct. Remember, just keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make a suggestion that just this Ruvain is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law. In other words, his daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife. No one can suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. He's born off to his wife. The Gemara suggests the love is saying the truth is, whichever way you actually do it, this demon is not going to work. So, for example, non-dumber, don't we know for OP bounce, right? So, again, according to the assuming that actually probably by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Gila Shabbat is defined by what we call the destination of the Gila Shabbat. So, it's like this, Mahut Halasas, just as Ruben, right? Ruben's going almost to his son's Aki Kalasasura, which is the same thing. You can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Murikiba Asura. Okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Zera Shalom. Possibly to be Gila. Remember again, if Ruben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be Skila. That is Skila. About Hoppa. Here, if you were to have relations with his homegirl, his son's wife, that's Sreifa. As we find with this, because also again, on Ruben's side, remember, if Ruben has relations with his mother, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment. Sreifa. Gemara says, Lamanda Amar, Lamanda Amar, so according to the thing that says that's the following question. Malu rule restriction female Skila. Right? When it comes to the right, spoke with his mother and his Skila. Omar is she will not be straight off. Yeah, with her, with that, will be straight off. Bo, Mahu Halak the Bo, he's going to Halak. So, he tackled, but they Charlotte says in the same way that there's this mutual prohibition between his brother and law. So from Russell's side, there should be a distinction between his brother and law. For the man's name is Sheifa Samurah, according to the opinion that says that Sheifa Pushya, no need. In fact, based on especially can't actually talk about how Therefore, we'll say this word does not seem to be able to prove this. Let's remember, we'll take it to know what to say. It's the same way that Ruben's daughter-in-law from his son, like his son's wife, is punishable by Sreifa. So too, again, why it's almost punishable by Sreifa. So if you have a quote that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Lovell's son's wife, she also punishable by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abaye and Rava agree that is not halakha. Abaye says it based on it tells it. Rava says either way, Zera Shava is not going to work. Zera Shava doesn't pan out. Okay. So the Gemara asks, I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. So also, it just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, here's an interesting case. What happens if Ruvain violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that Allah myself, if Ruvain has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called Bitomi Ancestor. So his daughter as a result of women and violations. How do we know that this relationship like that is punishable by Sreifa? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Kabachomer. Kabachomer, what's the Kabachomer? Abbas Bito Amish Abito Lokosh, meaning fabulous. If Lamaisa, Ruvain is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come and become all the more so. He is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if his daughter is the result of a violation of says the ocean. I didn't want to say you can't do that. You can't create. Once you have this concept that you can't create Kabbalahomers through a you can't create capital punishment through a Kabbalah. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So you might say, no, you're right. Give me most about me. No, it's not even it's fabulous. Fabulous. Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's punishable by Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter. Whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he's violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is his daughter, and there is no liability for relations with her. Incredible. So Rava says, I'm going to be Yitzchak Barabini, Asya, Hina, Asya, Zima. Rava, on the other hand, Rava learns that from a double Zera Shava of Hina, Zima. Okay. Tani Abua, the Jiradiatim. If he should know Lamadu, if you come in a Sasu, Puts up a cost of Roma, the Bas Ishkom. Listen to this. The Gemara says, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, his father through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is tied Sreifa. Because there's no explicit passage that says that. Puts up a cost of Roma, the passage means to say, Ubas Ishkom. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen Ibi Sreifa, they involve a Sreifa. Remember, the passage over here is talking about a Bas Ish Kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a Kohen who commits Znos. We had this sugya a while back. This is talking about Iris, is talking about. So the passage is talking about himself, right? And if a Bas Kohen isn't a use of adultery, she is judged with Sreifa. That is a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen, the Sreifa, they involved with Sreifa. So now Bas Kohen, she herself, is judged with Sreifa. But the Maisa, interestingly enough, who she commits adultery, is not judged with Sreifa. Bitomi Ancestor. So to again, the order that he has from violating her mother, she is Sreifa. She is judged with Sreifa. He is for Allah the Sreifa. But ultimately, again, adultery is Sreifa. I'm not buying. It says, says, as Aviha, Shimechala's father. Yishimechala's so who is judged with Sreifa? One who pertains her father. Yotza Sazu Sha'adiyah Mechallah. This will come to exclude one, not the girl who's pertaining her father. That's exactly what? It's her father feigning her. Rava says, this is also okay. In that case, they say the girl is being removed in the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged according to the standards of a typical Bas Kohen. Hafa, because the man Mukmusla. Again, the Buya Mukmusla, here in the case of the man of Sasa. So again, when you get off a woman, we find it. So the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of the regular single woman that doesn't. So it's different again. You might learn. Son is high straight for violating his daughter, for having relations with his daughter. So too, a man is high for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway. As far as the Gita and Asasina, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Let's remember again. You see the way the Torah structured is, in order to make someone liable, in capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a law, right? And then there needs to be a prohibition owner. So where's the law? Where's the law? As far as the Gita and Asasina, you show the Adai Rabba. Mehecha dina onesh, mehasa nata. So when the Nai Rabba, the same pasuk that teaches us the husband is the very same pasuk that teaches us the law. Ella, when they're turning to Abu Dhabi Abid, they will say, what about the time of Abu Dhabi Abid? Where is he? Because the has no son. Plus, it says, do not profane and have her commit an act in the law, or literally against her. Literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son. Have her become a so we'll say, so again, that person is going to be a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, it's incredible. So Maskip Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, Hi out the fellow is bin Khalaz no Salah. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates of his daughter, who he fathered with a woman who violated, he's chayiv misa for that. He's chayiv straight. Where's the law? Where's the law? According to Abai and Rabba, the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay. According to the other means, what's the law? The law is the pasuk of Atachala as Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry? What's the relations with her father? Kushmar says, oh, hold on. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We use that pasuk for something different. Kushmar says, hi, I'll no, we actually need that pasuk for something different. What do we need? We call it Kisanya. As we learned, Al-Tahalas has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in an act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Hamas Yeshito Israel Hasmadabra. So this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a Cohen is not allowed to have or marry a lady or Yisrael. Right? Well, that's about the plantation of Egypt. So maybe again to preserve property because the last question, when you marry a Cohen and marry a lady or Yisrael, someone be like that, the policy, which Mar says, Amalomar has no song. Has no song. The friendship is no psychology. We're talking about the idea that it wasn't something more than saying that I love it's giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in sex. What is this referring to? In most sex, we don't shalom issues. Giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. So it's the prohibition upon a father to give that in the context of marriage. In moral purposes, Gemara says, in pain, let's say a couple, singular. Do not sustain your daughter by giving her over to an analogical context. Gemara says, my alcohol, what is the plural? Shmami Natar, it's from teaching me two things. So number one, a man in a non-marriage. A father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he bothers her by violating her mother, because it's such an act of profanation. It could be an act of profanation. That's how love goes. Okay. Moses is actually fascinating. Moses on a little bit of detail here. Abai Rava, high out colors, good color has no time. I will say, remember again. Abai Rava. Now, be told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They don't have people on sasso from the same place they derive the owner. That's what Abai and Rava do with this process. It's very interesting. So Abai Rava, colors, good color has some fascinating. I'm not money. Zeh Hamasi is equal with Zaki. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? To the Sanya, Al-Khala is Bitfala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, or by giving her over morality. As Omer, Zahamasi is Bitfala Zaki. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? There was a deal with Rashi. Rashi says, Masi Bitfala Zaki, it says about him. When we talk She'enim B'Kabbaso, Nizana Alahu. Nizana, what's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, she's going to have a desire. He's not going to have a desire. Outside of the marriage. So you're set up a situation that is highly risky. So therefore, again, it says when marrying off your daughter, put her in a situation where she's going through what's that? It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work, is going to look for elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not that type of behavior. Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a receiver. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek out that intimacy outside the community confines of the marriage. So you want to Kiva Omer, Zahamasi, Zahamasha is Bito Bogeres. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeres. The idea is to marry off your children slowly, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for all that sickness. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. So that's actually a fascinating verse here now. She actually says, Shemisava lahakira umizana. So let's say, so the wording is actually itself is very true. What does it mean? Having desires, lakira, to make her after, umizana, so she commits to smuts. What does that mean? So if you look, by the way, at how it goes, they change it by the letter A. Post Rashash, he says Rashash, Magia, Hakigo. Rasha, Litkiga Sa. So let's say you're going to see how it is a little bit fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has three domestic helps. If he goes ahead and moves off his daughter, what happens? So now, he's has to go ahead again toward domestic help. So the lady marries off for his own benefit. When the father does that, so it's interesting from the mother's perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up possibly towards this. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness. And if I lost, when I setting her up for Zos, was that then just a moment? So the Gemara says, I'm not Rabbi Akiva. So last two lines on so it's not point out from the same process, right? So Al-Khala is Bitfala has no son. You have to train your daughter by putting her into a life of Zos. What does it mean? The first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their their drives are not alone. Women outside of the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes because you're going to drive her to znus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. In the Chachani b'Yisrael, Ela Rasha Arum, V'Hamasha Vita Bogeres. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. The Gemara says, Hamasha Vita Bogeres, Tav Rasha Arum. So what's that? What does this mean? It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Rasha. What it means is every cunning Rasha ultimately becomes an onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, the guy who is marrying off his daughter isn't cunning Russia. In other words, it was like, we're talking about a guy, I haven't found that shit. I should have, I thought it's like, you rock. Delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and Allah Lamaisa seek his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi used to say, what's the name of a person who is a cunning Russian who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his needs. So let's say, just want to point out just how profound this is. What does this mean? If someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, right? It's going to be cunning. If someone who's a cunning Russian is going to be cunning, what's the chapter? What's the coming down there? Coming down there is putting your own words in like the father goes and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off here. Because again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So that's putting holy for your child. Who is the cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is the person that we'll see in just a moment. It's a person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. So let's say, a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. It says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child in front of other people. What ends up happening? Become impoverished. Or maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not part of the self-serving. I will say this is incredibly important in general. First, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, we put our own before our children. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And I want them especially to do this. And they can't get married until they do this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we realize is that's not what we're keeping. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child. And again, one of the hardest things that I figure out, like, am I taking these positions that are actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard. Sometimes our own needs and our children's needs can become intertwined with behavior. But you see, to me, one of the things that we so careful about in parenting is to make sure. Let's say, one of the greatest parents, one of the greatest parents, is often as parenting, we think like our kids represent a dual for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not here. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is somewhat different, fundamentally different than you. Has multiple abilities and it's best. So we have to be so careful. I see parents like have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go downstairs? the kid want this kind of thing.
Talking
The kid
about
want this kind of education. Does the kid want this kind of thing? This is what the kids do.
especially
It's never
black people at work.
checked.
It's like, no
That's
way you can be
putting
fast.
parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is totally selfish. And when you're selfish, you like just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arnold puts his own needs before the needs of others. You can try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, again, long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But I will say, but to be so good,
Wednesday will be live streaming every Wednesday. Yes, we're going to be streaming tonight.
and
The
not
episodes
just
just
the
come out
ones
Tuesdays.
that
We just did a special episode today
incredible.
on
All right, let's go
Wednesday.
back to it. So you might also say, kind of follow them up on that, because you might have said, Vamos down and you be akiva. Having said, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because benefits them. That's how you atzchol, someone gives you itzah, you feed down color. But it's almost like, this is an incredible caveat, right? Because what is the Russia Arnold do? The Russia Arnold is not someone who just, stuffing cosmos into your mouth. The Russia Arnold is a person very often who will be giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice, but it's not the best advice for you. But who is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. It's either for just to our children, or it's the advice we give to our children. It's the advice that benefits us, benefits me as the parent. Not that it benefits my child. So okay, so let me follow up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with your definition. By the way, it's also very important to hear this from Rabbi Akiva. Again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Rabbi Akiva really one group within one person. There was only so many people who constantly have actually told him to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you want to do. Be the best shepherd. And those are people, and Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear. That one person happened to be his wife, Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, you can do whatever you want to do. Right? You want to become good like dog. You want to become the best. You want to be the best of the best. You can do that. You can do that. And yet he because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. Very good shepherd. And that's the bar who wasn't advice from someone who knew this about you and the result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm not giving you those, Zakim. A person goes there and marries, let's go back to this. A man marries off his wife, well, man. But not to show no cuts. A man marries the woman to his minor son. He talks about minor son is involved less, right? That represents again a child. So he's marrying off again an adult woman to his minor son. So remember again, I'm younger here. We're going to do unfulfilled marriages, right? In the first, the daughter's married to months, on to his wife. In the second, the son, the child, is married to a woman, married going to have the wife. Listen to this. Someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew. What's the Gemara says? Allah Kassim Omer. A bunch of person the pasuk says, "The man is supposed to Lo Hashem Salawah." We have to wait the pasuk that's on it. The way is that quite profound. The man is supposed to Allah Kassim Omer. Not supposed to be Mishpat. Rashi understands it's supposed to mean together. Now, what's the connected over here? That's just last one in Rashi. Both sides Smeya, says Ravar, in summary, Zakhu the elders don't swear Kashish, Zakhu cares about those Kashish. Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. They're up. Somebody is thirsty. Somebody is sated. Because a lot of nice again, just because it doesn't work. And I say, by the way, it happens to be that this is a profoundly so not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. Because in order to have true shalom bias, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in the marriage have to want growth. Like, the worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes a husband's yeah. Like, if a wife is kicking her husband out of bed in the morning, get up the shit, get up the shit, get up the shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a consultant lady. You need to be selling Shabbos, you need to be ready for Shabbos at midday on Friday, that's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, very difficult. Very difficult. So one is going to be pushing, one is going to be wanting, and the other ultimately is going to become resentful. Both are thirsty. Then the nice that's successful. Both are sated. If both are sated, what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, that represents a life of complacency, a life of humility. Both are thirsty, the people of success. Both are sated, dismal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated. A lot of shalom bias. What about the max having those? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know. That sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So what's it? Look at Rashi. Rashi says that we are not having those who Heshva V'Hiber Kusi Yisrael. Mara Ba'asmo Shabbos Avei De'enef Shos. That's what we're saying. We're saying like this: that a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbos. That's wrong. That's wrong. As Ross said, we're going to say something that isn't politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. We should not interact with each other. We have to have respect for all humanity. We have to treat all humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the Ross said, you don't have to be apologetic about one simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And that's our back except us. We'll say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled. Like we thought again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what people created, and even as great as this home is to us, the anti-Semitism is rampant. And it teaches us one simple lesson: circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and tikkun olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, Emirat Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be V'yaseh kulam adu da'achos. Humanity will be one. But until that, I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's Am Levadat Yishkon. But again, if you don't know how to grow alone as a nation, or not alone as individuals, because we have each other, always have. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like, if you approach Shabbos Adesha, again, the community of mankind, right? Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And also, again, that to every single person, but just understand that there's a system of conduct and different system of allegiance and a different system of commitment. They want to know because all we have is each other. No one else each other. Because yes, that is the moment we put ourselves in the overwhelming category. Start thinking about it. Should you return out there to receive? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000 Yes, don't tell us. You fight. Be a proper human being. Understand that there's that and the Hashava Savidu, which represents the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. You want to say, you want to cash up. How are you going to do both? A man who loves his wife like his own body, no sin. And one who gives you covered more than us. So hear this? Hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? But you have to honor her more than yourself. And what does that mean? What does that mean? Why doesn't it say you have to go ahead? Hey, so as I said, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love you like more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. Or the strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most so the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be machabed? Now, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her and care about yourself. That's fantastic. Machabed is our physical behaviors. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to physical behaviors, you more for your wife than what you do for yourself. That's on a very mutual level. So again, you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so right, you get a present on her birthday, because you get a present multiple. Whatever cover you take for yourself. You like certain new things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. This covet is physically measurable. So Ava, which is an emotion, as I felt, if you could care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, you go. That's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife has to surpass the covet you give to yourself. Or you walk for yourself. Now, not just one of them knows those saying, okay, this is so beautiful. I want to raise his children in a proper path. Actually, you can spend because you feel. What does it mean, matter? What does it mean, matter? What's the matter? God. What does the guy do? Shows you the way. Leads. Right? Listen, the most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing with parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking. Be a mattress. Be a mattress. Don't tell people what to do. I mean, tell your people what to do. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids up or not asleep, you don't know on some level you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to most of nefesh, getting up sleepy, talk about it, and like, tremendous that's not cash. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night, but you want to sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock. Magic. It's all about the hadracha. You can say whatever you want, you can say people, all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? Your children
Mighty One, but literally Minnie Mouse, like the cartoon.
Shut up.
What
That's
did you say?
incredible. I'm seeing someone marry them off early. Marry them off and some of them can means a little bit before they reach adulthood, which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So, right. So marry them off a little bit before they reach. I love us as Omer, so that's such a process. You see, 4 ingredients over there. One, love your wife as much as you love yourself. Right? People like to say, I love my wife more than I love myself. Because I'll say, calm down. Like, if you love your wife as much as you love her, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love yourself. Number two, but give her more behavioral stuff. Give her more covenants. Then they tell your kids what to do, but be a good guy. Show them what to do. And number 4, marry you off a little bit before adulthood. Those things the Pasuk says, back off. You show them back off. But back off. Pasuk says, no, everything is repent, right? But back off. Home will be remembered for good. And ultimately, again, you will not come to sin. This is about is brought down. Because again, we saw before, you shouldn't marry off a kid before adulthood. So what's happening? That question, the Gemara says, some of the different, ultimately, again, he's really talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So cusp of adulthood, so again, that's not a big deal. Speaking of cusp, that's not when you still tomorrow is very short kind of short out. What's that tremendous way to start the week? Go ahead, everyone.
So, somewhere in the middle. I like that. That almost sounded philosophical.
Yeah, I don't know why it sounds distorted in my headphones, but maybe that's the original videos doing that. So apologies if it sounds distorted. That's so funny, dude. There is 2 sides to every story. I agree. There's the truth, and then there's, something in the middle.
Thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Comic-Con sponsor of Tavshin Pei, the Tosin Mishpacha, the dedicated organ filmmakers this year. And Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tosin on his engagement to Amit Cohen, and Mazel Tov. Our Comic-Con sponsors, Adar, Hava Avilu Yitzhak, Terry, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, CEO Sita Cohen, receive a meeting and burning balance in of Williams and Zach Shmuel Ben Yisrael, are the Williams sponsors, Maya Asmi, and the source of
That's me by name, and then like Russians tell me that that's me where I was listening.
May all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Dr. sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, and then we have his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Yisrael, and our Rothschild, in honor of the girl to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazie Jennifer, Thomas Rothschild, and his sister Leila Mercy, and the Adina Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. We hope to continue to sell covers for problems. Where's me back? So let's begin. Very topic I in here. I contacted the guys. We have to end this through 2 minutes time. But here, why would he never just take something off the shelf? I wasn't playing. I just wasn't playing that. I'm playing.
Like terrible. And I do think it's fun that the country came together and finally agreed on something. Yeah. I did disagree. Oh, I'm like you. I like season 8. Don't worry. It's like I think you understand it. All the rest of the I wish I could. Yeah, stupid. I think that our stupid people that did love it. And for you and that, I'm happy that you found your little simple TV show.
That clip might be cut out. That Gilly thing is so good.
Yeah, I think you're still.
He's so amazing. So what do you think? If you were to grade his ACT test, what would you do?
probably better treated than sick. But ultimately, in fact,
Probably, like, and I don't remember that well to team, I'm assuming like maybe like 18. But that might be like way too, I don't know if that's like way too low.
Be so careful.
I don't
I know what we look at.
Dude, what do you get for spelling your name right? Because you might not get that.
Once you look at something,
Yeah, and then one, like, they're like, you know, normally, you know, they say SATs, you get like 200 for writing your name, and Chuck gets like 100 or something. I think I have his name right. He's doing Brendan right, but not sure.
He needs to take control of his life, dude. If I was Brendan Schaub and they handed me an ACT, I would just go like this.
Yeah, football. Yeah, scholarship, 80. You know, he was in the NFL.
But when I just stop in to see, sometimes like, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, like, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times
Having Schaub having like an answer to these questions is always so funny. Like, I don't take the SAT, I take the fucking Lambo to my fucking mansion. Okay? I don't fucking ACT, how about I'm on Cal Best's flight companion this Saturday.
possibility
Deal with that.
CFC.
is
Yeah,
if you have
I go to the KFC.
okay, how many comments? Have some double stops as well. So again, what's this? The conscious you might be seeing some idea that it must be some kind of alliance situation. So again,
alright, so this one's called Shedding on Rico Poppy Drives Papa Nuts Inside. I couldn't really make much of this one. Oh, by the way, it's posted by
okay, fine.
Money Loan 1864.
You just have to be able to see or unfold.
I watched this earlier today. Clip it, pulling clips. I don't know. Everyone's going great about this clip though. Yeah,
Because
that was
I'm going to find out more. So the
I could not sleep last night, man. When I went to bed
this is not how we
on, and it jumped in right to the
Stop
floor. I went to bed at that's basically the bit. The big policy is like Rico Poppy.
Oh my god. Can you imagine if that was true? That would be amazing. Deleted and Montez is just like, alright, so I'm gonna put there why with that. Just like, I'm gonna turn on the you know what? You turn on the stuff. I'll get back at my Jamie's.
But let them not show up and have this conversation. What's so bad about the conversation?
She's just
Because when we're getting text, it's everything.
Dude, do some Rico Poppy.
Because the text of this was
Because ladies in the crowd
tonight. So again, if you notice the witness is an air of immorality about it.
There's total silence.
She knew about his money. Who was the woman? Crack or not? Once you see the married woman, so that makes a lot of sense. If you married woman, you understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the rabbi himself, none of this is she was single. She was single. Traditional among them, and she's heights up. The great thing that says that she was married woman, shocking. The whole story makes a lot of sense. I don't know what Maria heights up, not realize that she was single. I don't understand why this is about here. What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So you know, the Papa and everybody in the Gringo Club, he gets tipsy. Again, because of the gun stuff around the stuff. That's it.
The White March merch we're dropping sponsored by Go Class.
Go ahead.
Is that it? That's it. DriveFastAllGas.com. Do we have 4 weeks left? White March merch we're dropping special edition. Get all your buttons. God, it's gone forever.
Okay, he's a man who loves his trucks, okay? And he's really excited to get to the truck. He's got in the show like that. Alright, some of us have trucks we need to paint, okay? So we get the shows are broken. We sell our merch, because if you win the merch, you get a truck too, and then you know what it's like shop. Alright? If you want to get our merch, get on You take the cans off? That's how you know our studio is not as good as theirs. We talk way too much shit.
their studios, they just got. I don't know how the fuck podcasts do this. And please leave comments if you can include this little chat in on it, dude. I wish we could have more cans, but you see these big podcasts that have like speakers, and it doesn't interfere with the audio. So if Jill Guitar's out there and he fucking produces podcasts and shit, Elephant Graveyard, and if you guys know, please take this headphone off. That would be cool. Yeah, I'm surprised there's something. I know, right? For you guys, we always say that there is levels to this shit. I wish we had Nick Chin in there, dude. Oh, yeah. 100%. There's no way like PG 30 on an ACT. You know? They would bring the average score of what it is. If the one wanted, so let's see. It's called Dr. Emails. 3 Chin didn't watch it before. It just, you know, I want to see this on the show. So hopefully there's no copyright. Let's see.
I don't know, Dr. Superman.
Society.
Superman? I don't know. I was so interested in understanding. And you want to take it? Why Dr. Doom emails? First thing I think of, like, oh, fuck. I think he's going to say that someone should not play that property. Okay, so you're on John's connected. John's connected everything.
What's the point of all this?
Alright, let's see.
We say we're getting some emails about Dr. Doom. I'm saying how with Superman. So Dr. Doom's from right? Superman from DC. Like, what's Marvel, what's DC? Brendan so wrong. I'm not wrong. I had the comic book as a kid. If you look at these things, yeah, it's my memory.
We're both wrong. We're great up to it. The guess is right. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, that makes sense because I can't say it was like, oh, I don't know if that's true. But he said it's probably not true. Yeah, of course. But he actually because he's a crowd. And like, anyone that's like a self-proclaimed comic book guy,
Even though it's called as one idea, two different concepts. The first concept is idea of nuclear what it means. That before the whole idea has been sometimes it's been destroyed, and it's been given over to only all the Avera. It's actually destroyed. It's such a idea of a system normally building.
he's not known for being a Superman film. I don't understand why he argues this shit. Yeah, you know you're wrong, and you're still arguing. Because you know why, dude? He does on his side, dude. He does in there to be like dumber than he is. Oh, for sure, right? Yeah. And then so he just shit on us and says shit on people, and then you can like, he comes battles and just win all these. Right. He does kind of do that. Yesterday, like, yeah.
So pick him up on that. I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most intimacy should be beautiful. It should be beautiful. It should be meaningful. But it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. But it should be it's holy because it's not. It hopefully creates a future. But no, because he says, when he said it's understood, they will be able to use a dynamic of holiness.
Oh, it's not even, I think that's a dumb thing.
He says, in
I
holiness,
think this is not real, that's not, I can't tell, honestly, it's so hard. It's fake. I don't even know, it looks fake, that Dr. Doom thing looks fake, it's not part of the bubble. Okay, yeah. It'd be funny if it wasn't Superman. It has the ass.
Pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure and there can be holiness.
Shut up.
Pleasure and holiness
It's radiating.
It's very, very difficult to come by in a world without a misunderstanding. Such a profound.
That's hilarious.
So it's not a pleasure. pleasure and holiness. He's got pleasure and holiness. And
It'd be funny if Shab was in the Truman Show, like the James thing, just the fuck
intimacy. Sometimes
Brendan Shab is just like a guy, he's like a breaks out, goes to work, dick boy jam, everyone's
personal
laughing at him.
pleasure
It's so
holiness is rolled together. It's rolled together. So that's what he's got. It's like a Yosha Paris Amikdash.
I don't think so. No, you're getting a lot of DMs though, for sure. You got a lot of Reddit posts.
What does that
You know what I
mean?
mean? That's what he means. I guess he's saying email because he doesn't want to say Reddit. Yeah. I think he should be proud of nerds instead of being like, shut up nerds. He should be like proud of the homeless nerds out there that call him on shit. He should be like, he created Chang's, dude, and we fucking love Chang. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is kind of impressive. Yeah. And he never acknowledges, like, it's like, hey, all you guys that do that, like, you wouldn't be doing it if it weren't for me. Yeah. This is a huge industry. But he keeps down. Shut up, nerds. He's like, you fucking losers. He slants a raid. You never eat. I'm tired. Where's my Adderall? Let's see.
Where does it come from? Where did it come from?
I don't know if you noticed, but he's got a big gold daddy. Let's go. Hell yeah.
It's adulation. Adulation had anything and everything at his fingertips. One thing he was allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. He ate Das Tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the shot? It's like, you know, it's for all of us.
How much
It's
fun
for all
is
of us. There are so many things in this world. Yeah? We are constantly that's what's the shot. There's so many more things that we're allowed to do. That are great. That are fun. That are pleasurable. Why are we drugs like this? Deep down, it actually feels like everything like this. Everything that we want is that comes to a good place. See, my most is for growth. Constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, I'm going to show more. But what happens in life? Throughout your life, let's say, like, when the Shema goes ahead, dispatches a message. Like, when the Shema dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's say, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't like, he was basically like seeing a chef in studio just with those questions. Where he's like, where's he at? Letting him do something. And it was emailed. He's like, yeah, he's like, that's just like, because he wants clips made. Yeah. And then Brendan almost seems like he's in a too, because he just, this is there's not a chance for anything. Okay, he's always deep stuff. I think when you say that and nobody's heard it before, you immediately think, oh my God, Dixon sounded like it's deep. I don't know if you understand what, you know, again, what the hell, dude? And he just, that's his brain, dude. That shit, dude, when you go balls deep, you don't go those other ways, dude. You know what I mean? You always go balls deep. He just goes balls deep. I think he might be behind it. But Chin is definitely like, oh yeah, because you know that one part of every week where they're like, and if you have any comments, email us. You know what I mean? Where do you email Brendan Jones? I don't know, but it's like a funny name, like Boy or Info or something like that. Also, Jay is the one getting actually on my course. He's the one talking about it. It's the action hotline.
And Shema wants to jump out of the body back to Shemayim. And it's why we keep the Shema side of the body. So that's why every single time you have to think HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the Shema in your body. Like when the Shema is homesick. So what happens? When the Shema broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body, so how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately as against homesickness. That's why we put it to say, you can go on vacation. Listen, what happens when you're on vacation? What happens on vacation?
Any more thoughts on that? Let's just go to the next one, dude. Go guitars, let's go. That's not who I am, is this one.
After it's expensive, because you have the most incredible vacation in the world. Like, there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. And why? It's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because again, it's a change in a comes from the summer. And the summer says, I want to go home. Every each wants to go home. So broadcast the message to the body. I want to look at them. So many things are like, okay, one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like, people enjoy window shopping. It's like it's the same tone. The channels require more and more mixes. So what happens is broadcast the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but look, once you get to a place of holiness, when someone wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's perfectly
I would go to try to do like 4 minutes in front of 3 like drunk college girls, and then you would try to have sex with those 3 drunk college girls. After I turned graphic, your dick was out. I screamed the first time, and the first time you pulled your dick out.
As much as they're example, now go look at the dick, and then probably you were trying to flirt, and that night you were over it, and I was like, maybe I can share the way to blow. Brian is fucking nice. She's so silly. Like, I love her so much that I broke up with this girl, and Brian, she was calling me because she was horny, and I was like, look, I have a new girlfriend, but I'm afraid I'll fuck you. And he's just like, I had a sick Brian on my ex-girlfriend, and he fucked her. She calls me up, she goes, your friend came inside me. She goes, yeah, your fucking friend came inside me. And I was like, well, did you tell me you're on the pill? And she goes, no, I'm not on the pill. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. You know, that's Brian. And Brian got oh my God. You know, when they talk about consent, that no means no always. Yes, yes, I know. But please don't get in the bedroom and have a talk. And I hated the animal kick. Bullshit, dog. What the fuck? I've never seen all this before. It's just like jarring every time they it's like so fucking dark. And it he keeps getting worse and worse. The music is I feel bad because I'm really yeah, like this. Real nice. Muhammad Ali's catching a straight right here. Oh yeah,
relations with the woman and her daughter. The back coaches and stuff. And the back coming with the adultery. So we saw that extensively. British Nepal, you should be done. There are other people including this category of woman and her daughter. Now we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Vito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Vito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Vito, the daughter of his son. Bas is the daughter of his wife. Bas Vito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas daughter of his son. Camoso, mother-in-law, named Camoso, the mother of the mother-in-law, named Camoso, and the mother of the father-in-law. So again, out and break out these categories into a little bit more depth levels, and the bottom line that I are forbidden and penalties to channel. How about T-shirt cannot set the level? If a man has relations with a woman, right? So it doesn't say if you have relations with a woman, is the mother of the son. Certain prohibitions. So by the way, you guys are seeing this in the feed. We're watching this before Joe Rogan. My great brother said that I was coming to heaven. The mother-in-law, even after the death of a wife, such as 3 minutes. He's married to Rachel. He's permitted to Rachel's mother. So Rachel dies. Then Rachel dies. Is Reuben permitted to marry his mother-in-law? So I think that's a good contention.
Okay, so let's go to this one. It's supposed to be. It's called Papa Disrespecting Tyson to his face. I mean, this is probably just a reheat.
So right now it's Mike Tyson in this round versus Furious round. Who wins?
And the mother of the year, and the mother of the father. I think that would miss the income. Says, really, what
you have to say that he was a hypothetical for Tyson. Wait.
Mother-in-law, you know, she included mother-in-law and mother of the father.
Tobacco?
So you must sorry, I wrote about according to my income up. The Jewish over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Jewish. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, but Rava, I just have one of the income of the income also. Tiny numbers, tiny income also. Rava said no secret. Mother of my father-in-law, it also includes also mother-in-law. And, sorry, mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So how do you know all these propositions from? The Tanra Abanan. As each of us.
Okay, so
if somebody can check that copy, that'd be fucking dope. Will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So remember again, so here the part that describes explicitly each of us one is called
Appear of Nuts Hanging Out of Front.
So here, this is an explicit passage. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So you get married to Rachel and
it's kind of like business.
business. By she's Rachel. Also begins straight off. So this is one of the explicit straight off. So there's a I know that it applies to women and her mother. Bas Isha, how do about five relationships? What about Bas Isha? So the part that teaches me that if women marries Rachel, who can't be married? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry his mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Like, how do I know that he also can't marry? Other than he should be like Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter, Bas Isha, the daughter of Rachel's daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of Rachel's son, united. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below the prohibition was? Simple. My cousin that says that we have a mother-in-law, you know? The name of the Haran.
It's so crazy how shit changes.
And it says again, later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one. So Bas Ishto is Bita, Sigala, as an explicit husband. You cannot go ahead and marry both his wife and her daughter. So it says Zima, thy mother-in-law, and it says Zima, Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Not Lalo, Bita, Bas Bita, just like when Mary first worked with her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, and Bas the daughter of her son. And so it's what we are, Bita, like the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, and Bas Bita. It's not like 9 Lazarus is a part of the Bible. I know that how do you know that the treatment of women?
I knew they changed the whole.
Again, by Kamoto, and by
Brendan Shaw is a comedy genius. He can't just sit there and let Leah Montez run the show. Like, if he has a great line, like, he'll bring it up that he's dating Megan Good, he has to butt in. It's just like the huge talent on the show is Brendan Shaw. Maybe Delia would say something good, but that's really, that's
no idea what
I'd way rather be a nerd than know Jonathan Majors is dating. Dog twice in that sentence could have been savage.
I think about it statistically. So remember,
all the time, dude.
So
that was like a hilarious we just watched. It's so funny to see him interrupt.
So much of
Leah.
life.
I do like the torture of Chris. That's like a running bit now.
It's just funny to me how he's not aware This is a terrible. Like when Chris goes, what? If he would have been like more coy about it, I'd be like, oh,
hung up on the question.
maybe it could be funnier somehow. But him being so like, I don't know, what is that word, narcissist or something? Just nah. Being in the fucking room, dude.
He doesn't acknowledge it at all. He could acknowledge, oh wait, I did that. And even if like he did, he doesn't ever not do this. There's going to be a clip next week of like the torture of Chris Continues Part 2.
I understood what you said. You said it right, but I think you did. Yeah, I mean, but we're also popping it up. Who knows? I understood it though.
Doesn't allow you to get it stuck in place. So it's like,
Yeah, it's going to do like a slow mo, but he just said, he doesn't ever not do this. Alright, let's see this next chin clip. This is gonna be comes by haphazard, another half clip. Yeah, I know comic books, man. I grew up on that. Is it the same thing? Let's see.
Then we move on, and the coolest thing in one of the current events we have here is Marvel and
Look at that face, his face.
Incredible.
It looks almost like comic books. It's like he's like an expert on this.
That which is mentioned along with that which is mentioned about.
Exactly. If you even know a comic book thing to sell comic books, he's like, and then he's like, well, actually, here's what I can offer you. Like issue 39, where Batman actually fights Infinite more than he's referring to. So that year, the word 85, where the job fights on the line. That's got a mouth problem. It's about like problem, yeah.
the new Doctor Doom is gonna be Robert Downey Jr.
Crazy.
Dude, I was in the room, they went nuts.
How fun, because he was Iron Man.
Yeah, so
It's like it's trying to care. But he's like, where do I fit in? He's kind of like
Process of extrapolation.
They're talking. Brandon's coming down soon, right? He's gonna like he's no longer pursing his lips. He's like,
like I said, extrapolation. Right.
the whole multiverse thing, right?
Extrapolation. That's So the rest is
So the thing is, he's so Iron Man. So good that he'll pull it off.
Yeah, really excited.
How do we feel about people going crazy over that announcement?
Come on.
I don't know Dr. Doom. I'm familiar with Dr. Doom. Yeah. I mean, Lex Luthor, but Dr. Doom, you know how like cards have attributes, remember that? They like super string this. Dr. Doom's like, this is the problem. It's 50 string. Texting 37.
This is super bad.
Weaknesses.
So maybe it's this that we already learned that
okay, this is Chris is back and still pissed with Bob. Post my pin up on the sky 2305. I'm not going to go source because in Melbourne, especially, I don't know, but I will say, they don't have Burger King. They do it because they already have Burger King.
So you remind something, it's good enough like ultimately all those learned out together.
Because there was another Burger King there, yeah, so now it's hungry. Same thing. So, and then you go to New Zealand and then they have Burger King. They just don't have it in Australia. It's fun.
Father-in-law, like the mother of
Burger King. You know what this is all from? This is all from, you can think like the Star Wars universe from the stuff, right? Like you think, oh, your own universe, that's not ever
established a prohibition.
that's what they should do. They should make
Right? You have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and now start adding on additionally soon, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we fully established as the mother of my mother-in-law? Anyways, I'm not high advisor like this. One of the hobbies I'm doing this to say. We now have like this. How do you know that the same way that all relatives are related to him, so say to again, his relatives are related to him as well. Man, our kind Zuma, it says over here Zuma, Banana Zuma. Okay, I, the heart, the shires, the game, Zuma. But it's what it says relatives. There is no luxury of Zuma that is mentioned.
I remember the South from last week, but I don't think much of the beginning of it.
Asya, Zay, Zuma, Zuma. Okay, so almost like a double word shovel. Of Hena and Zima Zima. Minayana says Zuma.
Alpha is talking about flipping the truck if we don't hurry up and buy March. Post by Clem Dango 9.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Drive fast on the gas. 4 weeks left to win this freaking truck. I'm sick of talking about this freaking truck. 4 weeks left to win this truck. You have a freaking Raptor R killer. Over 700 horsepower. We beat the Raptor R every single way. We got a special merch dropping this Friday. Limited edition. With a collab with King Shocks and Drive Fast on Gas. Camo hats, shirts. That drops this freaking Friday. Drive Fast on Gas.com, and I think when we drop the merch, it's only 3 days, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday at midnight, it all goes away. You can never buy this hat or shirt again, and you get 30 times the interest as well. And we're only doing that this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so if you haven't jumped in, got a shot to win this ridiculous truck. And also, we are every Tuesday with Friday flipping, so go to DriveFastWallGas.com, camo tees, camo hats, the hat I'm rocking right now, I don't have the shirt yet. It's coming. But, yeah, so I have King Shocks and Drive Fast on Gas limited edition. For 3 days, and you get 3 time entry fees, alright? We go to DriveFastOnGas.com. Merch will drop this Friday. Alright, kids, that's it. Love you. Cool story, bro.
He said freaking Friday. Sounds like a guy. Like Freaky Friday. Yeah.
Father's mother, so on and so forth. So for coming to say that a company
It would be
now,
busy if he
mother
changed
of the
spaces
mother
with
of the
Oh
father-in-law.
my god, I've
That's
seen
not
that. Like, what are you moving at? That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I thought, like, what's the most interesting storyline? Ariel wanted to be more like a drama than a comedy. BC's gonna be a comedy there. Yeah, he said he's BC. When we go with BC do a shot, like, more interesting. He would BBC.
How do we know?
And be like, oh shit, I
To
could
me, the prohibitions of
and then he'll be on the show, but every time BC talks,
mother of
he'll get more and more upset because he's like, dude, stop with this kid's in beds. Dude, you'd be interrupting Luke all the time. And Luke would be like, are you okay? And then somebody would be like, let you fit in. Like, and then BC's gonna be shocked, dude. He's gonna have the best time of his life.
just one big
And I wonder what BC would do that shot. And like, would he be doing content specifically for Jake? Be like, yeah, they haven't said that.
mother-in-law's mother.
He's like, oh, I got a headache. He realizes that what it's like to be shot all the time. Yeah, my God, my head hurts. Or he's like, I'm the smartest man.
That's it. His wife's daughter is also for
Alright, so this next one comes by Confidence Search 8640. It's called Never Knew That You Did Boxers. It provided boxing 15 years.
again, the generations above his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, like the matter his wife's daughter. That's it.
Everything sports. Punching all the face. Getting punched in the face all the way. It's happened. It's outstanding. Like, I'm just trying to, like, be able to give you no matter what time it is. I bought for 15 years. I bought for 10 years in mixed martial arts. I bought for mixed martial arts. You know, when I got into special boxers, it took around to feel me traditional. The way I do stand-up is traditional. You know, it's more you know, that was real. You get in there, if you meet well, say that I'm sorry. You hear him saying, honey,
I don't know, again, once I can
I struggle a lot, so be careful what you say. Okay, what is it?
and
Honey
equate
dick?
them with the generations
Honey dick is like, honey dick, no, like,
generations
like,
of
oh, that's honey,
Bob
but it's honey with
like
honey dick is like, oh, do you want some honey? Then you put it on your dick, and then go ahead and get some honey. It's like, oh, honey dick, like, suck my dick. That's funny, because I didn't think you kind of got a share of it. You know, right? Get a sugar all over your dick, so it's delicious. You put honey all over that bitch, just honey over sugar, and spit on it.
So
I'm pretty sure that's what honey is about, where you're bait and switching bait. No, it's like, yeah, I want honey now, your penis.
I'm sorry,
Did not
I
graduate
forgot
college, if you guys make fun of me, you know, I'm laughing too. ACT's yeah.
just like when it comes to
All around, dude, 69 on my ACTs. I scored a 420 on you got a 402 test. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I think it is. And the more I say it, the less I feel like it actually is. So, this is posted by Jack Cap 218 called Joe Rogan's sparring footage.
You seem to have this fascinating relationship between the three Rhinos generations, Bob Rocco, Paul Rocco. So listen, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is with our right stuff, we have two explicit relationships. Can't marry Rocco and his daughter, right? That's number one. And number two, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, I'm sorry, Paul and her mother. And Rocco can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, we have also Asabal Lamala, Kilamata. Kilamala is what's building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to three generations above, three generations below.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
like I'm watching this, I'm
So the
thinking
merchant
like,
Rashi says,
just fighting somebody's good.
We always give it credit. Yo, let's
Fast I
collect
could
them instead of
destroy
Julie.
it. Yeah, I'm not going to make fun of him at all, because I do not fight.
Lamata the Isra.
Yeah, the younger, stronger looking guy does seem like he's my dick, but Joe Rogan's
lesser Isra. A lesser Isra.
yeah, like if this was a dish at Chang's, what would it be? This is kind of like, you know, like they offer street beans or green beans. It's like unsalted green beans. I mean, like, I don't want those. Right, definitely have to.
Like
Yeah,
the mother
yeah.
of his mother, that's like we have to.
Or this is like a Diet Coke.
Right?
Like, yeah, you got something, but it's only $3.50, right? Or it's just one of those things they put out at the table. Like, do you want to, you like at a roadhouse, they got peanuts. You're like, you can eat the peanuts if you want. You can throw the fork in the trash. There's not a lot happening. There's just literally footage of them tomorrow. What if the head ends up being insane? Like the Rogan's like, all right, kind of touching the phone.
So the Shaila is what you focus on the mythic series Shabbat. So don't you know
It's never happened. His ass. I'm trying to think of like an interesting. Oh, he used to like sign an NDA that he that Rogan wanted him to make it. Rogan didn't. Oh, dude, look at this. We got a Chief Wahoo hat, dude. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that. This was supposed to be Chip Chip Chow. Also, don't say love scene. I know, because if people are confused, I'm not serious. Just, he wears it all the time. We don't know why.
it's not going to work.
Thank you. I just want to make sure people know that you actually donate every week to Indigenous Tribes. So, this is supposed to be Chip Chip Chow called Talks for a Living.
On this week's food truck diaries, it booked really short notice, so we couldn't get my food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches and we got them out the truck in my car.
That's not fair. Obviously, a bit
her
weird.
mother is
Yeah,
going to
he's
be
a,
usher to relate.
he's doing a bit.
So to your
It's always a bit.
grandmother,
Yeah, come on, dude. There's so many other fucking clips you can use. I mean, it's
we
good
learned
though,
from
too.
again, we learned the place of our
And
origin,
then we
not
get
keep it safe up. Just like again,
like,
proving with that relation,
It's
with
still
what
like,
holds the mother's mother, that's what holds the maternal grandmother, who also by straight off. Not only straight off, so to Ruben has relations with his grandmother. So also you have to straight off.
Super Bowl here, you've been on the Super Bowl, you've been on the Super Bowl, Emily Brown in a Odyssey here.
So say ultimately again, when it comes to the whole relation with her mother, so there's really good words here, but tell her the rules. If we have relations with his mother, of the skila, any of the sense that Ruben has to with his own mother is the skila, and it's ultimately again the mother of his mother is
I mean, when he does these episodes, does anyone ever tell him that's bad? Because, you know, we'll do like a bad episode or something. It's never happened, but it could. I'm sure he'd be like,
there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother.
It doesn't seem like they do that.
So to that degree, there's not the distinction between the father, which is his mother, and his mother's
He's
mother.
like,
Okay.
he's totally changing in his mind, like what shoes his favorite this week. You know what I mean? Right? There's just not enough space in there. Like, it's happening. Somebody's like, oh, I think you're going to do that. But he's just like, yeah.
And then the thing that says when it comes to Xer Shava, they're much more focused on Xer Shava, on the result of the Xer Shava.
He has to go to the baseball field every day to get his stuff in the cubby.
Just like by
And he doesn't realize that he can just take it with him. He's like,
So to again,
and he's mad at you. He's like, but my charges
his mother's don't play
That's not my fault.
to write that off from that result.
It's called shit is so fed up with like the wrong thing. He bought Papa and Rick's an LED pointed thing so they could show him what he should click on the monitor. Posted by handsome black man. Let's see here.
We're talking about 76.
He's crazy. He's got great chat. Who makes that? He's on there, which I like. He makes that. That's a great idea, dude. The pointed thing. Oh, yeah, that's we should do that. I'll get you a pointer. Let's do it. Yes. See what I do. Like, which we mess it up. Like, I can't forget.
Just like that.
Testosterone. Plus, he just started.
His mother.
I don't know if that's like the development. They have a loiter in the. It's funny that they have a great system. Studios from his white privilege was doing his thing. He's back for the flow this week. Is back in action. You're doing a ton of podcasts this week as usual. Won't stop. Podcast got twice now before you keep talking about change your life. I can do exactly what I'm saying. I'll show you what I'm going to say, but yes, I'm going to show you the way. Jamie, go to my Twitter page. Watch this. Watch this. This is very important. Please, this is very important. Yeah, put it up on the screen.
Trying to figure out how to get because I know it's a preview because now it's trying to figure out ultimately how to get those people. What I realized
Describe the people what it was. It was the good video, which Rogan, describe what, what it actually was. Oh, my bad. Like in real, I was thinking you're saying he's really happy.
so let's say
But they already know that.
this sort of way.
Well, it was totally fucking John Rogan. Yeah, I know, but like in the real clip, it was like he played John with the good. I mean, he played the good clip from John Rogan. Yeah, I don't know what really.
Sometimes it could be
Yeah, you don't know that story?
to talk things out why.
So that's the guy. That's Everlast. And his daughter's got his rap. Oh, every once in a while, I bet my daughter is. Jesus Christ, I can't say that. Terrible. I did not know that. Sorry, but it's just right.
And then it goes on.
Classic.
What do you think in your head?
All right, so this one's posted by Haphazard. It's called Bull Bull Bull.
Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same thing over and over and over. This is not going anywhere. So it's like, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to call it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things or to unload things that are sitting on Shama. Even if you're like, I think I'm just getting more.
It's funny, he didn't get it wrong, really, but it still sounds like he did. He says both so many times. He makes everything funny. Whether he says it right or wrong, we're going to laugh. Whatever strange exists. When they were making the English language, that's why they
anything that everyone needs to be successful.
because somebody said so many times, be like, okay, after you say it once, say it.
Sometimes having conversations, you're like,
You mean there's a prehistoric shot, or that would be like,
or didn't you just say
you know,
something
be like, oh, very old, like, the great ancestor of,
to be able to express
but
themselves?
we're going to look back at Shop as like Socrates. You know what I mean? People are going to be like, he was way ahead of his time. That's why we never understood him at the time. But now, later in life, we're all like the philosopher of the generations many past. What was it like to be a That is a really interesting idea. What shop will be like in the future? You know, people think about what people think of president. Yeah. I'm not sure that there has ever been someone like this ever. And he's like, is he the dumbest person that's ever I don't know. Maybe is he the most famous person in history? Yeah, because you can't really get fame off of that. You can't, but like he's kind of like has done that. Like who in history was a clown that everyone laughed at for being stupid, doing all these shows, that was unaware. People were laughing at them. That I'm sure history repeats itself. I'm sure to me, I always go back to how interesting he is. Like, as the singular character. This has not been done.
A new week all together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual commissary sponsor of
I just think it's really cool. And also, like, people should have all the time. It's like this terrible
this
guy
year,
also.
wishing a Mazel Tov to Shlomo Mordechai Tosin on the Mazel Tov. Our commissary sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alu Tova. Terry and Steve Singh, loving Maria. Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, and Yossi Hakohen. The Ziv of Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv and Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our naming sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the of Avram Ben Enoch, Shulamit Ben Enoch, Baruch Rafael Melech Ben Shulamis. May they all have health and hatzlah. Beautiful. Our Dr. sponsor today, Aaron Wiseman, and we have his father-in-law, Charles Newman, and Israel and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl, to Zazie and Sal Rothschild, Mazda Zazi's grandparents, Chaim and Rothschild, and sister brother-in-law Moshe, and Yardina Ben's family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. He's up to the Jew, the Soros, Tobos, Israel. Let us begin. Today's got I am Hey. I apologize in advance. We have to shoot up 3 minutes early. But American. Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. So thank you. So let's we're going to pack in a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of I am Hey. My son Avram did yesterday. Did a great job on some very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end. With the pace, he had to get from like, I'm giving him a pace to the middle of I and K on the album. So he's showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. Alright, so just for the sake of her that wasn't there, it's the sake of the recording as well. We're just going to start from the top of I am the album. 75 days. I'm going to read them around. That's what I have to say.
So, it's called Off Limits with Brian Callen. A little promo for a show right there.
I'm going to read them around. My Siba, that's right. There was once described a man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair long, like the other food. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, Rashi points out that the hair long, Nemo Kamino Abba, the country Nemo the hair long. Ultimately, again, he became lovesick. Probably better state is lust-sick. But ultimately, again, he becomes infatuated with her. By the way, tremendous mission I asked you from the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Shinasan Enoch.
I think he's
I'll say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is as the Gemara says, Einayim rolls the eyes see B'halei Chomei. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan Einav V'isha Achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim? Why not be a bit more diligent? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisayon. We know this Nisayon incredibly well. But when I say it's fascinating to see, sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure like where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, son ain't of. So you must say, "Bob, I'll look at him." We came to ask the doctor, "Baal, ain't no takana actually too wild." And the doctor said, "This guy is not definitely no. The only possibility." The only referral he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm with that woman. And he says, no, stop the bottle. No, can't do that. So again, you know, say, so the first you must be making assumption of right, that it must be some type of Arayos situation. So again, so Arayos is one of the things that you have to seriously give your life or then to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, come over in front of Aruma. Okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to say,
I think he was trying to say
fine. The Gemara says, you start coming in front of Aruma. He said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. The Gemara says, this is not even when I talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting, at this point, the doctor's already understood that there was a seniors issue here. So he said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. Let her speak with her. There could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the rabbi said, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. Remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of it was in a illicit, immoral urge. So again, we understand this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. The mercy father, who was the woman? Who was the woman? God Amar Ishes Ishhaisa. So once she was married, that makes a lot of sense. If you turn on a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the other thing is, no, she was single. She was single. So Bishop and the man Damar Ishes Ishhaisa. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, the whole story makes a lot of sense. If she was single, I don't understand why this severity. What is the example that's unfolding? Okay, so the Gemara says, Rabba said ultimately again, because of the Mishpacha. Now, who's the Mishpacha? Rashi said, the Mishpacha, Ha'isha Shahayu Boshin B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing to her family and reputation of that requirement for her to go ahead to shift over. Is that my I think we want to get that's where the bars come. I'm drinking the lessons. Just like trying to which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right, it's shifted this way, right? Yeah. Anyways, the verse is as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa there is if this girl would get engaged, or even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of relationship, it would have significant reputation of damage upon her and upon the mishpacha. This is about setting an example. What's that? One of the things we live this way, right? We live in this type of society. Potentially maybe swinging back the other way. But like where there's no code of morality, and whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes truth. Then when there's fluid morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. Rabbis in this here, but it's halacha l'maisa allow these kind of things to go on. Even one make the culture argument let the guy seeks for the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over there? He's not going to see her. He's not going to touch her. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman, and suddenly as us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do with illicit, immoral desires? We do with it? We shut it down. We don't cater to it. We don't pander to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, listen, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the cloud struggle. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to do it. There is a system, there is a society, there is a code of conduct, and that has to preserve all of us. Even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. The guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, "From Saba, I was like, it's much easier than this. It's much easier than the other year. Don't get married. Don't get married." So the Gemara says, "No. When we ask the guy, no, because it's not even all the fun out there. In other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? You must be useful. One of these called the Arab and the Flush. Nitla Kantia, and Nitla La this is a fascinating thing. The base was destroyed. Literally, Nitla Kantia, which means pleasure of Riyah, the full pleasure of relations, was removed, given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shana and Mars, the left and starting on. Again, really, stolen water is sweeter, and hidden bread are much more pleasant. Those things are the idea. Part of what's wrong with this law is that it couldn't have it. That's part of what's wrong with this. Right? If you marry her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same satisfaction of us. Stolen water or sweeter. So say, so this idea is incredible. Even though it's called saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is the idea of nitla kanriya and nitla over. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of kriya has been removed, finally this English has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over avera. This was Sachi this morning. So a beautiful idea, but the Sefer Noam Megadim, when he says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kasher Beis HaMikdash Hayakani. When the Beis HaMikdash stood, Tashina Hayashor B'Yisrael, Hayashor B'Yisrael, was in the Kal Yisrael, Efshari Haya Ad Kadesh Atzman Kiloi Beis HaZivot. We'll say, it's interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being Kadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves, before and during the act of relations. So I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it shows marriage, and hopefully creates future dolos. But Rambam doesn't say, when the Beis HaMikdash stood, it was a dynamic of holiness, even intimacy. We call the Beis HaMikdash Hasha Exodus. Hasha Ma'od Hayim Shnei Adrein. Israel Gam Yachad. What the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed? It's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously is not Megadim. It's very, very difficult to come by in a world that's out of balance. It was such foundation. So instead of pleasure, holiness is just pleasure areas of life. Pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes it's hard to distinguish. It's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness is woven together. So that's what this book says. That's when Yom Shachar of this Hamikdash, the day this was destroyed, Nitla come beyond the Nitla Obiabel. What does that mean? That somehow that the goodness of Piyah, the goodness of intimacy, was taken out of the loneliness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more further, was put a bit more like as just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because I'm living in public. Because part of his lust and part of his desire is that he couldn't have it. I must say, we know this is right. We know this is right. We know this is right. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Sweeter, stolen waters are sweeter. Where did this come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? What's the origin of this? Like many things, it's Admiration had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The eight last Torah. That was the only thing he had. And that was the one thing that he took. What's your shot? Let's say, by the way, it's for all of us, but there are so many permitted things in this world. Yeah? We are constantly inconsistent with God's godliness. There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to? So this is deep down. It actually comes like everything. Like what happens about this? Everything that we want to desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. What happens in life? Too often in life, you know what it's like. The Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message. Right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. We see this a lot in life. A lot like, let's say, it's interesting. People get my mother was speaking on Travis Sports. She was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, and she was born in New York after the war. And my grandparents settled in Lyman, New Jersey. My grandfather stayed up with Baruch Hashem had a hand in educating the Jewish community. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sacco of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 24 years ago. And my mother was like a tremendous that's just never any check this about so she was speaking about I'm not gonna do the whole much shorter, but that's beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. 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 Relating it to my brother, Helen. And what's homesickness? I say homesickness comes from the Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama called the Neshama Kahalel Tah. Right? Every Neshama is God. And the Zohar called the Neshama Neshima Kahalel Tah. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out and go back to Shemayim. And it goes well. Inside of the body. So that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu because He's keeping your Neshama in your body. Why? Because the Neshama is homesick. So what happens? The Neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to us. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience it. You know, it's easy to go on vacation. You say, what happens on our vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you're with the kids. Right? In other words, after it's fantastic. You have the most incredible people. But there's a certain moment you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. Why? It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because you know, it's something that comes from the Neshama. The Neshama says, I want to go home. Every Neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. Let's say, brother, you see this, so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human beings. To me is window shopping. Window shopping. You never can't understand. Right? People enjoy window shopping. I think it's the soul. The Shema wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of position to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often pushes into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but here, as with no place of holiness. The Neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more keeping stuff. All too often, what is happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, "Give me more." Let's do it. Do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, it's so often drawn to the mind. Forbidden water to the stolen water, because that's the body corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we hold towards certain things in life, we often think and often conditioned to think that the things we're pulled for are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you realize that those desires we are coming from the neshama. The body that is corrupting Alright, on to later topics. Like straight up. So again, these are the people who experience straight fast. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of straight. Remember, straight fall is not burning someone, but rather again, straight fall is internal straight fall, the molten, like we spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the English words. So let's go back here. These are the people who are executed with straight fall. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the bas cleanses himself, and the bas cleanses who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now we'll say there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Bas Ishto, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Hamoso, mother-in-law. Name Hamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. The aim of Hamok, and the mother of your father. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Into a little bit more depth. We'll say the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is the same. So let's analyze. Now, interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with mother of, sorry, right, relations with a woman who's mother. So it doesn't say that. Hello, right? Lashon the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso and Chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatoni, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and so let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamo in Chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. So honey chalad la'abayit mashmal zarshu. So according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense. Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. According to Rabbi, who says that no, it's coming to prohibit your mother-in-law even after the death of her life. So let's say you're married to Rachel, that's when you're married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. When Rachel dies, is Reuben permitted to marry his former mother-in-law? Currently, that's according to the convention. Rava, Tani Haba, Isha Nasabita. So according to Rava, would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following Haba, Isha Nasabita, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. which is a reference ultimately again to mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh bichlal isha ubita kamos ve'in kamos ve'in kamos. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again. Also mother-in-law, in Kamos and the mother of the mother-in-law, being some of and the mother of your and the mother of your father. Rumor says La'ataye, I the Kabbalah the Muslim Kamov, Hani Nami Kamos being Kamos. Sabayi says, really what the Muslim tries to teach me here is the case of in Kamov, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law.
That would be a PBS.
Sorry, I read it wrong. According to Abaye, what did she come up? The Kiddush over here is the mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother. Okay, the Ravas, I did the Kabbalah with this. No, Tani Nanta, come on. So, Rava said, no, since the Ikra wants to teach you. Mother of my father-in-law, it also includes, mother of mother-in-law. He said, where do we know all these folks? Ish Ashayikach as Isha Vesima. So the Pasuk says, if a woman, the man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So remember again, so here it's quite explicit. Isha Ashayikach Vesima, Zima Hiba Ish Yisrael. So again, here this is an explicit concept. If a woman marries a woman and her mother, so who marries Rachel and Rachel's mother? It says Zimahi is nos by Ashis Rosen. So not again straight. So this is one of the explicit about straight. So the verse says, I know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha and Bas Vita. I don't know about the following relationships. What about Bas Isha? So again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If Ruben marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Eli in Isha Dima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Vita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? It's very simple. Ne'emar Khan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar Lahalon Zima. It says again, later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubista Lo Sigara. That's an explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and his daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas, the daughter of her son. So to over here, Bita applies to daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. Minayim Lasos is a part of the Kabos. How do they treat men like women now? At first glance, we don't know what that phrase is. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Hans Zima, but there are a lot of Zima. Says over Zima, again by Hamoso. And by Bas Ishto, it says Zima. Malala is from the Kabas. Our friends come in the Kabas. Just like over here, we treat this come like the Kabas. So over here, we treat this come like the Kabas. So, like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet. How do I know that we should that mention like that which is meant? No idea what that phrase is. And we read Raisa. We have no idea about it. Why not just explain it there it is? Remember, because so many profound pieces of ways, so much light to be able to continue forward, even if you don't understand. Things happen in life, you have good conscience. But the danger of this is when you get so up on the question, which you become the moment. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer today, but I said, no. Do you know what you do when you read through it by yourself? That you don't understand, know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You understand it. Or not. or not. But anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of innovation, right? Because we all come up on those situations where like, what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it is so easy to lose yourself under the net abyss of life questions. Yeah, but what life is, you get life right because you don't understand. Ask the question. Move forward. You still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? So again, just in the things that we'll see carefully all of this is referring to the Lamala and Lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're thinking of is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately are going to be punished. Number one is Isha Shayikach es Isha Ves Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erevas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is now going through the process of extrapolation. Extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Yeah, like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's okay, in any event. So the Gemara says as follows. 6 times up from the bottom. How do we know?
Who the fuck are we? So even if this was true, it makes his downfall even.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Xer Shalom. Let's see exactly what this means. Okay, so the first thing the Raisa said was we have to make Saharim like indicators, to make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, come indicators. What in the world is that? It means come indicators. Ilema, bas vino, kibas, bita. So maybe you'll see that. Maybe it's like
I understand
that
being able to say what you want, but I
the sun, right? So remember, let's just go with moving and Ruffles. Marriage to Ruffles. So maybe it's like that. We already learned Ruffles' daughter is prohibited to move, right? Right, Ruffles' daughter's daughter is prohibited. So too, maybe again, what it means to make them like women, that Ruffles' son's daughter is also prohibited to move. Okay, just like Ruffles' daughter's daughter. Right, Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter gets Ruvain, so too Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also going to get Ruvain.
Alright, so let's go to the next one.
The Gemara says, so you remind me, it was Ilay Mabas Benasi Bakita, Bahadi Adadi Kasi. Right, ultimately again, are those learned out together? Ela Ein Chamav Kein Chamoso. That is coming from you instead, the mother Ein Chamav, the mother of Ruvain's father-in-law, like the mother of Ruvain's mother. One second. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established it. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. You go ahead and now start adding on additional isurim, like again, mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly established the mother of my mother-in-law. On the base, so I'm going to buy says like this. Then the argument is the same. So, you know what it means is like you know that the same way that relatives are prohibited to. So too again, his relatives are prohibited to as well. Ne'emar kan zimo, it says over here zimo, the Ne'emar lahalon zimo. Okay, I the ha b'shar day lok zimo b'zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no lashon of zimo that is mentioned. Amarava Amr Yitzchak Baradumi Asya Eina Heino Asya same zimo. Okay, so also make almost like a double shava. Eina Heina and zimo zimo. Beforehand, we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? So once again, my lemafik to lemala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema, baspinov, baspitov, so maybe it's like this. Maybe it will say, so I'm trying to figure out the lesson of lemata to lemala. Are you trying to equate arayos that are lemata below to that which is above? Okay, so ladies come to teach me that right when it's mentioned that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so if that's the case, the Haggadah doesn't pass. So these are all in that from the same source. Ella in rather it's the same way that we can't mother-in-law, right? So too again, we also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. But if that's the case, hi lamata lamala kilamata. Then we'll say the Russian is wrong. Because we'll say the Russian of lamata lamala sounds like, if you understand that, we'll say, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayos and who's like the middle? The wife, Rachel, right? So the mata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and the mother would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, that's not lemata to lemala, but rather what? That's lemala to lemata. Remember, we're going from the top down. So the man says, you're right, trying to lemala to lemata. Yeah, you're right. Change the lashon and let it read lemala to lemata. How do you know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law or mother-in-law's right? Or really mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. That essentially, Reuben's relationship to Rachel's, Reuben's relationship. That's right. Reuben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore, the Gemara says that's what it means to say. How do we know to make Lamar means again? Generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother, his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yafi, that's the case. Ne'emar kan zimo, ne'emar la zimo. There's over here, Zima says, Zima. Mahash, that was the first white line. Umahash, that would be Siva Zima. Dog Siva, and it doesn't say, it doesn't Zima, but I can be going to her. And Rabbi like what it means to say. Minayin la, so here it is. Minayin la, so Shlosha Doros Lamalo, Shlosha Doros Lamasa. How do I know to go ahead and make the 2 generations above, like the 3 generations below? So also, remember again, if you look at his Rachel, if you move although all this, I don't know how long it is to Rachel, right? Everyone's knows Rachel, so how do I know I get about like the 2 generations above Rachel? And equate them with the 3 generations below. And just like the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to move her husband, so to again 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to move her husband.
He's never touched his hand to his
Which
chest.
the Gemara says, Ne'emar lemata zimo, and Ne'emar lemala zimo. It says lemala, right, of the generations above Rachel. It says Rachel zimo, and it says Rachel zimo as well. So the Gemara says, Nagama Shlosha Doros, Aflamala Shlosha Doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations, so we apply the zimo metric
He should say that he doesn't do
in a few
stuff just so
generations
he
above
can do
Rachel.
it. It's such a good bit.
Uma
Yeah, I
Baonet,
remember
I'm sorry,
he
I'm on a social dollars.
well, then he
Uma
brings
Baonet,
I was
also
like,
the Mata Kilamavo, a different kind of punishment, i.e. straight up. We made again about say Lamata Kilamavo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. straight up. After us, Hara, Nami, Asalamava Kilamavo. So when it comes to the lab, let's apply ultimately again the Mala Kilamavo. So interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So again, it really becomes silly because essentially what we think to see is Midgar Raisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. You can't marry Rachel and your daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, all can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing is see Asabala Kilamata is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. Rashi says, no. The only giving no correct one. What Lamata means, not going down in generation. Lamata means a lesser is served. You might say, like the mother of another is lesser. So to like the mother of his mother, just like the your mother, you should emo because his mother will be tired. The Atamakaino, we see the people prohibition, the fellow Rob Amorovis and Bain Lamar, so it's very rather scholars. Bain Lamar don't know the Okudash, many French are very so the Shaila is what you focus on the means. So result is very much rooted in the origin of the versus don't we not Okudash means that ultimately the real evil focus on the result. So the Gemara says this. So again, so whether or not, so whichever way it's going to say ultimately, it's not going to work. I mean, it's not going to work. But I love you're not going to be able to learn Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man is going, so the one that says ultimately, again, which means we ultimately focus, but the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, Mahi Ein Imo Asira, just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be us. Afunami Ein Imo Asira. So for example, his grandmother, right, the mother of his daughter, also going to be us. Umina. We learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Not keep it straight up. Just like again, even with that relations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother, being partial by Shrefa. Nami is Shrefa. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, he'll also be Shrefa. The Mandamar says, the Mandamar Shrefa. But according to the opinion that says that Shrefa is more common than Skiva, you can ask if you're about Marlihi, Shikhin, Kuma, Shrefa. Shrefa, so I say ultimately again.
Sounds like a nutrition.
When it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, some of the specialized about Kamar Bahur, organizations with his mother, Skiva. Emo Beskila, Emo Beskila, doesn't that if Gideon has relations with his own mother, Skiva, or with ultimately again the mother, Skiva, it's all Kamar, Mahido Chalakta, Mahido Chalakta, being mother and Emo. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to by Ruben, distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother. The Amers in the Chamura, and according to the opinion that says, go to the same question. So I was that's part 1. Part 2, move on. Don't you know, and according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Gzir Shabbat, we're much more mild the entire Gzir Shabbat on the result of So the Gemara says, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur. So to again, Ruben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur. And let's derive the halachas from that result. Husband will be straight law. So we'll say that halachas is by straight law. About halachas, but ultimately in the here she has the ashkits and emo. As we find this person by his mother, which is emo. So the man does. The man does say for kamura, he can live up. According to the opinion that says that shreifa is more kamura, we have another miracle. What's the miracle? It's type of buying about 76a. Malihi shekini mother shreifa. What about by Rachel? By Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's being best shreifa. Tomer behold, shion esila. By his relations must be best shreifa. Behold, who furthermore, again, I was saying, why should his halakha be different than hers, or his halakha be different than hers? Mahi lo chalaktaba bein bital le'imima. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be straight. Afu lo tau bein bital le'imima. Sorry, bein bital le'imima. So by Ruben, there should be no between relations with his daughter or relations with his mother. But according to us, that skill is more chamor. May I push up no nizuno. Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the issue of being brutal. Alright, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to this is a place that just okay. So bottom line, what's the takeaway? Just so maybe stay away from family gathering. Maybe that's the takeaway. So just understand. To really simplify this, because actually, remember, let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through. Let's say, it's a profound so. Oh, let me first make that up. We'll talk about the profound. So as it says, right? Mitaraisa, two relationships, that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's who are explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately, again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lamala Kilamato, Lamata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. What the understanding is those who are above her and three generations over, essentially all going to have the same framework for Arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through these processes and trying to figure out how we get. The good part is, I know the conclusion is because we read the mission. Now we're trying to figure out how to get what I know about this is a tremendous question. If you know this, you see a Gemara like this. Look at a lot of Gemara, doesn't feel like you reach any significant conclusion. So what's the significant choice is sort of that in life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it can be frustrating to talk things out why. So this happens in marriage. It's important to be said in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. You're like, okay. And then what happens? You're talking about it. You're talking about it. Don't look at me blankly, by the way. Like, we all know exactly what I'm talking about. You look at it blankly. You talk it out. And then it goes on. What happens? What are you thinking in your head? Right? This is not going through. Talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their neshama. Even if in your mind you're like, I think I'm just getting more confused. And I think I actually have less clarity than when you started. It's in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often, Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why he's focused so much on Gemara, because anything and everything needs to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is so that sometimes having conversations like, what are you talking about? Shouldn't you just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Sometimes giving someone each paradigm just to see they express themselves, to talk it
Let's see
through.
this next one.
Even
It's,
if you're left wondering
posted
what
by
exactly that we are doing over here is the profound stepping stone in meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion of where you're going.
Shout out to you. Did this for the
Talking
first time, and it's so
and
bad.
retalking, we
I will
discuss.
say this is
Because I'm not just information about how we get to the conclusion list of straight up, but rather, again, as I was telling us how to address, how to go, and how to go. So we got something for today. Listen, maybe we can start a couple of things. We just decided to feel this thing. So what's off? So what's off?
Dicey. At night we'd fuck each other. Savage, y'all. Savage. I married a goddamn rattlesnake. She said, Taco Bell, Mexican. Mexican, spicy. What? Wiggles and Jones. Parmesan. Pico de Gallo. Chili. Bean cheese. Sorry, man. Parmesan. Pico de Gallo. My big dick's right there. Still got the big dick. Still got the big dick. No big deal. World Star.
That's the best Gregor movie I've ever seen in my life. That's a much funnier version. Yeah, I'll edit it. I like the last one. Good stuff. Shout out to however you say it. Eustroburbian dish. Dude, that was excellent. Alright. Let's go to some new things. Here's Joe Rogan. You know how people paint narratives on channels. Yeah, I like it every time. It's posted by Burt Reynolds, 69. Tor, is that Joe's name? Is that like a name on the sub for
Like Toe. Looks like Toe wrong.
Oh, okay. Tor talking about his needy friends. Papa talks to his friend Joseph Rogan every day, though. Meanwhile, Rings hears this clip and looks sheepishly down at his 100K rant total. So let's see. Just let it play out.
Which one is like one of the rehab ones?
Those are still good, though. Which number is it?
13, I think.
Oh, those are still good. I'm an 11. It's still good.
Yeah.
I keep an 11 for one of my numbers.
Okay. For what?
There's certain people you can't get the real number to.
Oh, yeah. Why would you even go?
Automatically change the job.
Shop and count.
Give them a number though. You're like a straightforward guy.
Because you have to sometimes. Sometimes you have to communicate with people. But you want a phone, just stick in a fucking drawer somewhere.
Yeah, check.
Yeah. It's crazy where so many relationships become like completely transactional. And, like every time someone texts you and wants something, it's just so frustrating.
I can see it. Even being your friend, I can see it from a fucking mile away now. People will be like, hey, Rich. I'm like, I'm not introducing you to Joe. Leave me alone.
Yeah, all my friends have a story. So he has a business idea.
No, I mean,
To help them sell skateboards.
if someone,
Yeah, like thick merch. What do you think the texts are that he gets when he opens up the drawer?
Hey, what's up, Bubba? Something like that. And then when he responds is when they're like, real quick, can you help me sell Tiger Thick whiskey?
I think that's what Callan's texts are like. They're related to merch and stuff. I think shop texts are more like, hey, I'm locked out of my house. Can you just, hey, my light went out. Do I replace the light bulb? Like, what do I do? Hold up your blowers. They're about trying to get it. Do I put the key in the car?
Brian's is more like,
You strike me as a flip-flop guy. Are you Callan?
It's really brother. I tried. I don't think about it. Just channel Callan. I'm not good at it though. I'm not gonna be out here fucking kind of you're close to that. Yes, yeah. You strike me as a fuck guy. Fucking delete number, dude. Let's see, the next one is okay, so this is hilarious. Confidence search is on a roll today. Confidence search 8648. Just a conversation between two rejects on this down week. Let's see.
I would say this when I get the opportunity to. I feel the person, the first person ever to play with you stand was you. From the very
I just remember you being so quick, and your brain being so quick that you always having such a funny show. And I just was like, oh, he's gonna be a comic. Like, what is all this? Hollywood like loves every female actress like has always had a crush on Alan. Like through the 90s.
I'm the guy. Director hated me. I take full responsibility.
I never figured out if you were dating or just friends, or dating or just friends. I don't think either of us knew, and whatever.
I've apologized for all this before. Yes, I apologize.
It came on my chest. And then what is the thing that surprised you?
This is wild. I can't. This arms are going off. The Shopzilla thing is fucking in the room right now. All three of those things are out of control. Like a red bar. Yeah. On our chest and like this. Yeah, where is that when you need it now? Like, I thought that red bar used that explosion thing as like a funny thing, but now I know it's actually needed. Yeah, you need some catharsis after bombs like this are dropped. Jesus Christ. I don't know which one the craziest one. That might be it, yeah. That she thought immediately that he belonged in that. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, that's pretty, that's dark. Oh, Chris. True. Wow, I know them that well. Yeah. Never seen Christine.
What do you expect?
I would say how nice I was. If it's a comedy store, you wear zanies wherever they're at. You're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of fucking comics.
Yes, sir.
It's me.
Do you mind? No, go ahead. Brendan. Brian Cullen is one of the best. If you're gonna fucking degrade him, it's gonna burst you. Oh yeah, what's gonna happen? Because it drives me nuts. Oh yeah, I wanted to scream. That's fun. This is the way to you nail that though. I mean, sometimes you're too when you fucking get really I did it right. Your roommate just woke up. Nah, he's not.
She's not that now that you do stand up, you give it less other people.
Whether the road is
Because that's
no
much. And also, I don't want to see something that will plant a seed in my head where I'm like, oh, dude, that person already does that.
Shut me for some.
Number one,
It's so funny that in the end, Luke Schwartz and all funny looking, but deeper shoulder, that's what I call it. Theo laughs hysterically. Amazing. It's great.
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
Dude, that was a great clip. The confidence search, it's 6548, whatever. Fucking great job. Yeah, so for this one, this is a great clip. We have for amazing, unhinged fake laughter. It is 4 minutes long. I don't know what the rest of the clip is. If it's just 4 minutes, then what? And it's got the warning. I forgot, or the warnings I put on BTL. But this is Bert's unhinged laughter. Good stuff. EXP Cap 2186 posted this. But I figured, why not use this opportunity to try to minimize stand-up better. Okay. Was it 5th grade? My man, did you follow me? That probably would be.
So again, but there's not another
when I was like 8 years old, I put a Sharpie on it. Idea for a clip. You should cut a short thing where you tell your jokes and then you put this out. That's what I'm doing right now. I guess you're already doing that. I thought you were gonna say a joke. Say a joke. Why did the chicken bust around? Get to the other side. Because he has small teeth. Minutes. I don't know, dude. I hope it's not. I mean, maybe it's more different scenarios where it's already kind of long to be laughing, just like reaction laughing. Yeah. But it seems fake.
Slamming in the water. Oh, how you doing, Russell? One animal is being healed. And this key by the way, cats and others. So don't have the right to stand guard. Have to jump by now. Now, cat is fascinating subject. Now, what level of danger I believe is assaulted in order to save someone else. Let's ask you to learn how much once you didn't attack by a lawyer, and again, I don't have any weapons.
If we drank,
so
if we were drunk,
there's much to talk about.
we do something like that. I don't think I could make this.
If you see someone
I've done it before, but it hurts like the esophagus in the throat. I mean, if something was hysterically funny, and we're drinking, then it could be someone like that.
So again,
right? Maybe. I wish I knew what they were watching. Yeah.
But I'm allowed to go ahead and
I'm really curious if it goes on for 4 minutes. Yeah, we gotta know.
Yeah.
To watch your friends stuff and then like, man, this is so good. That's kind of what we're doing with Sean. Yeah, we don't know. He doesn't know. It's going to matter. But we're kind of showing up. I mean, we can even do this for longer than 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's funny because it's almost exactly what we're doing. I'm not realizing that. We laughed like that somewhat. There was some like the cuppy thing. That's kind of the reaction we had with the cuppy thing. Right. We really gets that laugh. I almost got so. I'm not gonna even say that. That's
yes.
I almost peed my pants.
Quote unquote.
You're right. Say that on your show. Oh my God, you're so funny.
You have to kill the guy to prevent him from violating our laws. I'm not talking about that. So again, we're about to kill him. Prevent him from violating. All the more so, all the cargo, more so when I see you going after shooting. Not really lost all, so we didn't go after the narrow loss.
Almost. You get offended? Almost. Let me tell you what this man is about. Yeah, we never watched the whole thing, I guess. Yeah. Watch this video.
You're right.
I don't have much to say because it's so cringe. Because I can't think of it. But I'm down to keep watching. I'm working on watching
This reminds me of the stand-up reviews on
Right,
Patreon.
only have to look at Naira Mulasa and find it too upset. What are we applying? Listen to this. Mama, my issue is that Naira Mulasa.
Yeah, and then it's funny to me because you cut from this to like him quitting stand-up.
Naira Mulasa and Roxanne.
These are the good times.
My Naira
He had a thick boy, putting a
Mulasa.
t-shirt on.
Just like Naira
And he was
Mulasa,
like,
you're allowed to
stand
go
up
ahead
stuff,
and
chill bird, laugh at. We used to show on Netflix.
But this is also before the best times. Like a big Richard.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah.
Nito
Yeah.
Silo Benafsho. Ultimately, yes, I feel so secure in the world. The choice is explicitly, right, that we want to see that the local research and not trying to buy anything around us. It's killing. And then the thought that's the first time on the loss of this book there. Because it's just as you can feel the chemical violated by the not on the outside.
The New York Times on its latest show ever. That was
Look, not on the outside, no. I know by not on the outside.
I am proud to call Louis C.K. my friend. I am proud to call Louis C.K. my friend. That is a hard fight. Hey, listen, if you're my daughter, Georgia, who's watching us right now in college, and your friends are not laughing. If you're not laughing, first of all, number one, we need a conversation, but how do you think Louis C.K. feels about this?
It's probably like another fucking thing. I gotta do another fucking thing.
He's like, God, I made it over my cancellation, but this, I don't think I'll ever recover from this.
He's like, he watches this and he gets mad, and then he remembers that the show isn't on anything anymore. It's like hard to watch Louis. You have to like find it in the dark web. You have to find it. We're gonna watch Louis and it's on Netflix now. No, okay, well, I guess I can go on fucking Quite and see if I can high five enough.
Jen had to download torrent. Yeah, to watch this. That is the fucking. That is the point of comedy. Is the thing. The most outrageous thing. Fuck you! Stop laughing! Stop it! Shab, you don't understand what's going on in the show. I think I want to interpret that they're making fun of Brian. Did you catch that? Yeah, right. No, I know. Yeah, I didn't. Well, obviously, I didn't understand what's listen. I'm pretty good. You know, I didn't understand that show just now. I never seen it coming, so I didn't know that was happening over here. I never see that coming. I'm like, oh. It's so funny that I never see it coming and you never see me. You see me in a smart guy. Yeah, I think I appreciate that. It's so hard to change that. You know, your brain stops developing at 25. I met you at 24. And like after 25, it was like, that's how he is for it. Yeah, because I was older and you're like, he must have wisdom. Yeah, I like it's your little reads right there. You kind of reach right over the clip. I like it. Yeah, what the fuck?
You have to again return it to
drives me nuts.
self.
Sorry, that was comedy. No, it's true comedy. I don't know everything. I'm just saying this. I'm spitballing. It's when you can hear the thing that you said again in your head. I hear you say it for the first time. Yeah. Someone taps you. Laughing again. I'm saying it.
I'm not looking around the other people or the higher people.
Oh my God, it probably could have gone longer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe more references probably do. God damn. What I'm assuming, I don't know the full context of the clip, but what I'm assuming is it had something to do with like domestic abuse, which we don't report here, right? And Colin's like, you couldn't make that, that's not okay today. And that was like, oh, it's so funny as fuck. They roasted Kalen. Yeah, and more on it. Yeah, Colin would be like,
even if I can't do it
yeah,
myself,
it's great. Okay, so this is the best show. Can't wait to record. Makes mental arts. Going to the next clip. This is going to be, I thought you would find this funny. It's posted by Example. Rock bottom, I've really been hit, but he kicked the it's put by fans of the official Sanders. Shout out to you, the rock bottom thing is so funny. What a choice. Yeah, that one, that great.
Or
the 2 Grace episodes, probably. 2 degrees they could do it. Let's see here. This is posted by 10 Second Balcony, as good as any of their ads. Let's see.
So the Gemara says, he just grew up on one of the things, right? The root of the he must know something that all the examination is root of
Right? You think that guy's scared that he's in there because he's seeing the triplet? I think he's
or a regular
okay, because he's sitting, keeps coming on.
So remember again,
The fuck? I have no idea what that means. Yeah, maybe he's scared though. Maybe he's in a truck with shot. But when you say it keeps coming on, I'm like, he doesn't think like, you know, I would be scared though. I would be excited too. I would be like, if this is what happens, if I'm gonna, you know, you die with shot. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. But no, if you say it keeps coming on, I'm not positive. Whatever that you can pause that all you want, sure. But it's just something you would like the scenario where you would say it keeps coming on. The TV, I guess, if it keeps just turning on, see like I think I might have answered your question. But like, and then you see Sean, he knows the totem pole here. He's like, it keeps keeping on, yeah. Like he said, it keeps going on. Don't say comment. Yeah, I got too many chefs in the kitchen. You know what I mean? It's not an electric car. It's like keeps going on. And never electric. Anyways, that was just my observation. Like, yeah, it looks terrifying, but I'm just saying it keeps coming on. That makes no sense. Sure. That's like an old man that has a cubby in it. Dude, that's your future truck. Yeah, I can't wait to win it. Third party. Select me. Yeah, I have 30 X entries. Whatever the fuck that means.
So funny is after speed, that's where you start feeling the like this unreally tall tire. This isn't meant to be this speed. I feel like lifting up.
Dude, sometimes I feel like I do so bad at comedy that I should just be a truck. You know what I'm saying? Like I bomb so hard when I just want to be on the open road with the fucking truck, dude. Do you think, well, take out the comedy part of it, do you think you have what it takes to be like a truck guy, like fucking blowers and fucking modding and all that shit is hard work? I see what you're saying, don't kill me. True. Yes. Yeah, I think you do too. I just want to test you out. Yeah, I see outfits. Right, you need to, like, you need more hats. Hats, onesies, you know, they have like the mechanic onesies, some of that in my life. Yeah. Freddy Krueger's, not real Jordans, I don't want to make some, yeah, Overkill. Overkill. Kibitek. Shout out Kibitek. Yeah, Mod, like some riches. A lot of riches. Yeah, Baja mode. I mean, it could be. That's why I went into trucks, dude, because I went Baja mode and stand up. I fucking bomb so hard. I'm in the trucks now, dude. T-ball. Let's see. This guy, is this Shop's truck still? I think it's probably edited, yeah. It's the right experience to have when you're Shop's truck. He saw that he put up on my mood. This is the scariest face ever. This is like, fuck, this is it. Oh, shit. I'm dying. Let me know if you just don't say judgmental, check it out.